everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP S for HANA Extended Warehouse Management EWM with ABAP training. This comprehensive course will empower you to leverage the robust capabilities of EWM, seamlessly integrating it with your SAP S for HANA system through ABAP programming. We'll dive deep into the intricate world of ABAP development for EWM, exploring advanced techniques to optimize warehouse processes, enhance inventory visibility, and streamline material flow. From warehouse structure setup to labor management, you'll gain mastery over the entire EWM landscape through hands-on coding exercises. Under the guidance of our seasoned instructors, you'll learn to develop custom ABAP programs that seamlessly integrate with EWM's core functionality, enabling you to automate complex warehouse operations and unlock new levels of efficiency. By the end of this training, you'll possess the skills to drive digital transformation in your warehouse operations, empowering your organization to thrive in today's fast-paced, data-driven supply chain landscape. Join us and unlock the full potential of SAP S/4HANA EWM with ABAP programming. Let's dive in.
So this is going to be the agenda for we are going to discuss about what is a warehouse. That's a very basic question. We need to first understand what is a warehouse and then why we require a warehouse management system. Then we will see the key objectives, what we can achieve if we are having any warehouse system, any warehouse management system, be it from SAP or be it from any other providers. What are the key objectives that we can achieve in our warehouse? Then we will look at a brief history, how EWM has evolved, what was the prior module before, how is it different from WM, and what are the new features or new benefits has been added in a very brief history we are going to see. Then we are going to dive deep into the EWM part, Extended Warehouse Management System. We will see what are the different capabilities that are available in EWM. And we will see the different releases, and then we will continue our journey into EWM. We'll see the different landscape and so on. Okay, so before understanding what is a warehouse, let us try to understand with an example how any industry functions. Let me take an example of Tata Motors. And again, the disclaimer is I'm not making any kind of comments that how EWM has been implemented or the example that I'm quoting is a real example from Tata Motors. This is just I am giving for a reference example purpose. So let's say, how does a Tata Motor function and what is the prime business of Tata Motors? They are producing vehicles. It could be cars, it could be trucks, buses, whatever. For our example, for simplicity, let us take that Tata Motors is producing cars. Now, to produce a car, what are the components Tata Motors would require? They would require engine if they are doing an assembly. If they are producing the engine as well, then they would require all the components of engine, and then they would assemble the engine before they could actually assemble that engine into the car. So let us assume that they are procuring the engine directly. They are not manufacturing or they are not preparing the engine there itself in the facility. So they would require the engine, they would require the tires, they would require a chassis, they would require infotainment system, your touch screens, they would require seats, seat covers, speakers, and many more such components. So let's say when Tata Motors starts producing those vehicles on the assembly line, and if there are only 3 tires available, they cannot wait for the 4th tire to be made available so that their final car is produced and released and sold to its customers. And just imagine a such situation like that, where they have started the assembly of the car and they realize that there are only 3 tires that is in their facility and the 4th tire is not available. So what kind of activities they will need to perform before they can actually get this tire made available to their production facility? They would require a purchase order to be created. I'm assuming they are already having a contract with various vendors and suppliers. So they will create a purchase order with one of the suppliers and vendors. Then that purchase order would be sent to that vendor or supplier. Then that vendor will send 1 tire or a bulk, so a number of tires. Then from the supplier's location, it would be sent to the actual assembly plant where the car is being produced. and then it will take some days, and then the tire reaches the facility, and then you can put that tire in your car, and then your final product is ready, and then you will be able to sell that or maybe deliver that car to your customers. So you can see that there will be a slight or a significant delay in delivering that car to the customers. So we do not want that. So what Tata Motors would want is, they would want that, okay, when they are producing this car, they should have a certain material already available in their facility. And let's say if they are producing 100 cars in a day, then 100 into 4, at least every day they should have 400 tires already available in their facility. So their assembly line is not stopped. They can continue to produce 100 cars. Then again, next day, they are going to produce 100 cars. So again, for the next day to produce those 100 cars, again, same set of 400 or 500, if you're giving a spare tire as well, 500 tires should be available next day so that the assembly line continues to work. There is no stoppage, there is no breakage. And for this, they would require a warehouse. What this warehouse will do, not only the tires, the engines, the infotainment system, the seats, the doors, the chassis, whatever we discuss, it will be already available in the warehouse. And then from the warehouse, they will pick those materials and it would be made available on the assembly line. And then you can continue to produce those cars. So this is from the procurement perspective. When you need certain components, when you need certain parts, it should be available in your facility, and that facility will be a warehouse where you will be storing all those parts, all those materials in a certain order that we are going to discuss, but the facility will be called as a warehouse. So this is from the inbound scenario where parts or materials from different vendors, different suppliers are coming to your location where you have physically created a warehouse. It is coming to your location, and then you are utilizing those materials in the production facility. Now look at the other side, which will be the outbound scenario. Now Tata Motors is producing 100 cars every day, and they will be selling those 100 cars to different customers. So it is not possible that you have a customer ready as soon as you produce your car and it comes out of your assembly line and your customer will pick the car and they will take it to their home or their location. No, it is not going to be like that. So after your cars has been produced, you would require certain steps to be followed. There will be a quality inspection. There would be some testing. You are going to run those cars on the tracks. You will do certain testing. There will be certain quality inspections that you are going to do before actually delivering the cars to your customers. So in the outbound scenario also, if let's say you are selling 100 cars every day to customers, you have 100 sales order already created, and you know that each day one customers from different dealers will be taking these cars from your dealer location. Then between those dealer location and your assembly line, you are also performing certain quality inspections, validations, and you need to store those cars as well before the final delivery or before the final outbound happens. Then again, you would need a warehouse where your finished product, which is a car in this case, will be stored before it can be delivered to your dealer or maybe directly to your customers. So that will be the outbound scenario. You will have sales orders created. According to the sales orders, you are going to fulfill the delivery of your customers. And on my screen, you can see a picture of a very simplistic picture of warehouse, where the building, you can see that there are various products that has been stored, and you can see a truck and the small vehicles. Let me see if I can get the pointer here. No. Okay, so these small vehicles, these are forklifts, so which is like picking these materials or pallets, you can call it, picking up these pallets, and they are loading this into truck, and then this truck will go to the designated location where your materials or where your product needs to be shipped. In our case, we considered example, but this looks like some other warehouse where there are different products which has been packed in these boxes, or which are called as HUs. We will be discussing about what do you mean by HU, what do we mean by boxes, everything we will discuss. But then once this truck is loaded, it will be shipped to the destination location wherever you want to ship. So this is how a business would function, and it would require warehouse for both the inbound scenario and outbound scenario. Now, let us take the definition of warehouse. What do we mean by warehouse? What is a warehouse? So a warehouse, we can say it as a dedicated space used for storing the goods and material that we are seeing that in this building. You can see that various materials or certain goods has been stored, and it is a very vital component in the supply chain process. So we have seen that, okay, you are procuring something on using let's say you are using SAP PP over there, and you are using SAP MM where all your materials are master data materials, prices, everything is configured. And then to keep your flow optimized, just in time delivery, make to order, make to stock, to achieve all these scenarios, or the warehouse is a very vital component. It helps the organization to manage their inventory. So you can manage your inventory. Like in our example, if you're producing 100 cars, you need all the components, you need all the materials to produce those 100 cars. You will have all the components, all the inventory available in your warehouse. And this is how you are going to streamline your logistics as well. When I say streamline your logistic, your inbound flow, when your supplier should send the materials from their location to warehouse, this would be streamlined and optimized. And when the truck should leave from your warehouse to the dealer or to the customers, that can be streamlined through the warehouse management system. And of course, the other components, it will ensure that the products are made available when the customer needs, and so on and so forth. Okay, any questions before I actually go to the next topic on understanding this warehouse? We have discussed two scenarios of warehouse, inbound and outbound scenario. We are going to discuss in details what is inbound, what is outbound, how to create the inbound delivery, how to create the outbound delivery, and every aspect of inbound and outbound delivery. But any questions on this general, what is a warehouse or why we need a warehouse?
Actually, I'm new to EWM. So I'd like to know the difference between the previous process, what we follow, and the current process. Like, what is the difference with EWM and what was the legacy system, like legacy kind of process, what they used previously? I mean, what is...
Right. That we are going to do. So you can see that we will be discussing about the comparison or what was the legacy modules that was already available prior to EWM. Even in the warehouse management system history, we are going to see a little bit about that.
Okay, sure.
Okay, then I will move ahead. Now we have seen what is a warehouse, the physical location, why an organization need a warehouse. I am still talking about warehouse. When I say warehouse, I am talking about the physical location that I need where I will be managing my inventory. Now, to optimize your warehouse, you need a warehouse management system. And why a warehouse management system is required, we are going to discuss about that. Okay, so we know that the warehouse, the actual physical location or the building that we saw in the previous slide, is very essential in any supply chain process. Now, to optimize that warehouse, to optimize the storage, to optimize the movements of goods. When I say optimize the storage, you see, this is your warehouse. It will have certain capacity. And if you stack your goods in any random order, then you might not be utilizing the full capacity or full potential of this warehouse. So you need a warehouse management system which tells you that, okay, this is the material, this is the size of the material, this is the weight of the material, or you can consider these boxes. This is the size of this box. This is the weight of this box. Then accordingly, where you should place this box in your warehouse. This your warehouse management system will tell you. So in a way, you're optimizing your storage, how this product, how this box, or how this pallet should be stored in your warehouse. Then you can see that in your inbound and outbound scenario, and even in the internal movement, you are moving material from one location to another location, from one bin to another bin. You are doing a lot of other processes in your warehouse as well. So here also, your warehouse management system will tell you that, okay, this is the box. Okay, you want to do a quality inspection. What are the steps you should follow? From which location to which location this box should be moved? Let us take this example only. You can see from your warehouse, there are certain boxes which has been placed on this area. Let's consider this as a staging area where your truck comes and then you are loading that material into this truck. Now let us assume the other way around. Once your truck arrives and then this forklift is going to the warehouse, is searching for the boxes which needs to be loaded into the truck. Then it is picking that boxes from the warehouse. Then it is bringing it up here and then loading the truck. Compared to the other scenario where you have already moved your boxes from your warehouse to this area, and when the truck arrives, your forklift just pick those boxes and loads into the truck. Which process will take less time in loading the truck so that the truck can be relieved and it could be sent to the destination? Putting those boxes here already in the staging area or picking it up from the warehouse when the truck arrives? Which one will take less time? Any guesses as well?
Staging area, from the staging area.
Yes, of course. So when you have already placed your boxes or materials in the staging area, then of course this is optimized. It will take less time. As soon as the truck arrives, this forklifts, you are seeing there are multiple forklifts. These forklifts will pick these boxes and will load into the truck. This will take less time. So we can say this process is optimized. And this steps will be configured and will be done in the warehouse management system. So your warehouse management system will tell you that, okay, this truck is supposed to arrive, let's say at 10 a.m. Then you need to move all these materials because this truck has a capacity to load, let's say 10 boxes. Then you need to move these 10 boxes from your warehouse to the staging area so that the truck, when arrives, you can load those materials into the truck. So that way you're optimizing your goods movement, you're optimizing the performance of your warehouse. Okay, so what warehouse management system will do? It will improve your inventory accuracy because you are moving the right boxes. So you are not loading something which was not supposed to be loaded onto the truck. If you, by mistake, if you put another box on that staging area, then the forklift or the warehouse worker will come and they will load that box into the truck and it would be sent to the dealer's location or will be sent to the location which it was not intended to. So with your warehouse management system, it will improve your inventory or it will improve your warehouse accuracy because you know which box is placed on which area and you will be able to locate the different material, different pallets. Then it is, of course, increasing the efficiency that we have already seen. That if you are moving the material or boxes already from your warehouse to a staging area, and when the trucks comes, you are simply loading that. So you are optimizing and you are reducing the efficiency. When you are improving your accuracy and when you are increasing your efficiency, of course, your operational cost becomes low. Your time to manage those inventory has reduced. You are reaching a high accuracy where you are not sending or you are not moving material or boxes from a location to another location, which was it was not intended. So your whole operational cost of your warehouse reduces. And the fourth and the most important point is it enhances your customer satisfaction. So when you are not delivering wrong product, when you are not taking too much of time to deliver the product, then of course your customer satisfaction increases. Just think for a moment, if you have ordered something from Amazon and if you get a product which you have not ordered, and then again, Amazon customer service tells you, okay, fine, we will ship the right product to you. Although they will ship the right product to you, but this additional delay or the first instance where the right product was not delivered to you, that will cause a dissatisfaction. That will give you a bad impression about Amazon. So if you are having a proper warehouse management system and taking care of your inventory optimization and efficiency, then your customer services, your customer satisfaction also increases. So this is the reason, the 4 points to improve your inventory or warehouse accuracy, to increase your efficiency, to reduce the overall operational cost, to enhance your customer satisfaction, you need a warehouse management system in your warehouse. Any questions? Okay. And we are discussing about the theory, the concept of warehouse management system, what is EWM, and then maybe from towards the end of the session or maybe from onwards, we will see in the system how to configure a warehouse, how to use a warehouse, what are the different configurations we need to do. All those things we will see in the subsequent sessions as well. So we are trying to just understand what is warehouse and what is EWM from a very holistic perspective. Okay, then what are the key objectives of a warehouse management system? Now we know the problem statement. What was the problem statement and what we are trying to solve with a warehouse management system. And on the similar lines, these will be the key. These are the 6 key objectives based on which, if you're using a warehouse management system, you will see those objectives being achieved in your warehouse. We have already discussed about customer satisfaction, and you can see the high customer service and satisfaction. So if you're using a warehouse management system, you know the exact location of each and every material, each and every boxes. You know the exact location, in which storage bin, which area, which corner of the warehouse this particular material is placed. So let's say if a customer is making an order based on the location, you know that this material is already in my warehouse in this particular storage location, then you will be able to calculate the delivery time. If you do not know, let's say you check your warehouse and you see that, okay, this product or this material which customer has ordered is not available in my warehouse, then I need to procure this material or maybe ship this material from my another location. Let's say a customer is ordering this product in Pune location and you see that in Pune warehouse, this is not available. Then you check your warehouse management system and you find that, okay, it is available in my another warehouse, which is in Chennai location. And you know that from Chennai to ship that material from Chennai to Pune, it will take 3 additional days. Then accordingly, you can tell your customers or you can show a delivery date to a customer according to the current location of the product. And that is the way you are able to serve your customers in a better way and you achieve a high level of customer satisfaction. The second point is process standardization. Let us assume if you are not using a warehouse management system, then every warehouse worker or every person will follow own process according to their mindset, according to their knowledge, according to their skill. They will follow own process, and that will not be very standard. So in the first example which we saw, let's say I am new to this warehouse, I am a fresher and I am working as a warehouse worker in this warehouse. My thought process is, okay, if I put this material in the staging area, unnecessary, I am doing it in a two-step process. First, I am picking the material from the warehouse and then putting it in this area. And when the truck comes, I am again picking it up and then loading the truck. For me, this is a two-step process. What I think is when the truck will arrive, I will pick this forklift, I'll directly go to the warehouse, I will pick these boxes and I will load it to the truck. That is my way of thinking. But I am not thinking from a larger perspective that, okay, this is going to take more time and I am paying for the truck based on the number of hours we are using it. So if let's say for 4 or 5 hours, the truck is standing in my warehouse, I am paying for that as well. But according to my thought process, I thought, okay, this is better and I followed that process. Another warehouse worker who is an experienced guy, he knows that, okay, it would not be the most optimized process. So what we need to do, we need to move the material from the warehouse to a staging area. And when the truck is arriving, that material is already ready near to the truck and we just simply load that truck. So instead of 4 hours, the truck now will be staying in our warehouse only for 1 hour. He is thinking from that perspective. But there is not a standard process that we are following. But if there is a warehouse management system, your warehouse management system will tell you what you need to do. So based on if the warehouse management system sees that, okay, there is an outbound delivery which is scheduled to happen at 10:30, then it will prompt the movement of these material from your warehouse to the staging area. And then everyone will follow the same process. They will just pick it up, the different boxes, and will load it into the truck. So in this way, you are standardizing the process. I gave you a very very brief example, but you can think from other perspective as well. If you are doing a quality inspection, what are the things that you need to perform? What are the steps you need to do will be standardized using your warehouse management system. Okay. Increased efficiency and productivity. We have already seen that if you are improving your accuracy of your inventory, you are reducing the processing time, then of course your efficiency and productivity of the warehouse is increased. Okay, reduced inventory and labor cost. How? So now your inventory is managed properly using a warehouse management system. And let us take the first example which I gave. You are producing Tata Motor cars, you are producing 100 cars every day. Now you are producing blue color cars. Let us say you are producing blue color Nexon, and you have tires which is for Tata Safari. Do you think you can fit Tata Safari car in your Tata Nexon? And I am assuming that the size of both these vehicles are different. If it is same, I am not considering that. But let us assume the tire is different, size is different. Can you fit a Tata Safari car tire into your Tata Nexon? Can you do that?
No.
Of course, no. The obvious answer is no. We cannot do that. Then just think that, okay, your warehouse is full with tires. You have all the tires, 400 tires or 500 tires you need, but it is for Tata Safari. And what you're producing, you are producing Tata Nexon. Then the entire inventory, although it is fully utilized, you have stored all the materials, it is in full capacity, but it is useless. That will increase your cost. It will increase the dissatisfaction among the customers. It will increase the processing time. Then again, you need to follow the same steps. You move these tires from your warehouse to some other location, and then you ship in other tires, or maybe you change your entire assembly line and you start producing the Tata Safari car so that you can fit in these tires. So with warehouse management system, you can optimize your inventory. Okay, you know that I'm going to produce Tata Nexon, then day after I'm going to produce Tata Safari. Then you can manage your inventory according to that only. Or you know that you have orders from your customers for Tata Nexon, then there is no point producing Tata Safari. Then accordingly, you will have your inventory managed according to that. So this way, you are optimizing your inventory, you're optimizing your warehouse, so that reduces the cost. Even the labor cost will be reduced because they are not repeating the same process again and again. You would require less number of warehouse workers because your warehouse process is already optimized. You're following the standard process. Then the fifth objective is greater visibility and decision support. The same example that we took, that, okay, if you are using a warehouse management system, your warehouse management system will tell you that, okay, you have 400 cars to be produced, which will be Tata Nexon. And then accordingly, you need to have all the materials that you need to put in Tata Nexon. Then you are not going to procure the material and bring and put in your warehouse, which is not for Tata Nexon. So that way, from the warehouse management, they will have a greater visibility of all your inventory, all your sales order, all your purchase order, and then they will be able to make wiseful decision. Okay, then I need to get this material moved from different dealers to my warehouse, or maybe if this material is not available with my dealer, I need to create a purchase order so that I can procure this material or this components from different dealers. And then again, they are contributing to better customer satisfaction and optimization and less operational cost. Everything it would lead to that. So again, the decision makers, they will have a greater visibility of data, they will have accurate data, and they will be able to take wise decision. Now, the sixth point is the most important, process automation and scalability. So in the warehouse management system, you can integrate various tools, automated guided vehicles, RF scanners, PPF post-processing framework, and many of these things we are going to discuss as a part of this curriculum. And using all these components, using all this process, you can automate a lot of things. So for example, if you are creating an outbound delivery, your outbound delivery will be loaded into the truck. Your material or whatever you want to ship to your customer will be loaded into your truck. And at the same time, let's say you want printout to be triggered to your printer. that can be automated. So through a PPF action, you can trigger a printout, and then you already have a printout which you can hand it over to the truck driver or to the truck person that, okay, these are the materials that you are carrying, or all the documents that you need, let's say for cross-border transit or for customs, whatever you need, you have all the documents already ready. You have the AGVs, which we call it automated guided vehicles. So this you are seeing as a forklift. This you are seeing is a forklift where you need a driver, you need to operate it manually. Similarly, there are AGVs, automated guided vehicles, in very advanced warehouse. So those guided vehicles are kind of robots. They know that, okay, this material is placed in this location. It would automatically go to that location and it will pick that material. It will come and it will load into the truck, or maybe if you want to move it to another location. So there is, without any manual intervention, that AGV will perform its operation. So that level of automation you can do in the warehouse with the warehouse management system. Okay, so these are the 6 objectives that we can achieve if we are having a good or a proper warehouse management system implemented in our warehouse. Any questions on this?
You said there is a staging area, right? Like, which will improve the process. With this, whatever the staging area is, that what do we call this in EWM, like, or any legacy warehouse system? Like, what do we call the staging? This
is called as a staging area. This is a staging area only. So that's the reason I have used a warehouse specific terms only. This is called as a staging area, where between your warehouse, I explained for an outbound scenario. Similarly, for an inbound scenario, your truck comes and you just unload the trucks and put it in the staging area, and then from the staging area you move it to different locations in your warehouse.
So in the system, like, do we consider it as a storage location or bin or something? Or
yes, it will be considered as a storage location. We will see that. Oh,
okay.
It's considered as storage.
It's called as a staging area only, but we will configure the staging area as well. Yeah, sorry.
It's considered as storage, not storage. Okay.
Yeah. So we will discuss about storage type, storage bin, different sections, everything we will discuss. Okay, moving on to the next topic. So this is a brief history, how the warehouse management system has been evolving in SAP world. And you can see there are 2 boxes, I would say. So one you are seeing with this green colors, and then you are seeing on the left is with yellow colors, or golden, whatever you are seeing. And then you can see that it started somewhere in 1970, long back, maybe for specific one process, they had created a warehouse management system. And you can see that in 1970, no, this is 1980. So again, in 1975, they created the first software. So it was specific for a customers. It was not a standardized, or it was not a generic process that they had created. It was specific according to the customer's need. Those softwares were created. And then down the line, you can see that they have added a lot of processes. So for example, EDI, the data exchange, which is again an important way to interface your EWM system with other legacy or SAP system or non-SAP system. So let's say, for example, if your dealer is sending some material from their location to your warehouse, they will send an advance shipment notification, and there is an IDOC type, DESDAV, DESDAV, IDOC type, which will be sent so that you know that, okay, these are the material that is coming to my warehouse on this date. And then when your truck arrives, you already have planned your warehouse that, okay, these are the materials which I will be getting in my warehouse. And then you can move those materials and you can perform different operations. Then you can see the first RFID. It was introduced somewhere between 1990 and 2000. And it is one of the very key component in the warehouse. So you must have seen those RF scanners. Let me see if I could show you. Yeah. So these are the kind of scanners which you must have seen maybe in different locations. Maybe if you have gone to the DMarts, DMarts, they are using a different type of it, but still in the bigger stores, you will see this, that, okay, their warehouse workers, they are having RF gun like this, and then they are just pointing it. You can see that he's pointing this gun to some barcode, and then it will read the data, and then they know, okay, what material is there, what is the storage location. They will get all the information. Even some of the processes they can perform from this. So this is still an old version of RF scanner. Then you have latest version of the Zebra and the different vendors RF scanners, which is touch enabled. So here you are seeing a lot of keys as well, but in the new ones you will see it is touch enabled. So it's very much similar to your mobile Android mobile that you're seeing. So again, it supports various mobile applications, and then you can use the RF scanner to scan various products, or if you want to move something, then you just point it to that barcode and you get all the information. Then the warehouse worker can perform the operation, what needs to be done on that particular box or pallet or material, whatever it is. Okay, then you can see then in later half of 2000, they have also enabled pick by voice in the RFID also. So not every time you need to click a button or you need to touch the screen. Even there are some voice commands that you can give, and then based on the voice command, those operations can be performed. So even that functionality has been added. And from a process perspective, if you will see that in SCM 5.0, initially, it was warehouse orders, warehouse monitors, internal routing processes were available. If I talk about the ones which we are going, you will see this MFS material flow system, batch management. These has been added in the later version. So with every version, they have introduced some or new component. You don't need to learn or know each and every version they have released. There are two that we are going to discuss anyway. So I'll not talk about that. Different deployment option of a warehouse we are going to discuss when that slide comes. But you can see, you can understand that you're seeing a two representation of a warehouse. One is in the HCM box, and then this is in your ERP system itself. And we will see the different deployment option in some time. Okay. So in SAP, the prior version to extended warehouse management system was a WM, which was warehouse management system. And then they have the next version of the WM system is extended warehouse management system. And it has many more functionality, the pick by voice, RF enabled. You can see the GUI of the RF screens is way more advanced. And in WM, we did not have RF screens available for all the warehouse processes. In fact, it was not there. And then in extended warehouse management system, you have that RF screen. So even from RF, you can perform all the put away, picking, inbound delivery, outbound delivery, many more things you can do from the RF device as well. So the warehouse worker, if he is in the warehouse, why you need that RF device? That did anyone get that question? Okay, it's a handheld device. Why you need that device? Did anyone think of that question? We saw these RF scanners, right? And let me show you the.
It is for operational efficiency.
Yes, true. And how it will bring operational efficiency?
Because you can do all your activities within RF. You need not to depend on the desktop system.
Correct.
If you want to do any activity, removal, put away, or you want to do the bin-to-bin activities, everything you can manage, which is integrated with the EWM system.
Yes. So if you see this warehouse, it's a very small one, but consider a big warehouse. If you
can take that in the hand, and navigate through the warehouse, because the warehouse is a very big
right.
place,
So
right?
warehouse worker will be working in each and every location of this warehouse, right? They will be working in the staging area. They will be working in every corners of this warehouse. And you cannot place a computer at every location of the warehouse. You cannot do that. Absolutely, it is not possible. So maybe you will have one system, one computer, maybe where your IT support or where your business users are sitting. Maybe you will have one computer placed over there, but warehouse workers is working on every location. He cannot carry a computer everywhere. Let's say he's moving in this particular vehicle from one location to another location. He cannot carry a computer in this vehicle. And if he wants to know which boxes he needs to pick, there are so many boxes, how will he know? Then he can take use of the handheld device, which is the RF scanner. He will point to that box and he will scan it. He will get all the information. He will get all the information. Okay, this is the material inside this is the weight, this is the width, height, everything he will get. And then accordingly he knows that, okay, this material should be picked or not, because that also warehouse management system will tell him. And then he will pick that material and load into the truck. So RF device is a very handy or a very useful device in a warehouse, because you simply cannot have a computer or a PC made available in every location of the warehouse. And these handheld device comes to the use of each and every warehouse worker. Okay, then why a extended warehouse management system? So we were discussing that prior to this, it was warehouse management system, which was called as WM. And SAP has brought in the next version, which is the extended warehouse management system. And I think now by 2028 or 2030, because they have extended it, that WM will be completely replaced with EWM. So now, sooner or later, every organization, you can see they are moving from WM to EWM. If not now, then in some time, definitely they will. And again, as I mentioned, like the RF capabilities, they have added many more processes, like, the yard management, MFS. MFS is also a very key component in the warehouse to integrate with those robots I was talking about. So if you are seeing an automated warehouse, then MFS comes into picture. So they have added more functionalities into the extended warehouse management system. They have simplified some of the processes. So you are following a standard process, and some of the processes has been simplified in the EWM as compared to WM and IM. And even many of the processes you were not able to perform in an IM system. So let's say if you are having a very complex warehouse system, very complex, you can take example of Amazon only. So if Amazon is managing a warehouse, just think of the complexity they will have. They are dealing in thousands of products. You can basically order each and everything from Amazon, and they are having thousands of products. And think of a warehouse where you are storing all these 1,000 products, and the warehouse worker should know which product is in which location so that it picks the correct product and delivers to the customers. Then again, there are a lot of return products. So your customers are returning a lot of products that should come to your warehouse again. You are following a certain steps over there. You are doing a quality inspection whether that product is not used, it is damaged, then accordingly you will take action on those. So if it is damaged, you will send it for scrapping, or if it is in good condition to be used, then you know that, okay, you can again put it in the inventory and make it available for sale so that next customer can order it. And you need to optimize your process. If you are having a very big warehouse, spanning across a big land parcel, then for each material, your warehouse worker cannot be moving through the entire warehouse to pick that material. No, you need to optimize that process as well, so that that warehouse worker or your AGVs, automated guided vehicles, are traversing the shortest possible path to pick those materials and bring it to the location so that it can be shipped to customers. So all those complicated process, you are going to do deconsolidation. We will see some of the terms. I am just mentioning the terms. If you don't know about it, don't worry. We will be discussing about these terms. You are going to do quality inspection. You are going to do yard management. You are going to use MFS to integrate with those automated conveyors, AGVs. You are going to use all such processes. So for such complex warehouse where the volume is high, where you are storing a lot of material, you need an extended warehouse management system. These kind of capabilities was not possible with WM. WM was useful, but when you are talking about a big warehouse with complex process, then you need to bring in extended warehouse management system. And even smaller organization, for example, if you are just, for example, a small company, let us assume a small medicine company, they are getting those products delivered from the various suppliers. They are packing it and then they are shipping to customers. They are not dealing in very high volume or too many materials. Then they can use inventory management as well. So again, it depends on the complexity your actual warehouse needs, the number of transactions that you are making, and then you will choose that, okay, you should go for extended warehouse management. And again, even in extended warehouse management system, there are various deployment options that we will see. And again, according to the need, you are going to choose the correct deployment option. Okay, so in extended warehouse management system, you can have a standalone system as well. This is one of the deployment option, or you can have a fully integrated embedded EWM as well. So that we will see in the deployment option. You can integrate your EWM with all your other SAP modules. So you can integrate with SAP MM, you can integrate with your production planning, you can integrate with your SD, you can integrate with FICO as well. Once the good receipt is done, invoices would be generated. So you can integrate with those systems as well. And not only that, you can integrate with other SAP components as well. You can see here the integration with BI as well possible. So if you're using SAP Analytics Cloud. If you have heard of these terminologies, DataSphere, SAP Analytics Cloud, BW on HANA, BI, then you can integrate your EWM system with these systems as well. So you can create those reports, you can create those visualizations as well. You can, of course, connect it with your ECC or ERP system, because your sales order, your purchase order, your material management will be in your ERP system. So you can integrate with this as well. If you are having various suppliers, they are using different components, they are using different systems, then you can have integrations with that. I mean, there are various services, there are various ways to do that. But yes, you can very seamlessly integrate your EWM with different supplier systems as well. And this we already discussed, that some of the functionalities also, it has new and enhanced functionalities as compared to WM. And in some years, it would be made obsolete, and WM will be completely removed from SAP ecosystem, and people will be using EWM. Okay, and this is from the previous version, because some of the organizations are still using it like that, because they are already using WM for long, and they cannot do a one-time transformation that they are moving everything from their system. They will do it slowly, but yes, and slowly they would replace their EWM, or they will migrate everything what they are doing in WM to EWM. Okay. And then again, the same integration scenario. You can see this is the supply chain management. This is a separate HCM box where you have your SAP Extended Warehouse Management System, SAP EWM place. And again, you have various other modules. We are not going to discuss into details about those. And then you can see it is connected to your ERP system. So all other SAP modules like MM, material management, SD, sales and distribution, FICO, master data, other logistic executions, the ERP logistic executions is available in your ECC or ERP system. And through RFCs, through various iDocs, your EWM or your SCM system is connected to other system. If you are having a separate CRM portal for your sales, marketing, customer relationship, then even your EWM is connected to that CRM portal as well through different iDocs, RFCs, and you can see all sort of connections through RFCs, here through iDocs. And this I was talking about, you're getting an iDoc from your CRM system to your EWM. Here, I was talking about BW. So this is your warehouse. So you can see even your EWM system can directly connect to your warehouse system. And then you can create data models on your BW layer. And then from those data models, the visualizations, the graph, pie chart, bar graph, whatever you want to create, you can see, so that the business have very good high level overview of how your EWM system or how your warehouse is functioning. Okay, so one reference slide. So let's say if you are working on a WM system, if your client is using a WM system and they say that, okay, they want to do deconsolidation, then you know that deconsolidation process is not available in WM and IM. Then you know that, okay, if it is EWM, then only you can use the deconsolidation process. Otherwise, deconsolidation process will not be available in. So accordingly, this you can consider as a reference diagram. If you want to see that which functionality is available in which system, then accordingly you can use it. So you can see if in IM, it is very simple. I mean, manage stock at the storage location directly. So it is having only one functionality. If you want to do any other warehouse related operations, then those are not available. Similarly, for WM, many of the functionalities like other value added services, deconsolidation, labor management, all these things are not available in WM, and all these are available in the EWM system. Okay, any questions till this point? Okay, so in this diagram, you can see the different versions of EWM. You have seen that many people, they are saying that they are certified in EWM 9.5, 9.4. So these are the different versions of the EWM they are talking about. And it is basically categorized in 3 different high-level processes. One is the inbound processing. The second one is the outbound processing, inbound, when it is coming to your warehouse from outside location, from your dealers, from your suppliers to your location. That is inbound processing. When you are sending something from your warehouse to other location, maybe to your dealers, to your customers, to another warehouse, that would be coming as a part of outbound processing. Then, of course, even in the warehouse, you will be performing certain operations. You will be optimizing the storage, and all those will be coming under internal movement, storage, and operation. So in 3 sections, you can see that in which EWM module, which process was introduced. So let me take, for example, the production supply. So this production supply was introduced in EWM 7.0. So if you are using EWM prior to EWM 7.0, then this production supply process will not be available. Similarly, if let's see anything related to this, the purple one, okay, this direct PLC communication, maybe I think even batch on plant level, I'm not sure of these processes, but yeah, I mean, many of these functionality, yeah, this one, SAP Fiori apps for return clerk. So again, they have introducing Fiori for to be used in EWM, and like, I mean, with every release, they are adding more and more Fiori applications. So many of the things they are adding with every release and every version. If you want to see based on which version, what are the possibilities or what are the capabilities your EWM system is having, then you can refer to this slide. You do not need to, remember what was available in which version. If you're using anything which is EWM 9.5, of course, you're using the latest version, and you do not need to worry about everything that you see in this diagram is already available. Okay, so before moving to the next topic, which will be the different deployment option, any questions till this point, whatever we have discussed? So now what you're seeing on my screen is the different deployment options, or you can call it as a landscape. First, I will start with S4HANA Embedded EWM, because this is the system we are going to use for our learning as well. And this is the system which will be made available to you as well. Once we are discussing, it will be made available to you as well for your practice as well. So first, let us discuss about this. You all must be knowing about SAP S4HANA. Anyone who is not aware about SAP S4HANA? Okay. So just one liner about SAP S4HANA. SAP S4HANA is the 4th generation or the next generation business suite from SAP, which is having SAP HANA as a database. That is a very key component of it. It is having SAP HANA as a database, which is an in-memory database from SAP. It is having many more capabilities, many advanced features. And the business suite, which is based on top of SAP HANA database, they have called it as SAP S4 HANA, which is again the 4th generation. First was SAP ECC 2-tier, then 3-tier, and then the 4th one is S4HANA, and the prior one was standalone applications they were creating. So that's how the history of SAP Business Suite has been. Then if you want to use different modules, let's say SD, MM, FI, CO, PP, then all these modules will be made available in SAP S4HANA. Similar to these modules, even EWM is also available in your same SAP S4HANA box only. Let us see that. What do I mean by that? So this is my SAP S4HANA system. I will go to the status so that I can see all the components that has been installed. So I will go to SAP system data, product version. I'll click on this icon, details, and let me first go to the installed product versions. And you can see this is the SAP S4HANA on-premise 2023. So it is one of the latest version of SAP S4HANA that we are using. And I don't think we'll see directly the EWM components. Yeah, right. So we do not see any specific component for EWM. Let me search as well one more time. But your EWM component is already coming pre-installed with your SAP S4HANA. How do I know that? So if I run any of the transaction related to EWM, if I go to SPRO, I should be able to see that. So let's say I run warehouse monitor transaction, and this is a very common, very useful transaction. So which is for monitoring all your activities in your warehouse. And you can see that this transaction is available. If I go to inbound documents, inbound delivery, let me filter all the data. Perfect. I can see a lot of inbound delivery. So there are some 4,000 odds inbound delivery. If I click on this, if I click warehouse task, you can You can see. So this is again transaction, PRDI transaction. So my warehouse components is already available. SCWM components is already available. The transaction I have seen, the screen I have seen. Let me see any one of the tables. If you want to see, then you can see those tables as well, or better to see in SPRO. So if I go to SPRO, and this we will be discussing. So if I am rushing, don't worry about that. Yeah, we have warehouse configured in our EWM system. So your EWM components is already available. One more quick check that I will do. I will run the transaction for RFUI. So I just spoke about the remote enabled devices. And then you can see that this is how the screen will look like. I mean, you are seeing it in the browser or in your GUI at the moment, but this is how your screen will be displayed on that UI device. So it will be not the complete of it. So let's say if I crop, so something like this big screen will be displayed in your RFUI, this box. Okay. So my EWM components are available in my S4HANA system. And this is called as embedded warehouse. Coming back to the slide, you can see that this is called as embedded deployment. So your warehouse is in the same S4HANA box as your other ERP modules, the SD module, MM module, whatever modules you are using, you have it in the same box. What are the advantages? Before coming to the advantages, let us see what are the different deployment options. Then we will compare the advantages and disadvantages of each and which one should be preferred over other in which scenario. The other deployment option is, it is called as decentralized. In decentralized EWM, what you will have is, you will have your SAP S4HANA or SAP ECC. It could be both. I mean, if you are still in SAP ECC, then your ERP related process. What do I mean by the ERP related process? Let's say if you want to create your purchase order, if you want to create your sales order, if you want to create your materials, then all those things will be done in your ERP system. And you have another system which will be in your SAP HCM server. You can see this example in HCM server, and you have SAP EWM deployed in that HCM server. So this is called as decentralized. Here it was embedded. Why embedded? Because your EWM, you can see, has been embedded. It has been included in your same SAP S4HANA system only. And this was possible in ECC as well. In SAP ECC also, you had the possibility for an embedded EWM. But in S4HANA, now it is coming pre-delivered. I mean, you do not need to add any components, add any add-ons. Now it is coming pre-delivered with that. If you want to use it, you can start using it. And the second one is decentralized, where your ERP system, when I'm talking about ERP system, I am talking about other systems. And then your EWM is deployed, or those components are available in a different HCM server. So if that was the case, if I log into my ERP account like I did now, and if I am running certain transactions, I should not be able to see those transactions or should not be able to run that, because your warehouse will be configured in this HCM server. Your storage location will be configured in this system. So those things will not be available. The third deployment option is, here you can see the SAP EWM standalone. In this standalone system, what you are doing is, you are having the same SAP ERP system like in the previous case, where your procurement related, SD related, MM related things are there. Now, SAP EWM is a separate box, but it is not on your SAP HCM server. It is a standalone component of SAP EWM you are using. And then it is integrated with ERP. What do I mean by standalone component? Let me go back few slides. If you see over here, we had one supply chain HCM system where, along with EWM, you are having ATP, planning forecast, other HCM basics, everything, and you are having EWM deployed to this HCM box. If you are not using this ATP and other things, you are using only EWM, then as a standalone system also, without these components or these modules. If you're using SAP EWM only, then also it is possible, and that is the standalone deployment we are talking about. That is also decentralized. Why decentralized? Because your ERP box is separate from your EWM box. It is called as standalone, but again, it is decentralized, where your ERP system is different from your EWM system. Okay. So 3 deployment options we have discussed. One is the embedded EWM, embedded in S4HANA. Then the decentralized, where EWM is deployed on an HCM server. Then the third one is again a decentralized, where SAP EWM is on a standalone system. Okay. Any confusion or any questions related to these different deployment options? Again, if you don't go by this diagram completely, the same thing you can see it has been mentioned according to different releases as well. So now, you can see in the decentralized option, once SAP S4HANA was introduced, you can have SAP EWM servers connected to your SAP S4HANA system. So your ERP now changes from SAP ECC to S4. That is only what is changing in these two. So the topmost layer is showing your decentralized options, both decentralized EWM on SCM server, decentralized on EWM standalone, and connected to your SAP ECC ERP. In the middle layer, again, it is showing as decentralized, but your SAP EWM, whether on SAP HCM server or standalone EWM, is connected to your SAP S4HANA ERP. Then the bottommost layer, now it is the embedded EWM, where your EWM servers or EWM components are coming pre-delivered or in the same box as your SAP S4HANA system. So just think this, that you're moving this EWM from here to here, right? Or here to here. Then that is embedded EWM. This was prior. You could have added EWM as an add-on. Now this is no more available, and you can see even there is no conversion path towards S4HANA. So this we are not discussing. Okay. Is it clear or any questions? This is very important because the decision, if you are working as a consultant, then of course you need to take a decision on behalf of your client or your customers that, okay, which deployment option will be most suitable for them. And these kind of decisions, generally the functional people or who are the architects, they are part of that. But again, it is good to understand the benefits or the disadvantages of different deployment options. But is it clear, the 3 deployment option, is it clear?
Question, what is SCM server? You told, I think I missed it probably.
Okay, so you see this box, right? HCM server means in ERP box, what are the components you are having? You will have all these components: material management, ST, logistic, ERP logistic execution, FICO, master data. So these processes are related to enterprise resource planning, right? ERP, the full form of ERP, enterprise resource planning, right? And HCM is supply chain management. So in supply chain management, what are the processes you are going to do? I think ATP is available to promise, or APO, I forgot the full form of it. So if you're doing any kind of planning and forecasting, so like, for example, these materials should be made available to this location or this customer at this particular time. So if you're doing that kind of advanced planning, right? Or if you're making stocks available as per the promise, or if you're doing those, I think, advanced planning and optimization, this is a module. So if you are using these modules as well, it will be coming in a separate box, and that we call it as a SCM, or the supply chain management box. And if you're having your EWM also, because EWM is also a part of a supply chain management process, right? So
it has to be with SCM, right? Always EWM, is that so?
No, we saw both the options, right? Even in the HCM box also, or as a standalone also, you can have it both.
Okay. But with S4HANA, it is all embedded. See, this is all there. Even APO is there, and is that right?
So in
APO,
sole purpose of SAP is if they are using SAP HANA, they are saying that you can do millions of transactions in the same system as well, right? So that is the reason they are bringing all the components in SAP S4HANA. And again, if you are seeing, we'll discuss what are the advantages and disadvantages, then this will become clear. But all these components are available in S4HANA as well, can be made available in S4HANA.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, then moving on. Let's say, since we discussed the embedded EWM, a very big organization, Amazon, we will take example of Amazon. They are having warehouses across India, right? They will have warehouse in, let's say, in Bhiwandi, between Mumbai and Pune. They have a warehouse in Bangalore. They have a warehouse in Chennai, Hyderabad, and so on and so forth. I mean, according to their demand, they have created those warehouses. Now, everything is working fine for them. They are using this embedded EWM. Everything is working fine for them. Now they want to upgrade. They want to upgrade their SAP S4HANA system. They were using, let's say, 2021, and now they want to upgrade their S4HANA to S4HANA 2023. Do you think their EWM is also impacted? If I am doing an upgrade of my SAP S4HANA system, and I am assuming a downtime of, let's say, a week, I am considering it to be on the higher side, but let's assume there is a downtime of 1 week which will be required to upgrade my system. Will my system will also be impacted in this? Or will I be able to use the EWM system without any impact?
It will be impacted.
It will be impacted. And I am considering a downtime of 1 week. Let's say, even if it is not 1 week, if it is 3 to 4 days, for an organization like Amazon, where they are doing transactions in millions every day, do you think they can afford a downtime of 3 or 4 days or a week? Even 2 days of downtime they can afford in their EWM system? No, they cannot. Even they cannot afford a downtime of 1 day, even if it is on a weekend. Generally, you will see that the organizations are upgrading their systems over the weekend, because on weekends the volume is low or the processing is low. But for Amazon, on weekend, probably they are doing more transactions, right? So that is the flip side of using an embedded EWM. What is the flip side? If you are upgrading your SAP S4HANA system, your EWM system is also impacted. Let's say there is a patch or there is enhancement that has been written by a developer, which has made the system corrupt. It is taking, it has started some unnecessary work processes, and then the whole system is behaving very slow. Is your EWM transactions will also be impacted? All your work processes are consumed by one bad implementation, which is unnecessary. It is going in a loop. So it is going in a loop, and then it is has consumed all your work processes. Is your EWM system also impacted? If you want to do an inbound delivery, will you be able to do that inbound delivery in this system? We are currently talking about embedded EWM only. Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes, it will have impact. Yes.
It will have impact. Even you will not be able to perform any of the EWM operation. So again, for big organization or those organizations who are doing transactions, millions of transactions in EWM, they have a very heavy dependency on EWM, then probably this would not be a very preferred operation for them, because they want to have their EWM operations running. Even let's say my sales order creation process in S4HANA is stopped, but I would want my EWM process to be running so that I can still get the products delivered. I cannot create new sales order, which I will fix in some time, but my products will be delivered to the customers as promised. My new materials which I want to procure will be already be shipped from different suppliers and will be delivered to my EWM location. That is one aspect of looking at it, where you want your EWM system to be separate from your ERP system. Then you will not go for this kind of operation. Okay, so I have discussed about the disadvantages. What could be the advantages of using an embedded EWM system? Now, let's say these two are two different systems. If you are creating a product in SAP S4HANA system, will it be available in the SAP EWM system? Let's say you are creating a Tata Nexon and you have created all the components that you will be required in Tata Nexon, right? So you, again, the same engine, chassis, tires, music system, infotainment system, speakers, and you have created those materials in your material management master data. Will those materials be available in your SAP EWM system?
Yes.
How? These two are two different systems I'm talking about.
No, but inward and outward should happen, right?
Yeah, that will happen. But I'm talking about the master data creation. You will create MM0, create this material. Will it be available in your SAP system? For inbound, of course, you are going to use the same material, because you are going to do an inbound. You know this is the material coming to that, but it will not be available as a master data in your SAP EWM.
Right, correct, yeah.
Right. So then again, you need to follow certain process. You need to sync the data, master data between your SAP S4HANA and SAP EWM system. Similar way, if you are, let's say, creating the sales order, And then based on this sales order, you will deliver certain products, let's say the same car from SAP EWM system to your dealer. Then again, you need to have some kind of connection between your SAP S/4HANA system to EWM so that your sales order information is passed from S/4HANA to EWM. Then EWM knows, okay, this is the product I need to ship. Am I correct? You need to pass that information. So that kind of integration you need to build. But do you think we need to do those steps in the embedded EWM? Do I need to copy the master data? Do I need to necessarily create those integrations so that the data flows from ERP to EWM system? Do you think we need to do that in the embedded EWM as well?
It's not required.
It's not required. So that is an advantage. If you're using an embedded EWM, since both the modules are in the same system, you would not require CIF functionality to copy the master data from one system to another system. You will not require that complex integration because both the systems are already available. Both the modules are already available. As you have seen, I was able to access the EWM related transaction. I can access VA01 as well, right? I can access it. But if it was two systems, I would have had to log in into two different systems. VA01, I would have been able to access in SAP S/4HANA, and then monitor transaction, which I access, I again would have had to log into EWM system to access the monitor transaction. So that is the advantage of using an embedded EWM. So if it is in the same system, you are not navigating between multiple systems. You do not need to copy the master data from one system to another system. But the flip side we know is that, again, your life cycle of EWM is dependent on your S/4HANA. So if there is some functionality which is not working in SAP S/4HANA, your probably EWM system is also impacted. So this is suited for organizations who are not using very complex. If you are using, simple EWM processes, you are not having very large volume, then you can go for this SAP S/4HANA. Okay. In another cases, when I said for a complex warehouse, again, you could go for these two, and the decision to use which one depends. So if you are using APOs, if you are using other supply chain modules, then of course you will have this HCM server and you will use EWM in that. If you are using only EWM, you are not using planning and optimization, you are not using APO, then you can have EWM as a standalone system. Perfect. Is this clear? Now, let us take another example. Okay, let us take the same example of Tata Motors, right? Tata Motors is manufacturing, they are having a manufacturing facility in Pune. They are having a manufacturing facility in Chennai, and they are shipping this vehicle to Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and some South African and South American continents as well. So a car which is produced in India is being shipped from your factory or your production facility in Pune to, let's say, South America or South Africa, maybe countries like Brazil, Argentina, or maybe South Africa. These countries also, they are shipping their vehicle. Now, they will have their dealers, they will have their salespersons in those countries as well, right? And now let's see, and I'm talking about the sales which is happening in those countries only. I'm talking about sales which is happening in South America and South Africa. And let's say they are not using those factories from Pune to sell in India or in nearby regions. Now, think from that, if I have my SAP S/4HANA or SAP ECC servers located in India, and a dealer is creating a sales order in South America, do you think there will be a slight latency? I hope everyone knows what is latency. If not, please raise your hand. I would explain that. Or if I
don't know.
Okay. So I will explain that. Okay. So what do we mean by latency? Let's say you are using Google. You are using Google, right? You are using Google Drive, and you know the servers of Google Drive is located somewhere in America or Canada, and you are accessing Google Drive from India. You will have a very slight lag. Those companies are investing a lot on the infrastructure. They are using the best possible connections. So you will not see that probably with the naked eye or for individual retail users. But think from an organization perspective. They are accessing huge volume of data. They will see a certain lag, maybe a few nanoseconds, microseconds, or maybe a few seconds. But you will see a certain lag. Why? Because your request from India goes to a server in United States, and then it processes that request, and then data is transferred from United States to India. That slightest lag is called as latency. Now, compared to this, you think now the Google sees that, okay, they have a lot of customers in India. Now they create their data centers, their servers in India only. For all the users in India, they will be redirecting their request to the servers in India. So now when you're trying to access Google Drive from India, your request will go to the servers in India. It will process that and will return you the results. Comparing these two examples which I gave, which one will be faster? Maybe few seconds, few microseconds or nanoseconds, which one will be faster? When with the servers were in United States or when the servers were in India?
In India.
In India. So this slight lag is called as latency. And for any individual or any organization, the lower the latency, the better it is. If you have seen, right, if you're trying to open a browser, or you are open a website, if it takes even 1 or 2 seconds to load that page, you get frustrated. Probably you will navigate to some other websites and you will start looking for alternatives. So even from customer satisfaction perspective, every organization wants to reduce the latency. Now, coming back to our example. Now the Tata Motors is doing the sales in South America and South Africa. Now they will be using S4 system to create those sales order. Now, where do you think your S4 HANA system should be located so that you are reducing the latency? Because you will be your dealer. You are as a customer in South America. You go to a dealer and then he will take all the inputs. Okay, this is the car you need. This is the color you need. This is the tire you need. You want additional components into that, and then he will create a sales order. Similarly, thousands of customers are walking to the dealers and they are taking the sales order. Where do you think the servers should be located for capturing all these transactions? And I'm talking about SAP S4HANA servers, because your sales order will be created in your SAP S4HANA. Where it should be located. Consider the latency we just discussed. It should be located somewhere in South America or Africa or nearby regions as compared to India. Do you agree to this?
Yes.
Right. Now, if your S4HANA system is located in South America, and if you are using embedded EWM, then by default, your EWM system or EWM server is also located in South America. Am I correct? I'm talking about this scenario, the bottommost scenario. If your S4HANA system is located in South America, then of course your EWM servers are also located in South America, right? But yeah, in our example, we considered that our warehouse, our production facility is in Pune and is in Chennai. And we are shipping these vehicles from Pune to South America. Now a warehouse worker takes this RF device, goes to the warehouse if he wants to scan a device, and then you think your request to scan the data from India, Pune location will go to South America. It will process the request, get the details, and then will display on the RF device of the users in Pune. Do you think, again, we have tried to solve the latency in one scenario related to sales order, but we have created or increased the latency in case of EWM processes? Have we done that? We have done that, right? And if a warehouse worker, they are doing hundreds of transactions in the EWM system in Pune, every request is going to South America, and then it is getting processed there and coming back to be displayed on the RF device. That will increase the latency. What could be the solution to this? Can we use a decentralized? I will create my S4HANA system in South America, so the dealer will capture the sales order, everything in the S4HANA system. Now, at the end of the day, because now you are not worried about latency, because the sales order is captured in the system, you need to communicate to your internal system. So even if it is taking some more time, I am not worried about that. And then your SAP EWM server is located in Pune, or Mumbai or nearby region. And then your EWM workers, if they are scanning a device or if they are doing an inbound delivery, outbound delivery, their request will go to a EWM server in Pune, and then from there it will be fulfilled. Have we solved the latency problem also by using a decentralized EWM? For a retail user or for a developer, you will not face this latency problem. But yes, for end users, it becomes very critical, even for 1 second, because they will be scanning thousands of HUs in one go. One warehouse worker is scanning thousands of HUs in one go. And then if it is taking some time, they will not be able to optimize or increase their efficiency. So that is also one of the consideration. If you are having, your warehouse located in a different continent, your S4HANA or your transactions will be happening in a different continent, then also you can go for a decentralized EWM.
In a decentralized design, how this integration is happening?
Integration between S4HANA and EWM?
Yes.
Yeah, so there are interfaces. There will be APIs. There is one functionality which is called as CIF. So you are basically, for the master data, it will be one-time activity, right? You are migrating the master data from S4HANA to EWM, and that will be one-time activity. If you're creating a new, then there will be APIs. There are also APIs as well, REST APIs, SOAP APIs as well, so that you will connect. And then for transactions, there are RFCs, there are IDOCs, there are again APIs which are used. So you will configure the destinations in both the systems, and those APIs, those IDOCs, those RFCs will be used.
So to avoid latency, we are doing this, right? So in case of embedded system, then also we need to decentralize and do some kind of setup.
So embedded, if you are using a decentralized, then it is no more an embedded system, right?
Right. Okay. No, but you said this is an inbuilt thing in on-premise, right? Like we get this embedded EWM along with S4HANA on-premise, right?
Right. So you will get it, but if you don't want to use it, SAP is not forcing you to use it. You will get it.
Okay.
You're not required to add those components. But if you want to have EWM as a separate system, that also you can have it. You will have the component, but you are not using that components in your S4HANA system. Okay. So with this, we are done with this landscape. Just for the day, think on this, get your questions on this, and then in class, we will start. From here only, we will discuss a little bit more about the different landscapes of an EWM, and then we will continue further from thereafter.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a core object in SAP EWM? Option A, material. Option B, product. Option C, storage bin. Option D, warehouse. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management? Our comprehensive ABAP course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP S/4HANA EWM, a cutting-edge solution for managing your warehousing operations seamlessly. From basic configurations to advanced customizations, our course covers everything you need to become an expert. Developed by seasoned professionals with years of industry experience, this course is tailored to provide you with practical, real-world knowledge. Your instructors are here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp even the most complex concepts with ease. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the quality of our course and the excellent support they receive. They have found our course to be an invaluable resource in advancing their careers and gaining a competitive edge in the job market. Best of all, this incredible opportunity to master SAP S/4HANA EWM ABAP is offered at an affordable price, making it accessible to everyone. Ready to take your SAP skills to the next level? Enroll in our course today and unlock a world of possibilities. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
So in this session, we are going to discuss about the high-level organization structure and some of the master data aspects of EWM. So based on class, what we discussed, I have a use case. Let us consider a car manufacturing company which is based out in UK. Maybe you can consider Aston Martin, for example. And they are making the majority of their sales in UK and in the European region. So most of the sales, let's say 70 to 75% of the sales that they are doing globally happens in Europe and UK. So UK and Europe, 70 to 75% of the sales is happening. They have their plant and the corresponding warehouse located in 3 different regions, and those 3 different regions are in 3 different continents. So let's say they have a plant and a warehouse in India. They have a plant and a warehouse in Brazil, and they have a plant and a warehouse, let's say, in Australia. What kind of deployment option you will propose to this client? And the ERP system, again, I mean, you are free to choose your ERP system, and you can discuss about the deployment option that would be most suitable for this kind of requirement. Do you want me to share that slide as well so that you can refer to that? I'll do that as well. Yep. So here it is. Anyone who is attempting this would like to discuss, so that maybe we all can together discuss this, or maybe I can help you to come to the correct deployment status that should be most suitable in this particular scenario. Okay, let us take one by one. Let us first take, since we first discussed about S4HANA on-premise and then the embedded EWM, what kind of scenario would arise if we implement this? We have our ERP, we have our ECC. The most preferred location for that will be in UK or somewhere in the European region to locate the servers of my ERP system, right? Because why I'm saying that? Because most of the sales, as I said, what I am making globally is happening in the European region. So I want that server, my ERP system, or the servers which will be doing the sales related transition, to be located in a close proximity to my customers or my dealers. So for that, my ECC or ERP server will be in Europe. Let's assume it is located somewhere nearby London, and it is in UK. Now, I said there are 3 different plants and 3 different warehouses. Let's assume one of the plant is supplying engines, one of the plants is supplying some of the components of the engine, and the other plant is supplying the rest of the materials. Now, and I said each plant is having an associated. So if I am trying to use an embedded EWM, then again, my EWM server will be hosted on the same server which is located in UK. And then the problem that we discussed, the latency with 3 different regions could be a challenge, could be a problem. Now, assume that the warehouse worker who is working in India, they will be frequently transacting from the server which is located in UK. Similarly, a user who is located in Australia will be frequently transacting from a server which is located in UK. So from that perspective, I am expecting that there will be certain latency. And I could configure 3 different warehouses and 3 different plants in the same system that I can do. There is a physical separation of the warehouse, but in the system, I can do that as a logical separation also in the same system. But the problem of latency, slowness will be there. So is it wise to rule out this possible option as the most preferred or the first option to rule out the S4HANA embedded EWM? Or do you have any reasons that, this should be still be considered?
I think we can consider.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, please.
We cannot have a separate system for each locations, right? Or each region separately.
No, we can have. So to answer that question, we can have. It is not shown in this diagram. You can see that one EWM is connected to multiple S4HANA system, but other way also we can do it. We can do that as well.
Okay.
Or maybe, let's say I talked about Australia and India. Maybe let's say Australia is doing the maximum volume or maximum transaction. Then I could have one EWM server located in Australia, and even the transaction that is happening in India would be happening from Australia region, or maybe from a European region, because the volume from India is not that high. And you are correct. I mean, we cannot just based on this reason as a latency, I cannot rule out S4HANA embedded EWM. I need to consider multiple factors which we discussed. One of them is cost as well. So if I am looking for 3 different or 2 different EWM servers, the cost perspective should also come into the picture. And that is how the thought process should be. You cannot just say that, okay, just because of latency in 3 different continents, I will create 3 different EWM server. No, you need to consider other aspect as well. You need to consider the volume as well that we discussed. So the first question that should have been there, what will be the volume or what the number of transactions that will be happening in these 3 plants or these 3 EWM systems? Then based on that, you can take a decision. Okay, so yeah, again, you need to evaluate all the three possible advantages and then come to a conclusion based on the client's need, what you need. But considering the latency, it makes more sense to have the servers located in the close proximity to the warehouse. And similarly, if you're having your ERP system, it makes sense to have it in close proximity to your customers or to the dealers with whom you would be doing the rest of the transactions. Okay, then I hope you understand this overall architecture, how different EWM landscape can be connected to your ERP or your ECC system. And the reference, the system that we have is an embedded EWM system. So we are going to see all our examples in this system. When compared to a decentralized EWM, there could be slight differences that we will talk about, but we will not be able to show that in the system. So some of the master data replication that we were discussing, we will not be able to show that, but I will explain you what concept is used. And again, that is a one-time activity. As an EWM technical person, it is not our responsibility to perform those activities, but it is always good to know that what is happening among those systems or what is happening between your ERP and system. Okay, then I move to the topic that is planned for this. I'll close. Okay, so this is going to be the agenda for, we are going to see how a warehouse layout is designed. When I say warehouse layout design, then again, it is a very essential component in optimizing your storage and in optimizing your flow of material and goods and how warehouse workers are going to work. So if you want to optimize all these processes, then the warehouse layout is very important. And we will see a one sample example that how a warehouse is generally designed, what are the key components of that. So like some of the components we have seen in session as well. So we will have a receiving area where goods are unloaded and probably checked, and then GR, goods receipt, would be done, or the put away will be done from that area. Then you will have a storage area. So like storage area is probably the high rack storage or storage of different types, different category, where you will be physically storing those materials or those goods. Then in session, we discussed about a picking area. So like from where the items would be picked, and for further fulfillment, maybe if you want to send it to a customer, or if you want to pick and pack and send it to, not pack, or maybe if you want to pick and put it in an area from which will be used for consumption by the plant. Then if you have a picking area, then of course you will have a packing area as well. So let's say if you are picking a material, let's say a laptop, you have a laptop stored in your storage bin, and then a customer has ordered for a laptop. Then you pick that laptop from your storage bin, wherever it is, and then you need to pack it before you can actually ship to the customers. So there will be a packing area also in the warehouse where all the materials will be packed according to the product you are sending or product that you are using. It will have a different packaging material. So for example, in our case, we are sending a laptop. So probably the packaging material, we need to use those thermocols so that it does not break in the transit. If you are sending something, let's say if you are sending a pack of pen, then probably you don't need to do that kind of packing. Probably just a wrapper would be sufficient. Then for each material, there is a packaging material defined already in the system, in the warehouse layout. And that packaging material will be used in the packing area, and the goods or the material will be packed before it can be sent out. Then also a shipping area, again, a kind of a staging area from where the final goods will be sent out of your warehouse. So maybe if you want to send it in trucks, then from the shipping area, it would be picked and loaded in the truck. If you are using, let's say, cargo ships, then again, you will have shipping area from where the goods will be picked and then it will be sent out. Then in class, we are going to discuss about the organization structure, and we will see the organization structure of both the sides, organization structure on the ERP side, and then we will see the organization structure on the EWM side as well. And again, these activities are good to know for us. So some of the steps I might not be covering in great details, which will be very relevant for a functional consultant because they will be creating those org structures in the system. But for us, it is for a reference purpose. We should know, let's say, if you want to search for the warehouse that are created in the system, where should I look for? That way, we should be knowing. But the each and every link, how a warehouse is created, how a plant is created, how a storage location, storage type is created, how each components is linked to other, that level of details we are not going to discuss. But of course, whatever we are going to discuss will be sufficient to continue our training and to continue to work as an EWM technical consultant. Then in the EWM organization structure, we are going to discuss about all these components. We are going to discuss about storage type, storage section, activity area, and then the storage bin. So we were discussing one of you asked me a question, what is the staging area? Then that question will be answered when we are discussing about storage type and storage section. Okay, so this is the org structure on the ERP side. So you all have been working in SAP space for quite few years. And let's say whichever module you're working on, you will have an organization structure, right? So if you're working on sales, you're working on then you will have an organization structure. And this organization structure is a generic one. And what kind of components we need to have so that you can link it to EWM organization structure. So it is from that perspective. And then you can see in the topmost layer is the company code. That is the legal entity. Generally, we define as a legal entity. And that will be the highest level in the hierarchy of this ERP organization structure we are seeing. And then we will have the plant. So the plant is the location where goods are either produced or stored in the ERP organization structure. So if you are producing something, then you will define a plant for that. And even if you need to define a location where your goods will be stored logically in the ERP side, then also you will define a plant for that. Then if you go one level down, then you will have the storage location. So storage locations could be defined as a specific area within a plant where your inventory will be stored or where your goods will be stored. And then finally, in the bottommost layer, you have the ERP warehouse defined. So when you define the warehouse in the ERP side, you define it, okay, this warehouse, if this warehouse, then this is an EWM related warehouse. Let's say warehouse 2, this is also an EWM warehouse related warehouse. Then any transaction that you are making related to these two warehouse will trigger a transaction to EWM, and then the warehouse will be triggered. And then we will see the organization structure of the EWM side as well. But before moving ahead, let us log into the system and let us see this ERP organization structure. Okay, so to see any organization structure, we know that we can do all the configuration in transaction SPRO, and we will go to that particular transaction. We will go to SAP reference IMG, and then you see various nodes. So any configuration that you are doing in the system, you will have a node specific to that, and through accessing those nodes, you can do the configuration in the system. And we are going to discuss about configuration related to this ERP organization structure. So let us see where these systems are, where these details are configured. So for that, we need to look for enterprise structure. And we have it here. Yeah. So in enterprise structure, you are seeing two different nodes. One is for definition and one is for assignment. In the definition, you are going to define all the components. Let's say you need to define the company code, you need to define the warehouse, ERP warehouse. So you will do that in the definition. And then in assignment, you have created a plant. You need to assign the plant to a company code. You have created a storage location and plant, and that needs to be linked to the warehouse. So all those assignments you are going to find in this particular node. Now let us go here. In the definition part, first, let's see what all we have here. And for the company code, that's a legal entity on which your invoices or your billings will be generated. So the list of company codes that has been configured in the system, you can find it over here in the financial accounting. If you see here, you can see the list of company. This is the list of company, not the company codes. And we will see that list of company and company code assignment as well. And you see a company with code 1710, and the company name is company 1710. Why I am highlighting this? Because this is what we are going to use in our example. So whatever we are going to create, we are going to use this particular value 1710. And you can see, there are a few company codes, a few companies which has been configured in the system. This is a trial or learning system. That's the reason you are seeing many companies defined over here. But in generally, it will not be the case. So for example, if you see the diagram over here, we are having, let's say, 2 company codes defined, and each belong to one company, one company each, then you will have 2 company defined in the system. But since it's a trial system, people for their learning purpose or for different purposes, they have created multiple companies as well. So that you are seeing over here. What I will do is I will also keep a note. So, okay, so this is the first company we are going to use. Then let me go back here. The next would be the plant. So plant should be in material management.
So Vedant, is it possible to increase the font size?
Let me try to zoom in a little bit. No, I'm not able to do that. This is an SAP screen, so no, so sorry, I am not able to zoom into this. So it is working on the browsers, but it is not working for the SAP screen. So, okay. So then the next activity, there should be something for plant, and it should be in the logistic. So again, we are still in the enterprise structure, and we are still in the node definition. We have seen that the companies that are defined, and then we are going to logistics general. So if I go to logistic general, you are seeing defined plant. But before defining plant, there is one more activity over here, is define valuation level. So you can see that the valuation area is a plant, and then that is selected in our case. And you see another radio button, which is valuation level is a company code. So what is this valuation level? What happens is when valuation level is plant, as in our case, then the prices of the material will be unique at each plant. So what do I mean by unique at each plant? Then if I go to my presentation, you see this in a company code, I have defined 2 plants. Let's say if I am producing the same material, or if I am using the same material in both the plants, then if the valuation level is at the plant, then the prices of that material will be unique for plant PL01 and will be unique for plant PL02. So let's say if I am using a tire, the price of tire in plant PL01 is 1,000 rupees. Then in plant, let's say it is 1,500 rupees. That will be different. But if the valuation level is company code, then the prices of the plant will be same. Prices in both the plants has to be same, because the valuation we are doing at the company code. So then it is, let's say 1,000, then it will be 1,000 in both the plants. So that way you are defining what will be the price of the material at the plant level. And accordingly, you are choosing your valuation level or valuation area in a plant. So in our case, it is valuation area in a plant. So maybe for each plant, you will have a unique price of a material. That is again for a knowledge purpose only. We will not be seeing any example how this valuation area is used. But if you see a different price of the same material for different plant, then you know this is because of the valuation level that we have chosen. Okay, then we come to the next node in the same hierarchy in the logistic general, which is defined plant. So if you click over here, you see this. All the plants that are defined in the system is over here. And these are the ERP related stuff. So the plant which has been defined on the ERP side, all the plants you will see over here. And again, here also, we are going to use the number 1710. And this is the plant we are going to refer. And you might have this question that, okay, this is the same number we saw probably for the company code as well. Then there is no relation. I mean, you can use the same number, or you can create your own number range or your own number for plant as well. So it depends what kind of nomenclature organizations or your client is following, and accordingly you will define the different plants or different company and company codes. Okay, so I will make a note of this as well. All right. What is next? What is next that we need to define? Probably, okay. Then I close this logistic general and I missed the company code. Right. So here you can see the company codes. In the first screen, we saw the company and company name. Basically the same thing. Yeah, there also we were using the same code, but here you can see the company code which has been assigned to the company. And this was the company we had seen the description. And the code is also assigned the same. So 1710 is the company code that is assigned to this company. And then let's see the storage location. And if I come back, now I would go to this, material management. So in the same enterprise structure, in the definition node, we are going to another sub node, which is material management. And then you will see one node over here, maintain storage location. And if I click on this node and the plant, I need to give the plant. And what is the plant that I am looking for? 1710. So I will give the plant 1710 and click on OK. And then you will see all the storage location that has been defined for this particular plant. We will be using quite a few from here. So I am not making a note, but maybe a general 171 A, B, C, D, E, something is there. So I would 171 A to 171 D. All right. Anything else that we are missing in this organization structure, or whatever we wanted to have? Yeah, we are missing on one more thing. We have not seen the store warehouse number. So this is also should be defined, the ERP warehouse number. So again, I will go back here. Now material management is done. So in the same node definition, you see that there is one more, logistic execution. That is, as the name suggests, it is related to warehouse logistics. So I will expand this node. And you can see that the first node itself is defined warehouse number. So if I click on this, you can see all the warehouse that is there on the ERP side is defined over here. And the one thing that is important to notice is the ERP warehouse number is of 3 digits. So everything that you're seeing over here is of 3 digits. 1001, 100, 101, 171. All these are ERP warehouse number. And we will be using this 171. So let's make a note of that as well. And all these things that we have made a note of, these are ERP org structure. All right. Now we have seen like all the master data, not the master data, I should say, but all the enterprise structure components, how that has been defined, what are the values that has been defined in the system. Now I should see the assignment part as well, because now you have seen there are n number of plants defined in the system. There are n number of warehouse defined in the system, how these are related. So to see that, what I will do is I would again close this node definition. I'll still be on the enterprise structure. And I showed you, and I mentioned that there are 2 different nodes. One is for the definition, and then the other one is for assignment. So all the components of the enterprise structure you have defined in the enterprise structure definition. Now the linkage between those components will be done in the assignment part. Okay, so here I would go to logistics general, and you can see assign plant to company code. The first node in logistic general itself is assign plant to a company code. Let us click on this. Do you see the company code and the plant we have copied? Is that link established? This is the plant we are using, 1710, and this is the company code 1710. So you can see that this plant 1710 has been assigned to this company code. There is another plant 1720, which has also been assigned to the company code 1710. Similarly, there are in fact 2 more plants which has been assigned to the same company code. And that is very well possible. Even it has been mentioned in our slide as well. In the example, you can see that multiple plants has been assigned to the same company code. So that is very well possible. So again, 1710 is the company code, 1710 is the plant. That assignment we have seen. So our case, our plant is assigned to the company code. Now, what next? We have not seen the linkage between the warehouse number and the plant and storage location. So for that, we had done the definition in logistic execution. So here also in the assignment, we need to go to the logistic execution. And then you will see this node, assign warehouse number to plant and storage location. If you go here, okay. So let us see the combinations. So you can see the plant 1710. There are 2 plants defined in this linking, 1710, and you can see that the storage location 171D and 171S, this has been assigned to the warehouse 171. So this is the combination that we are going to use. So let's copy this and let me go. Okay, so this is plant storage location warehouse plant. Okay, now this assignment is also done. So I have assigned the storage location and warehouse to a plant, and plant is already linked to the company code. So that link is done. You have many more things, and as I said, from being as a technical consultant, all these things are not relevant for us. Even the shipping point you can assign to a plant, and you can do a lot of stuff. Not everything is super important or important for us. You just need to know what are the plants configured in the system, what are the warehouse configured in the system. That should be sufficient. And now you know where you can see that information as well. Okay, then coming back to the PPT, right? So these are some of the tricky scenarios. So you can see that a plant, a storage location combination can be assigned only to one warehouse. So from this diagram, you will see like that. So a plant PL01 and storage location SL01 has been assigned to this warehouse. You will not see a relation where this plant and storage location is assigned to another warehouse. That will not be possible. So again, the plant and storage location combination to one warehouse. Why? Even if you see from here in the logistic execution, these 2 are the key columns, right? You are only able to change it. So you will have one entry and then you are maintaining 171. So if you want to create a duplicate entry for this, you will not be able to do it. Then you need to change this combination at least, and you will see it over here. And you are using the same plant, and you are using a different storage location, and then you are assigning it to the same warehouse. But the same 1710 and 171D, you will not be able to create another entry for the same, because these 2 are the primary keys in this table, and you can see it's not editable. So you need to create a new one, and with the same value, it will not allow you. Okay, so this tricky situation, now you know that a plant and storage location combination can be assigned to only one warehouse. One warehouse can be assigned to multiple plant storage location combination. And that is also there. You can see that this particular warehouse has been assigned to this storage location, and which is related to plant PL01. It is similarly assigned to this storage location, which is assigned to plant PL02. It could be the same plant as well. SL01 could also be in the same plant, or it could be different plants as well. Here also you will see this warehouse is assigned to storage location SL02, which is for PL02. And at the same time, it is assigned to storage location SL03, which is plant PL03. And these 2 plants belong to 2 different company codes. So that is also possible. So you just have this diagram in your mind whenever you are dealing with these tricky situations. So that is also possible. One warehouse could be assigned to plant and storage location combination, and those plants could be from different company code as well. Now, the third tricky situation, a single warehouse could be tied to multiple plants, even if the plants are assigned to the multiple company code. So this we have already discussed. So these are the 3 tricky situations that you can deal with, and it's good to know what could be the tricky situations. Okay, so then before moving on to the organization structure, any questions on ERP org structure? All right. Now, this is going to be the org structure or the different components in the EWM side. And here you will see the warehouse that is the highest level in the hierarchy of the EWM organization structure. In the ERP side, warehouse was the lowermost level, but here it will be the warehouse will be the highermost level. And of course, it makes sense. We are dealing with a warehouse, so that is the topmost level in the warehouse. Then you have storage type, a further subdivision of warehouse on the storage type. It could be high rack storage. It could be different types of storage that we are going to see even in the examples, and even in the system, what are the different storage types that has been defined. Then storage type can be further subdivided into storage section. So fast moving good, slow moving good, low level storage sections where picking is easy, very high level storage section where picking is difficult. Then you have different storage sections also defined. And then the lowest level in the warehouse org structure will be storage bin. So storage bin is the actual location, the actual physical location where your goods, your material, your products will be stored. And then if you see this image, I have just searched on Google warehouse images, and you are getting an image like this. And you can see the various images of a warehouse. So like each small section, so let's say this small section, let me open this image rather. So these small sections that you're seeing will be one storage bin. So let us assume this is a high rack storage. So that storage type will be a high rack storage. And then you could define, you can logically group different storage bins into a storage section. And then each of these boxes you can consider as a storage bin. So if you need to pick for a particular material, you know which bin it is stored, and then you directly go to that particular bin and you can pick that material. So this is just a Google image, and you can see the credits from where this image or who has uploaded this image. And yeah, I mean, this is just for a demonstration purpose. Okay, then we will in a similar way, we are going to discuss about the EWM org structure as well. Okay, so the first component that we are going to see in the EWM org structure will be a warehouse. So let us see how a warehouse is defined in the EWM side. So for all the EWM related configuration, you need to go to this node, HCM, Extended Warehouse Management. You see this node over here, highlighted one, SCM, Extended Warehouse Management. If you expand this node, you again see two components, Extended Warehouse Management and SCM Basics. So we are going to deal with this particular node, Extended Warehouse Management. The short form of that is EWM, what is we are learning about. So we will expand this node further, and then you should have something. Yeah, then you have a node for master data. So if you go to this master data, the very first node that you see over here is define warehouse numbers. So if I will execute this node, you can see all the warehouse that has been defined in the EWM side. And one major difference on the ERP warehouse numbers and EWM warehouse numbers, that in EWM, this is of 4 characters. So if I see, or maybe since we all are from technical background, if I do an F1 over here, I go to the technical attributes, I will go to the data element, and you can see the length of that as 4. So everything that you will be defining, I mean, you can define a maximum of 4 characters in the warehouse number. So generally, you will see 4 characters EWM warehouse numbers. Okay, so here also, what we are going to use, we are going to use this 1710 warehouse cross industries. Then let me make a note of that. So now what I am doing is, okay, now what is the next? And then before moving on to the next, let me show you this number as well. This node as well. So assign warehouse number. So 1710. I will very quickly explain this slide. It is not very important for us, but there is a slide for this. So I'll explain that as well. Yeah, this one. So while assigning a warehouse number, you are assigning two things into it. One is the custodian and one is the party entitled to dispose. What is a custodian? And both are these are kind of a business partner in the system. So a kind of a business partner, let's say, let me first read out the definition and then I'll try to explain this. So it's a business partner that will store, manage your stock or your inventory without transferring the title to its own. So let's say during the COVID time, if you remember in India, there were many warehouses that were operational. What they were allowing is with a monthly rental fee, you could have stored all your household goods or any kind of goods into their warehouse location. So they were in a way managing your stock. If they wanted to move from one location in their warehouse to another location in their warehouse, they were free to do that. And you were paying them a monthly rent that, okay, for 3 months, I will be storing all my household goods in your warehouse. But the ownership of all those goods was still with you. You were the owner of all those goods. Only the custodian was kind of managing and storing those goods on your behalf. So similar to that, we need to define a custodian in the warehouse. That is, again, that concept is also there. You can define a custodian in the system. And while assigning, you can assign the warehouse and you can assign a custodian to that particular warehouse. Similarly, contrary to that, a party entitled to dispose, again, is a business partner who will be representing a warehouse or a location. And then this party who holds the titles to the goods stored in an EWM warehouse. So if this party entitled to dispose is the person who will be owning the goods. So that way you can define these two components, custodian and party entitled to dispose. Only from a theoretical knowledge perspective, it is good if you're knowing these terminologies, that if you hear this custodian and you hear this party entitled to dispose, you are able to relate to it, that is a business partner, and in a kind of way, how they are processing your stock or what kind of ownership they have. And then accordingly, it is defined either as a custodian or it is as a party entitled to dispose. And you can see that it has already been defined, the custodian and the party entitled to dispose, with the same number. And it will, I am not going to create a new entry over here, and that assignment you can do. So in this node, you can define and assign a warehouse to a custodian and party entitled to dispose. Okay, you can see various nodes over here, number ranges, define warehouse number control. All those things are from functional perspective, how they want to use their warehouse, what kind of number range they're using, everything. We are not going into those details. What we need to see over here is the storage type. That was the next level in the EWM hierarchy that were discussing. So we are going to discuss about storage type, how that has been configured in the system. So if we go to this node, and in the same hierarchy in the master data, you can see there is another sub node, define storage type. So if you see this, there are various storage types that has been defined in the system, and for each warehouse as well. So what warehouse we are using? We are using 1710, yes, right. So let's go to that particular warehouse and let's see what all, So you can see various storage types that has been defined. You can see the doors also as a warehouse type. In discussion, we were discussing about staging area. So outbound staging area with this number Y920 is also a storage type. There could be one inbound staging area as well. Yes, it is. Inbound staging area that has also been defined as a storage type in the system. Similarly, for packing, scrapping, handover point for narrow aisle storage, this is also as a storage type has been defined in the system. Clarification zone, all these things we will be seeing in some of the examples. That is the reason I am highlighting these. So because we will be moving the goods from a staging area to, let's say, a good receipt zone, and then from a good receipt zone, we will pick that and we will transfer that to a storage bin. So we will see the different storage types, like the staging area, probably the doors, clarification zone. Some of these we are going to see in our examples as well. So I'm not making a note of the storage type, but you know where you can look for all the storage types. So if you see a storage type, then you can come to this particular node and you can see what all storage types has been defined in your system for your warehouse that you are using. Okay, now we are done with storage type. The next is storage section. So then we go to the next node, which is just below the storage storage type, then we go to this storage section, and then you can see, expand it. Okay. So now again, further subdivision of your storage type. So let's say for this warehouse, this storage type, you are defining various sections. So you are defining 3 sections over here: handover to aisle 01, handover to aisle 02, handover from aisle 02. So you are defining 3 different sections. And then you can see some sections which has been defined for fast moving goods, some section for slow moving items, production supply. You are defining a storage section for production supply. You are defining a storage section to loading. So if you are defining a section from where the actual loading will happen, so that you can define as a storage section as well. And again, we will see the definitions of the storage type and storage section. Right now, I'm just showing you in the system that, okay, where this storage type, storage sections are configured, how the assignment is done. So that I am showing you. And then again, you can see all the link between storage section, type, and warehouse in this particular node. So everything that you see for this warehouse is over here. So we are going to use this warehouse 1710. So we are going to use all this data, this storage types, one of these storage types, and one of these storage sections. Okay, now the storage type, storage section is done. And then we have definition of storage bins. And storage bins are not directly defined. It is defined slightly different because you will be defining so many bins. So you are not going to define each and every bin. So I will come to that, but let me just show you that. So maybe I should cover it after the slides, maybe. Okay, so in the EWM org structure, we have seen where all the warehouse data is defined. Then we have seen the storage type, storage sections, storage bins we will see. Activity area also I could show. So there should be one for the activity area. So if I close the storage bins, then you have this one node activity areas. So if you come to this define activities for activity area and activity areas, no, this one is here. So define activity areas. If I click on this particular node, you will see all the activity areas that has been defined. So for a warehouse, if I again go to my warehouse 1710, you can see the various activity areas that has been defined. Again, we will see the definition of this as well. What is an activity area? How warehouse? How different storage bins are assigned to the activity area. And the next node is that assign storage bin to activity area. So if you see this node in the activity area, again, the various bins are assigned. And this you will understand once we discuss about storage bins. Okay, all right. So from the SPRO configuration, we have seen where all the organization units of EWM and where all the components or all the organization units of ERP side is configured in the system. So that we have seen. Now let me go back. I think these are the just examples of that. Share the slide once again. So we have seen all the components in the system. And maybe one more thing which I would like to do is show you where these components you can see. So I will take the reference of an inbound delivery and an inbound scenario. Obviously, it's an inbound delivery, so it will be an inbound scenario. And then I'll show you that where you can locate most of these information that we have seen. So in the transactional data, where you can see which warehouse we are using, which storage type, storage section, or even from the ERP side, what is the plant, what is the location, what is the warehouse, all that we are going to see. Okay, so what I will be using the T codes directly. So to see an inbound delivery on the ERP side, the transaction is VL33N. I type it /O/VL33N. You can see this highlighted. And if I click on enter, okay, there was some typing mistake. Okay, I had given one more slash after O. So anyways, so you can see that it is asking me to enter an inbound delivery. I should be having some, yes, I have one. So this is the inbound delivery, which is already created in the system. So if I enter that value, press on enter, you can see all the information related to an inbound delivery. And while discussing about inbound delivery, we will see how to create an inbound delivery in the system, what other information like the suppliers, materials, where all this information is coming in an inbound delivery. All those things we are going to see, how the delivery quantity are updated, what kind of delivery quantity we can give, everything we are going to see. But our intention is to see all the master data or all the org units that we have maintained, where we can see all those information in this transaction data. So if you go to the header section of this inbound delivery, so if I will click on this hat like icon, which shows the header details, if I click on this, you will see all the header details related to this. And then there is a tab, I think stock placement. Yep. So in the stock placement, so in the header section, if you go to the tab stock placement, then you see this section where you are seeing the warehouse, and then you are seeing the warehouse number, and you are seeing the receiving point. So as I mentioned, and I think we have even made a note of this warehouse number, and warehouse number that is being used on the ERP side for this inbound delivery is 171. And if we go to our node, we are using this. So this is the warehouse number we are going to use. So that is the warehouse number. Then I go back one screen. I go back to the inbound delivery details. And then if I select any of these materials, because the plant and the storage location, we are going to see specific to each material, because we have defined the valuation also at the plant level. Even the price of each material could be different for different plants. So those details will be at the item level. So to see that at the item level details, I will click on any of these material, and then it comes to this particular tab, which is showing you the item details. You can see here as well inbound delivery number, and displays the item details. And if we go to this stock placement tab in the item details also, in the bottommost section, you will see again the warehouse related information, and you see the plant and you see the storage location. So the plant is 1710 and the storage location is 171D. Let us confirm this with the data we have stored. The plant is 1710 and storage location could be between 1718 to 171T, and which is 171D in our case in this particular example. So that is also fine. So this is how you are seeing your ERP side organization structures in this inbound delivery. Now let us see the similar kind of information on the EWM side. So there could be multiple ways you can open your inbound delivery in the EWM side. So let me copy this inbound delivery. I'll go to a transaction /o/scwm/PRDI. Maybe I will. And all these transactions are already mentioned in the PPT. So during the inbound delivery, outbound delivery, we are going to see this transaction, but I am mentioning it here as well in the notes, so you can see this. Okay, so this is the transaction we are going to use. Okay, and what we are going to give is, we are going to give the ERP delivery number. So I copy this inbound delivery number. I will paste that inbound delivery number, and I need to choose this. This is not an inbound delivery number. This is the logistic execution delivery number, which is coming from the ERP side. So we are giving the ERP delivery number. We will click or select that node or that value to filter the data, and then I give the ERP delivery number and then click on execute. You can see that, okay, this is the inbound delivery on the EWM side. And what is the delivery number on the EWM side? The delivery number is 4301. So if I wanted to search with this, then what I need to do is, then I need to select this particular value inbound delivery in this find section, and then give 4301. And if you click on perform search, then also it will search the same thing. Okay. Then in a similar way, if I select this value here, to see the header and item details is slightly different. So if you select this detail, and you can scroll all the way to the right to see all the header related information, but there is another easier way. You see this icon over here, switch to form view. So probably the third icon from the left, And if you select this switch to form view and click on it, you are getting all the information that is relevant for that inbound delivery and all the header related information you will see over here. What we are interested to look at is this warehouse number 1710. That is my EWM warehouse number. How do you identify whether it's an EWM warehouse number or an ERP warehouse number? Is there anything just looking at this value you can identify?
Is it 4-digit?
Yes, that is correct. And secondly, we are looking at the inbound delivery on the EWM side. So of course, it will show the warehouse number on the EWM side. But yes, you are absolutely correct. Since this is a 4-digit warehouse number, it is a warehouse number because the ERP warehouse number will be of 3-digit. So 1710, and we have made a note of that as well. So EWM warehouse number is 1710. Okay. You see a lot of other information. We are not going to discuss about that at the moment. Then what I do is I go back. To go back also, you need to click on this switch to list view, because now this is a form view. I will switch back to list view so that you go back to the previous screen. And even the item details were available there as well, but I showed you how you can come back to the previous screen. And then you need to see the details of the item as well. So I select any of the item, and then I do the same thing. I click on this switch to form view for the item. I did it for the header, and then I do it for the item. So I click on this switch to form view, and then you can see that this details is showing related to the item we had selected. If you scroll down, okay, so you are seeing all this information, warehouse process type. This is the storage bay and storage bin information. So this is the goods receipt area, goods movement bin, everything you are seeing over here. I think that is it. Yes. Right. So yeah, yes, you're seeing the storage bin activity area. There is no activity area that has been assigned to the storage bin. Depends what stage in this particular delivery is in the warehouse. Accordingly, this activity area will be updated. And you are seeing the goods movement bin has been updated. So anything related to your activity area, storage bin, everything you will see over here in this section. Now, to go back again, you need to repeat the same step. You need to click on this switch to list view, and then you will see the inbound delivery information. Okay, and we will be discussing in details once again when we are discussing about the inbound process. We will see how inbound delivery is getting created. We will do the internal movement. Then you will see how different activity area storage bins are updated. Okay, coming back to the PPT. So this we have discussed. Now this is a similar structure. In fact, the same structure what we have seen in the ERP organization structure with a value assigned to it. So this is just a dummy value taken for the PPT, but now we have already taken the data that is there in the system and what we are going to use. So you will have a company code, then you will have a plant, and then you can have multiple storage location, and then various storage locations could be assigned to a warehouse. And this warehouse will be linked to an EWM warehouse. So then it will navigate from ERP to EWM side, and then you will see all the hierarchy related to EWM side. Now, there are two components. One is ROD and one is AFS. What do we mean by these? Now, let us take one example. You have ordered something from Amazon, and you are based out of Hyderabad, and Amazon has a warehouse in Hyderabad. And let us assume you ordered a mouse, a Bluetooth mouse for yourself, and it got delivered to you. But somehow you do not like the mouse, or maybe it's a defective piece, or maybe you had ordered some other configuration, and what you got is not the same configuration what you had ordered. So what you do, you create a return request. The Amazon people or the courier partner people, they come and they pick that product and they send it back to the Hyderabad warehouse. Do you think now it has reached the Hyderabad warehouse, any other person can order that same mouse? Do you think you will be able to see the same mouse in your portal? Or maybe if I take the other example, nowadays, when you order something from Myntra, you see that order fast, only one piece of that particular merchandise is available. Have you seen that kind of option anywhere in Myntra? Only one particular size of that particular product, what you're trying to order, is available. So let's say you ordered that particular t-shirt, and now there is no more product of that particular size is available in the Myntra website. Now you tried that and you did not find the fit well, or you did not like the color, and then you return it. And then from your place, it has reached to Myntra warehouse. Do you think if another person is trying to order the same t-shirt of the same size, he or she will be able to see that product as available in the system immediately as soon as it has returned to the warehouse? Why?
And if it is defective, they have to verify, right?
Yes, absolutely correct. So those two things are defined by received on dock and available for sale. This is the status of the inventory, and accordingly, it is reflecting on your portals. So let's say when you have defined a storage bin or any area, if it is received on that area, so like from your place, if it has been received to the warehouse, then the status will be received on dock. They will change the status, but it is not yet available for sale. They will do a validation, whether it's a defective piece or whether you did not like the product, but it could be sold to other customers. After their verification, they confirm that, okay, there is no defect in this product. They can sell it to other customer. Then whatever process they have, let's say they need to wash it or they need to iron it or whatever they need to do it. They need to repack it because it has been shipped from another customer. They need to repack it. Whatever is their activity, they will do it. And then they will change the status, and it will happen in the EWM system. Now that product will be marked as available for sale. Once it is marked as available for sale, then you will see that in the system that, okay, fine, now that product is available for sale. And if another customer is trying to order the same product, now he will see that, okay, this product is now available, I can order it. And then he or she will be able to order it. And how these statuses are changed based on your storage bin location. So for example, if it is in the GR zone, or if it is in the staging area, like you have just received it on your warehouse, then okay, if it is in that area, then you know it is received on dock. Now after validation and whatever process, internal movement, you have put it in the actual storage bin from where you are storing your goods. And then if a new order comes, it will be picked from that particular place and will be sent to the customers. If it is moved to that particular bin, then it will be marked as available for sale. And then only your sales portal will be showing that, okay, this product is made available. So your sales product, whatever, if you're using Ariba, CRM, from where you are creating those sales order, they will be looking at the products in the storage bin, which is marked as available for sale. If the product is there in that particular storage bin, then they know it is available for sale, and they will show that product to the customer. So these two differences, received on dock and available for sale, is clear?
Yes.
Okay. This we have already discussed. The data, you do not need to look at the data. Again, from different system, you will have a different set of data. And the architecture will remain more or less the same. And we have already noted down the data that we are going to use. This we have discussed. Okay. Now, this is the warehouse layout design. If you will see a top view of a warehouse, it will look something like this. This is a top view of a warehouse. Let us try to understand this, and then I'll have few questions for you. This is the inbound staging area. What do we mean by inbound staging area? Now, let's say you have different doors, which is not shown in the diagram. It is shown on this side. Let's say even on the inbound side, you have certain doors, what you're seeing in this yellow, orange, dark orange, whatever color. So let's say you have different doors over here. Let's say you have two doors, one over here and the other door is over here. The truck arrives at the door. Then you unload the truck from the using these doors, and you put it in this staging area. What is in this staging area? Because you cannot hold that truck for too long, right? Because you are blocking a door. You cannot hold that truck for too long. Then you unload the truck and you put all the products, all the materials, whatever was there in the truck, into the inbound staging area. And then from here, you will do all other warehouse operation. you will do the goods receipt, or maybe you will do internal movement, whatever you want to do, you will do from here. So that is the inbound staging area. Then you are seeing two other zone, I would call it zone at the moment. One is quality inspection center and one is the clarification zone. Like in the example, we saw that, okay, if we are moving that product from a staging area to a specific bin, then it needs to go for quality inspection. So based on the type of material, based on your dealer, you will move the material from the inbound staging area to either a clarification zone or a quality inspection center, and then you will perform whatever activities you have defined in these zones, and then you will do the further processing. Then you see there are various bins also defined. So this is, no, bins are not shown here. Okay, yeah, you are seeing over this again, bulk storage area A, bulk storage area B. Then you are seeing this narrow aisles storage. You are seeing one more as a bulk storage. You are seeing different types of storage area, I would say, storage area. Then you are seeing two different zones. One is the packing zone, and then again is the outbound staging area. What will happen in the outbound staging area? So let's say, again, a customer ordered a product. You pick that product from any of these storing zones, maybe from bulk or a narrow aisle. And then if that needs a packing, then you will bring it to the packing area. You will do the packing here. And then once the packing is done, you will move it to the outbound staging area. And that we had seen in example, that once you move your product from to the outbound staging area, it will remain there. And then you see the doors are here. 3 doors are connected to this outbound staging area. So the truck could arrive and would be coming to any one of these doors. And then from these doors, you will load the truck from the outbound staging area via these doors. And once the truck is loaded, it would move out and it would go and deliver the product to the location which is intended for, or whatever has been defined in the system. That is one way in the outbound staging area. So that when you are supplying to another warehouse, to another dealer, to customers. But another important aspect of warehouse is that there is a production facility. Like we discussed in example in case of Tata Motors. Now this is the assembly line. Let's say here is the assembly line. Whatever you are seeing in the white boxes over here, you can see my mouse cursor. So this is the area where your assembly line is there. And now they are producing the same Tata Nexon and they need 4 tires. Then that should be made available to this assembly area, to this production facility. So then what you will do, then from your storage, from your EWM, whatever storage where you are storing those tires, it will be picked from that area. It will be sent to this area, good receipt zone for production. Then you move that particular product to this particular area. And then you have different PSA bin for production supply. You have different PSA bins. So there will be multiple bins depending upon, like for assembly line, I don't know if you have seen an assembly line ever, but generally you will see a conveyor or a belt like this, which is going round and round. Big one. I mean, I'm not talking about a small conveyor, what you see in a retail shop, but it will be a very big conveyor. And then let's say your car or your chassis is moving on this conveyor. So let's say it comes to this area, they will fit the doors. It moves. If it comes to this area, they will fit the tires. If it moves further, it comes to this area, they will fit the infotainment system. If they comes to this area, they will do some more things like, the leather seats, whatever they need to fit, they will fit that, and so on. I'm just giving an example. So similarly, you will have specific bins defined for specific product, because if your car is coming to this area where you are fitting the doors and you make the tires available, then again, it will be a problem. You need to either shift the tire between different bins, or you need to do some manual activity to fix this. So even based on each section on this production assembly line, you need to make that particular material available. So if it is this particular area is for doors, the doors should be made available in this bin. If this area is for tires, then tires should be made available in this bin. So accordingly, you will pick the material from different storage, you will make it in the good receipt area for production, and then you will move it to different bins according to the material type and when it is needed. So the goods will be already available over here, and then as and when it is required, or as and when the bin becomes empty, it gets moved to that. Now, one question, we have already seen this: packing area, outbound staging area, inbound staging area. Which organization unit in the EWM architecture all this belong to? So if I will show you this, which organization unit all this belongs to? Is it a storage type? Is it a storage section? What it is? Did we see this staging area, packing area somewhere when we were seeing the configuration of the organizational units?
Storage section?
Some could be defined as a storage section as well, but these come into the category of storage types. Let me go back here. I'll go to our warehouse number only. So you see this packing area, scrapping area, clarification zone, outbound storage area, production supply. All these are storage types. Maybe, you can define in storage section as well. Some overlapping values could be there, but these are more into the storage type. Even the packing, scrapping, everything you're seeing, quality inspection area, all those things you are seeing. So what you are currently seeing on the screen: quality inspection area, staging area, clarification zone, packaging area, outbound staging area, blocked stock area, scrapping area, everything, all these are storage types. Okay, and then probably in these storage types, you will see the smaller bins, which has not been shown in this diagram. But again, if you drill down further, you will see those bins in those storage. And when we discuss about storage type and storage section, you will understand this better. But yeah, since we were discussing the overall, the top view of a warehouse layout, that's the reason I just asked this question. And you will eventually understand it in a better way. Okay, probably another graphical representation of a warehouse. So you can see now here inbound doors are also shown. So you can see the inbound doors, and then you have the staging area. Don't go by deconsolidation. This is again a warehouse process. Then you have different storage sections and then storage bins defined. And then this is another packing area, outbound staging area, which are again storage types. And then on the outbound, and you can see here it is marked as storage types. The packing and outbound staging area is marked as a storage type. And these are the lowest sections that you're seeing. These are the storage bins. And then from the outbound side also, you have the doors from where the trucks would be coming and would be picking the goods and would be going out of your warehouse. Okay, so this is again the customization steps in the system we have already seen. Now we will be going through the theory part. What do we mean by a warehouse? What do we mean by a storage type? What do we mean by a storage section? Everything we will discuss now. So we already know in the EWM organization unit, this is the highest level. The warehouse number is the highest level in the hierarchy. A 4-character field that represents the warehouse number. And again, one more thing that I would like to mention. So where is the warehouse title? No, we don't have it here. Okay, so let us assume this section only. This larger outer box is a warehouse, is a complex, is a warehouse. Even in this warehouse, you will say that physically it is one warehouse. But here also, I can configure multiple warehouses as well. It again depends what kind of consulting you are providing, what is the client's need, how they want to configure it. They can, even in the same physical location, they can configure multiple warehouse. What do I mean by multiple warehouse? They will have 2 warehouse number, which will be the same physical location. It will exactly not be the same physical location. Let's say the left-hand side section from here, they are configuring it as a 1 warehouse number, 1710. And then right-hand side, they are configuring it as a 1 warehouse number, which is 1720, for example. So the physical location, it is one complex, but in one complex, they are configuring 2 different warehouses. So it is called as a logical separation. That is also possible. Why generally clients do like that? Let's say from that warehouse, they are sending products to different continents. So let's say if they are shipping the products only in the European region, they would be sending it via trucks. It would not require any customs. And if they are sending the product from the same warehouse to China or maybe to India, then it would require different kind of transportation, maybe different kind of customs they need to consider. So to consider that, they need to create 2 different warehouses so that they can handle those outbound deliveries easily. So they create two warehouses. Or maybe another reason is based on the type of product. So if they are delivering small products, let's say t-shirts, trousers, any merchandise, then they will create a warehouse for that, because that will be shipped even by air as well, because that could be delivered pretty quickly. Those are small products. They will deliver it by air, and they need to have a separate warehouse for that. Then they can do it like that. Or at the other section, they are shipping larger products. Let's say from Amazon, who is dealing both in merchandise and other electronics. They are shipping fridge, washing machine, almirahs, beddings, whatever they are shipping. Those are bulky materials. They cannot ship that by air, most probably, or they would need a different kind of logistics. Even if you order a big product from Amazon, you will see that they will confirm. They will call you and they will get a confirmation from you before attempting a delivery. And it will always come in a larger size tempo, and then it will be delivered to your location. So if you are having a different warehouse requirements, then you can, even in the same premise, you can configure multiple warehouses with. So I worked for clients where in the same premise, they have configured like 3 different warehouses. I have seen maximum of 3 different warehouses in the same premise. So that is also important to know that, okay, even that is possible. I mean, if you're working for a client and they say that, okay, it is the same location, they are somewhere in Netherlands, and they say they have at the same location 3 different warehouses, then you get confused. No, that is also possible. Okay, then this we know it's a 4 characteristic field. In the ERP customization, plant and storage location is linked to an ERP warehouse. Plant and storage location must be linked to intermediate warehouse on the ERP side, which gets linked to the EWM warehouse as well. All the configuration, I mean, where this data is maintained, we have seen that. There is nothing specific that I want to mention. We have already discussed about this warehouse number from both ERP and EWM side.
Hey there! Want to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management? Our comprehensive ABAP course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP S/4HANA EWM, a cutting-edge solution for managing your warehousing operations seamlessly. From basic configurations to advanced customizations, our course covers everything you need to become an expert. Developed by seasoned professionals with years of industry experience, this course is tailored to provide you with practical, real-world knowledge. Your instructors are here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp even the most complex concepts with ease. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the quality of our course and the excellent support they receive. They have found our course to be an invaluable resource in advancing their careers and gaining a competitive edge in the job market. Best of all, this incredible opportunity to master SAP S/4HANA EWM ABAP is offered at an affordable price, making it accessible to everyone. Ready to take your SAP skills to the next level? Enroll in our course today and unlock a world of possibilities. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
All right. So we had a question that, okay, we know what is ROD, what is AFS. So let me first go to that particular slide where we have ROD and AFS explained. Did we cross that? Yeah, here only. Sorry, it is here only. My bad. So we know these are storage locations, and storage locations, like, I mean, it is received on dock. So when a good or a material comes to this particular storage location, then we know that this is in our warehouse, this is in our premises, but it is still not made available to the customers. So we cannot make any kind of sale or any kind of customer related transaction on these particular product or these material, because this is still in the warehouse. There are certain internal steps, internal processing that is yet to be done. It could be like the quality inspection, some kind of packing, maybe various things that needs to be done. So it is still in the GR zone where we have received it in our premise, but it is not available for sale or any kind of customer transaction. Now, once we move this material through some internal movement or after doing the quality inspection or whatever internal warehouse processes we want to do on those material, we move this product to a specified bin. It could be a high rack storage, or it could be a specific bin where we will move this material. When that material moves from the GR zone or the staging area to that specific bin, then we make it available for the sale. So as soon as this product is moved to that particular area, it is available for sale. What do we mean by available for sale? That now the customers or their dealers will be able to see their product as available, and if they want to order this product or this material, they would be able to do that. And what would be the subsequent steps? So once a customer places an order, then the outbound delivery would start, and then that particular product or material will be picked from that specific storage bin. And then if packing is required, it would be taken to the packing area, and there the packing would be done. And then the outbound delivery would start, and it would get delivered to the customers. Now, similar to this ROD and AFS, prod is related to production supply area. So if a product is in a storage location, which is typically referring to a production supply area or a production storage area, then we call it as, we mark it as this prod. This would be, I would be showing it in the example as well. So in the storage location or storage type, if it is moved to a prod storage type, then this we could consider it as a product or a material which is for the production supply area. Similar to that, this FIN is fixed bin storage. I am not sure why this is FIN, but yeah, I searched for it. It is fixed bin storage. So, for example, some of the materials, let's say if we take example of engine, generally you would not be placing an engine on the higher racks of this high rack storage. You would be placing it in the lowest level on the high rack storage, or there could be specified bins. For example, if you are storing those screws, bolts, so those will be stored in bulks, and you cannot be storing those screws, bolts in multiple bins. So you will have a dedicated bin for storing certain type of material. That will be fixed bin storage. So when a material moves to that particular bin, which is a fixed bin storage, then the storage location would be marked as a fixed bin, and you will have a storage type and a storage location number for that.
Quick question here.
Yeah.
For that, we have storage types, right? Why do we need a separate storage location?
So if you see this storage location, this is from the ERP side. Whatever transactions you are doing, your storage location, your plant and storage location combination, your warehouse will be linked to a storage type in the EWM. So yes, it will be a storage type. In the EWM side, you will be moving in a storage bin or a storage type only, but that status will change on the ERP side also. Since it is mentioned in this slide, I am opening this slide and explaining it from here, but it will be in the storage type. When I show you in the system, I will be showing you the storage type only. But based on that, I
understood that point. My point is, why do we need a separate storage location for it? If I need some products dedicatedly to be stored in some bins, I can create a new storage type under AFS location itself. And for those products, I can maintain the fixed bins, right? Still, you have a differentiation at the storage type level. Why do I need a differentiation at the storage location level?
So if you want to configure it, let's say if you want AFS storage location to be considered as a fixed bin, you can do that. I'm not saying that you need to create separate storage location for each activity that you're doing, but this is for the explanation purpose. There are separate storage location defined with a specific number. So if you want to utilize, let's say, AFS as a specific fixed bin storage, you can do that. It depends how you are configuring your EWM or how you're configuring your ERP components. Maybe it could be, for example, if you're utilizing AFS as a production storage location also. Maybe, it is how you are configuring your system. It depends.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Similar to that, this IM is inventory managed. So what happens is when you are supplying products to a production facility, Not necessary each production facility is connected to an EWM warehouse. Some of the production facility are internally managing their inventory using an IM, inventory management module of SAP. And if you are configuring a storage type or a storage location related to IM, inventory management, then that is being represented by IM. And you will have a storage location, and similarly in EWM side, you will have a storage type for that. So now let me go to the system, and if you see, I am still into the storage type node, and you can see the description of some of the storage type. For example, yeah, if you see this one, this is a fixed bin storage. This is a bulk storage. Similarly, we should see something for production at least. Yeah. You can see this particular bin, which is for production supply. So that is the prod we were discussing. This one is FI that we were discussing. And available for sale also, it should be there. At least that should be configured. Even in the warehouse which we are using, 1710, we have a production supply area. And this is used for that particular production supply. And there is a bin defined for that. Can you see anything related to, or maybe let me check in the table also. I can do that. So this is from the ERP side, but yeah, no, not everything is configured. So you can understand this. I mean, it's a test system. So again, not everything could be available. And again, it depends what kind of warehouse or what is the purpose of warehouse. Accordingly, we will have that storage type and then the link storage location on the ERP side. So a lot of configuration is happening in the background. So, I mean, I am just showing you at the high level, master level data that you need to understand these terminologies. But it is not only that you are moving this material, some of the indicators will also change as you are moving this material to a specific storage bin. And we don't want to go into the details. We are not going to discuss what all indicators are changing. But since this was a question, I hope it is clear now that what the other prod, FIN, and IM means. I don't know who had asked this question, but I hope it is clear now. Okay, I'll take that silence as no more question. Or if you have any other questions on the topic that we discussed or the topics that we discussed day before we move on to the next topic. All right. So we had discussed the organizational components on the ERP side. And we have discussed the organizational components on the EWM side as well. And we know that the warehouse number is the central unit on the EWM side. It is the highest level in the hierarchy. And everything is then further you will have storage type, storage section for an warehouse. And we have also discussed that even in the same physical premise, you can have multiple warehouse configured. So that is called as a logical separation. Maybe it will be the same physical space, but you are logically separated or you're creating multiple warehouse based on specific purpose. We discussed that if you want to deliver a specific type of material, or if you want to deliver to a specific location, or similarly, if you want in the inbound scenario, if you are getting a specific type of material, then you will configure a warehouse for that. And then maybe for specific another type of material, you could configure another warehouse for that. And it all depends kind of volume that you want to handle, what is the best way you think that you can optimize your warehouse, and accordingly you will create those organizational components. The warehouse number on the EWM side, we know it's a 4-character number or in fact of alphanumeric. It could be alphanumeric. So there are 4 characters for it. So you can either use an alphabet or a number to define a warehouse number. But on the ERP side, it is of 3 characters. Then moving to the other components. So in warehouse structure, like the main warehouse number, and then it is further categorized or further subdivided into storage type, storage section, storage bin, activity area also we'll discuss. Font is not required for us. We are more into the technical aspect of it, so not everything is important for us. So we will be discussing about the storage type, storage section, bin, and activity area. Okay, so let's take the theoretical definitions of an storage type. So warehouse is further divided into a storage type, and it could be like, I mean, how your organization or how technically you are further categorizing your warehouse. And then you can see some of the examples. It could be bulk storage, high rack storage, picking area. So if you are storing something in the picking area so that it can be picked, then you are defining it as a storage type. Again, this could be 4 digits. So let us take our same example, the example of Tata Motors. We have been discussing that example. So Tata Motors will be producing cars, and to produce that car, it will require a lot of components. And those components, those parts will be of various characteristics. When I say various characteristics, the weight, the size of those parts could be very different. Some of the parts could be liquid as well. If we want to also store those engine oils, maybe the brake oils, then probably those needs to be stored differently. There could be some part which would require special type of climate. Maybe not in the case of Tata Motors, but let's say if Tata Motors is producing electric vehicles, then if those batteries are coming directly from the factory or from where those lithium has been mined, then it needs certain kind of acclimatization. You cannot directly use it in your battery production. It needs certain kind of acclimatization. You need to store it in a dry area. You need to store it in a controlled temperature. Then for such kind of things, you define the various storage type. So for example, if we take example of engines, then you will be storing those engines, let's say in the high rack storage, and in the high rack storage, probably in the lowest shelf, so that you do not need to lift those engines higher up, because those will be really heavy, and you don't want to lift those engines and put it in a storage bin which is on the higher racks. We are going to use, let's say, high rack storage, but we are going to use the lower levels of the high rack storage. Let's say, for example, the smaller components, let's say, for example, the infotainment system, the screens, that we might place in the higher racks. Some of the components which we need on a regular basis, we would probably again put it on the lower shelf, or maybe we would put it in a bulk storage. For example, the nuts and the bolts we discussed about. So those we are going to store in the bulk storage, where we are putting everything in one, let's say, one box, and then you can pick it up when it is needed. Some of the, again, you can see the picking area. So you will have a storage type which will be defined as a picking area, from where in case of outbound scenarios, the warehouse workers or your AGVs would come and pick those goods, and then the further processing would happen. Then after storage type, then again, it is further subdivided into storage section. What happens is, again, a storage section would be a subdivision of storage type. It will be combining some of the storage bins. What we are going to do by combining these storage bins? So let's take the example. For example, tires. We would need the tires on an urgent basis. For example, I'm considering, let's say we need the tire on an urgent basis. Then probably we would be placing it in such an area in our warehouse where that could be picked quickly and that could be delivered. Tires is not a good example. Let us take the example of bulk storage, where we are storing those nuts and bolts. This we might need on demand as well. So let's say if when they are doing a quality inspection of the vehicle, they find that one screw is missing, and they will not create an order or something. Even from a production side, they would not release an order to get that screw probably procured, or maybe they could follow a certain process, but it needs to be made available on the assembly line immediately. Then that particular storage should be accessible, so that the warehouse workers can quickly come and pick that particular product and can be delivered to the production supply area. So again, it depends what kind of product, what kind of material you are handling in your warehouse. What is your need? We discussed about the various type of product. Some products needs to be stored in a specific atmosphere, which could be the temperature, which could be a dry area. Some products which needs to be accessed very quickly, then again it should be stored in that particular area so that it can be accessed quickly. And that grouping of those bins is called as a storage section. So it will be one level below storage type, but it will be combining some of the storage bins. Then the lowest level in this hierarchy is the storage bin. So storage bin is the actual location where your product will be stored. So you will have a bin number, and then you can locate that, okay, this product is in this specific bin. So for our understanding, let us take an example of any medical shop. You can relate it to a very small warehouse. So let us understand the medical shop. As soon as you enter, you will generally see shelves behind the person, the salesperson, and whatever medicine you request for, he will quickly go to that particular bin and he will get that medicine and will give it to you. So how is he or she able to identify, okay, where this particular medicine is placed? Then again, they have that kind of storage. So storage type also they have. Like if you will see, if they pull out their drawer, all the general medicines like for fever, for cough and cold, they will be mostly storing in the drawer because that needs to be accessed on a regular basis. I mean, I'm giving an example. They might place it differently as well, but generally they would put it in a drawer and they will just pull out the drawer and they will give you a paracetamol or a Calpol. They might have a specific section. Let's say if you are looking for medicine related to headache, then they would go into that area and then they know that, okay, this medicine is there, and then they will pick it up. Or maybe they are alphabetically, they are like numbering their boxes or the bins, and then based on the medicine name, they go to that particular storage bin and then they pick that product. So again, they have this kind of categorization, knowingly or unknowingly, where the each box is acting like a storage bin. Then some of the products which needs to be accessed on a regular basis, you will see that they are like, I mean, it would be near to the person where that person is sitting, and so that they can access that quickly and then they can hand it over to the customers. And then also some of the rarely used medicines, like for example, I'm taking maybe for COVID, for cancer related medicines. Now that is not that frequently needed, then they will probably put it on higher racks, or maybe they will put it on another floor or something. And then once a customer requests for that, they will go there and then they will pick it up and they will bring it and deliver to the customer. So I just explained that to relate. They are not in, actually, they might not be configuring a warehouse number and storage type, but in their mind, they are having that kind of configuration so that they are easily able to access those medicines and deliver it to the customers. Let us try to see an image of an warehouse if I have. I don't know. Okay, so this one only we could take. So you can see that these are the storage sections, and we have already discussed that the staging area, deconsolidation area, packing area, then outbound staging area. These are the storage bin. And you can see this storage type, which is in high rack storage. You can see there are various shelves which has been produced, which has been like maintained over here. And then you have a storage section. So let's say this is for a specific type of material which you need on a frequent basis. Maybe here you are storing the engine related components. So that way you can categorize, and then the specific boxes that you see, that is the lowest level of hierarchy in the warehouse org structure. That is the storage bin. Any questions on this? Okay. And we have seen the storage type, storage section. Storage bins we have not seen. That not seen in the system. So we will see that as well. But it is not directly created like warehouse number or storage type or storage section. There is a slight different logic that they are maintaining, and then the bin gets created based on that. So if you see this, the naming convention which is followed for a bin is ASL. So A stands for aisle, and S, let me check the exact full form of these, but it is the aisle, then it is the section, and then it is the label. I think the name is also like that only. Yeah, right. So these are the coordinates. One is the aisle, then stack, and then label. So what happens is, if you see in a warehouse, you will have multiple like racks placed, and then the aisle is the area which is between those racks. If you go to that particular aisle, then you can pick the material which is on both the sides of the aisle. And accordingly, there will be multiple aisles. So the coordinates of a bin, the first two characters that represents the aisle. Then again, in one aisle, there could be multiple stacks. What do I mean by stacks? So like, those vertical racks that you're seeing, there could be 3, 4, 5 placed side by side. So those will be the stack number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever numbers you are giving, it will be the stack number. Then on each stack, you will have multiple levels. So the first level, which is the lower most level, then as you move up in that stack, you will see the different levels of the stack. So this is how generally a bin number is generated. So these are the coordinates of a bin, and then accordingly you can identify. We had one diagram over here. Yeah. So if you see this area, this is aisle 1. If you see over here, you have aisle 2, and so on. You will have multiple aisles. Then you can see this one box. Let's consider these are almirahs placed side by side. Then the first almirah is stack 1, and then so on. If you move towards the right, you will have stack 2, 3, 4, and so on. And similarly, in this side, you might have different stack numbers. Then on each stack, you can see different levels. Probably here we see a level till 5. So you will have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. And accordingly, according to the coordinates, you can locate a specific bin. So let's say if you know that, okay, the bin number 29, then you know it is in aisle 1. So warehouse worker will not be going into each and every aisle. The person knows that it is in aisle 1. It is in stack 2, or maybe if it is stack 2, then this is stack 3, then it is in stack 3, and then it is in level 1, so that the person can easily locate that bin. He is not searching for that bin. There is another concept which I will explain, which is bin sorting sequence. So let's say you have ordered something from Myntra. What you have ordered? You have ordered 2 t-shirts, 2 jeans, 1 sunglasses, and 1 cap. You have ordered 4 products. And each of these 4 products would be stored in different storage bin. So let's say your t-shirts are in stack 1, your jeans is in stack 2, your sunglasses in aisle 2, stack 1, and similarly your cap is in aisle 3, let's say stack 3. Any random numbers I have taken, and you can see in that stack, you can take any bin number. Now, the warehouse worker, once he starts picking those materials so that he can pack and send it to the customer, he will look for the most optimized path. That point of time, bin sorting sequence come into picture. For us, this is enough that we know that there is a concept of bin sorting, where the most optimizing path or how the bins are sorted, in that order the picking task would be happening. That is enough. How it is configured, it is more from the functional side, and it is the EWM functional component. So according to the bin number, there would be a short sequence defined for bin. And then based on the short sequence, the warehouse worker will move in that particular order. So first he will come to aisle, he will pick the t-shirt and jeans. Then he will move from here and it will come down to aisle 2. And then he will pick the sunglass, and then he will go from here to aisle 3 and he will pick the cap. Or maybe if the short sequence is otherwise, let's say he might start from aisle 3 and then pick up the cap, then to aisle 2 sunglasses, and then come and pick the t-shirts. Why he could do that? Because let's say the outbound area is, or the packing area is near to this aisle 1, then he would follow the other sequence. Whatever, I mean, that would be done by the system and how you have configured your warehouse. According to that, you can do that. Then again, in the storage bin, there are many other components. Where is that slide? Yeah. So if I go to the system here, so in the storage bin, again, you will see you have, if I expand this node, you will have storage bin types, storage bin access type. Again, you have multiple parameters or multiple characteristics of a storage bin. We do not need to understand each and everything of it. So you just know this, and this is included in the slide. If you want to read it, well and good. If you want to ignore it, that is fine, because again, these are from the functional perspective, they know that what is the different storage bin types. Maybe if I just show you one example. So again, let's say if you have a bin type, let's say there is an area, so that material is damaged or it is not in proper shape or color, you want to block that material, then you will have a specific bin or a number of bins dedicated for that. And if that material moves to that, then the status changes to block. So then again, you would have defined different bin types and you would move that material in the bin type. That is one example. Even for access, you will have different access types also for bin. You can see that these are HLOP. These are different access type. I think it is the name of the equipments they are using. So depending upon the access type. So let's say, for example, if you are storing something on the highest level of that particular stack, then you will require a crane to access that. If you're putting it on the lowest level, then even the forklift or your AGV or even the warehouse worker manually can pick that or access that particular bin. So again, the different access types also for the bin is defined. And then you have other parameters. I am not going into each and every node. You have various parameters that this is how the bins are defined. And then we discussed about the structure. So you can see the structure, they are maintaining this table, and based on this table, the bin numbers are generated. So again, during the initial load, when they are configuring or they want to generate new bins, then this table or this configuration, what they have done is referred, and then accordingly the bin numbers are generated. And most of the places you will see that this what we have explained, aisle, stack, and label, and accordingly the numbers would be maintained. And you will see that some incremental value is also maintained. Generally it will be 111 only, that so that each gets incremented by 1, and you will have a start and end also. So this is the start value and end value. So it will be in that particular range. So again, depending on various types, any of the templates they use, and then the bin numbers are generated. So only knowing this, that okay, it will have a structure like this, aisle, stack, and label, and then the bin numbers get generated in an incremental order. Some places you will see that they are only maintaining the aisles. I don't know what exactly each configuration is doing, but yeah, again, they are maintaining the configuration, start, end value, the increment, and what will be the structure of the bin. Accordingly, the bin numbers are generated. All right. Then one topic that we want to discuss is the activity area. So let's go to that slide. Okay. So again, it's again a logical grouping of your various bins. So depending on the activity that you're performing, you will group a set of bins, and you will define that, okay, what kind of activity it can be performed over there. There could be various activity. It could be picking, it could be packing, it could be put away. It could be even for GR also. They, if you are just unloading and then doing a GR also, then you can have an activity area defined for that as well. So it depends how you are defining your activity area. And then on those multiple bins, you will see that, okay, that activity can be performed. So a very good example, we will see this also, the put away bins. So if you have defined an activity area on a bin, then only on that particular bin you will be able to do a put away. So let's say if I go to the next screenshot where you have this. Okay, so let's say activity 3 is a activity area P3 is a put away activity area. So if you have a material placed somewhere here, which is in the green box, and if you try to do a put away on that particular material, which is in this bin, it will not allow you to do that. Maybe then you need to move that from this particular bin to the other activity area, which is in activity area P3, then you will be able to do a put away. Similarly, if you want to do a pick activity and you have defined an activity area for a specific set of bins, then on those bins, you will be able to perform that activity. Going to the system. Okay, so you define the activities first for activity area. So you can see the put away activity, replenishment activity, stock removal, internal movement. There are many more. So you define the activity and you give us activity code to that. And these are the activities that you will be performing in your warehouse. And then you define the activity area. So if you go to this node, which, okay, sorry, I was not prompting the nodes, it's small. So we are going into the HCM, extended warehouse management and extended warehouse management, where we have been seeing all the warehouse org structures. In that particular subnode only, we have one, which is an activity area. And in the activity area, one subnode or the tab is activities. So we have seen what all activities has been defined in our EWM system. And then you have the different activities area also defined. So like for warehouse number, you have that activity area. So whatever you have defined in the previous screen, those numbers you can use, and then you can define or assign that activity area as per your warehouse. Then like for 1710, you can see activity area, and then you need to go and check what are these activity areas. Then also this would be assigned to the bins also. So assign storage bins to activity area. So if I go down here, so not everything has been properly assigned, but yeah, you can see the activity area and then some of the aisle start date and end, aisle start and end they have maintained. So for aisle 01, this activity area has been assigned. This activity area has been assigned for aisle 2. And maybe similarly, they have done a various configuration assigning here you can see that they have assigned an activity area to this aisle start and end, this stack start and end. All right. So this is it. So now we know all the components, both on the ERP side and on the EWM side, the basic components. I have not covered the very great details of each and every component, but the basic components, the basic terminology that you need to know, like we know the plant, we know the storage location, we know the ERP warehouse number. Then coming to the EWM side, we know the warehouse number on the EWM side, we know storage type, we know storage section, we know storage bin, we know activity area, then different storage type, like high rack storage, whatever, packing, scrapping, and then different storage section for fast moving, slow moving, based on velocity, based on quantity. We have different storage sections as well. And then the lowest level, we know the storage bin. Okay, at least the terminologies should be clear to you. If you do not remember the SPRO notes, that is fine. You can refer to this particular video and just go through it. And I think also in the lab assignment, you need to create a map of the org structures, both on the ERP side and on the EWM side that we will be using. And I think we were making a note of that, but I think I somehow closed that. My bad. But anyways, we are going to see those org components when we are creating the inbound delivery, internal movement. Then also we will see that. So the basic org structure is done. Any questions on this? Okay. All right. Then let me close this slide. Okay. Then let us see some of the master data related tables. Again, not everything is relevant for us, but we will see the product master data, packaging specification, we will see packaging specification structure also we will see. The business partner and product, that is fine. So we are going to see that as well. Okay, sorry. The most important, you can see the master data between ERP and EWM system. If we are using a decentralized EWM, then of course the master data, whatever we have in the ERP system, for example, the material master, all the BP, business partners, whether it is vendor, customers, whatever we are creating, even the plants we are creating, the corresponding needs to be moved or mapped in the EWM system. So for that, we are using a common interface. We need to do the configuration, and then those master data needs to be moved, or the parallel components needs to be created in the EWM system as well. For transactional data, again, if you are using a decentralized EWM, then you need to have a body activation. You need to define the destinations, RFC destinations between the systems. And then your transactional data, the inbound delivery, outbound delivery, or maybe any internal movements that you're doing, those transactional data will be flowing to and fro between these two systems. Since we are using embedded EWM, this transactional data will be available in our same system, both ERP data and the EWM data. But again, there are separate set of tables. There are separate set of transactions that we need to access. For example, even let's say in case of a sales order, if you are creating a sales order, although the material is maintained, but the relation you are going to maintain with that material in your sales order item as well. So similar kind of thing, although it is the same system, but the relation will be maintained, and those relations we are going to access through different transactions, and then we will see the different tables, different transactions. So from now onwards, it would be we would be talking more from a technical perspective or EWM ABAP perspective, we have seen the high-level architecture or overview of the EWM, the basic terminologies. Now we would be seeing more from the ABAP perspective or technical perspective. So the transaction, both the inbound delivery gets created in ERP, it gets distributed to EWM, and then once the GR or internal movements happen in the EWM, then the data is updated on the ERP side as well. Everything we are going to see, how inbound delivery and outbound delivery process, we are going to see as a part of this course also. So, but before that, let me go to the system making. 2701. So let me access any of the material. So all of you are very much aware about this Mara table, which is for the material on the ERP side. So where we are creating this material, the T code for that is MM01. So this is the T code where you will be creating those materials. And if you want to select or view a specific material, then the same thing, MM03. So only the last character will change and you will see that particular value. So let me take any particular material. I click on this. Okay, all data is not there. But anyways, I just want to show you. So you can see this is the material which is available on the ERP side. You can see the description, weight, and everything. And then in different views, you can see the various data that is related to this material. If it is extended for a plant, if it is extended for a specific sales area, then you can see all those components. But yeah, in the ERP side, the table where all this material is stored is the Mara table. So you can see I have selected this, and the total number of records in the Mara table is 2701. That is the total number of records that is there in this Mara table. Now, you cannot access the material directly from this table in the EWM side. So this needs to be copied, or the master data needs to be synced on the EWM side. And on the EWM side, it is called as product master. And the table for that is, okay, so this is the table SAP APO and / SAP APO and MAT key. And you will find a slight difference. Most of the table and most of the transaction that we are accessing in EWM will be like this, not necessarily with APO, but it will have /SCWM. So it will have SCWM and /, and then you will have some additional name. Even in the transaction, most of the time you will see it like this, SCWM, and then some name for that. So we are accessing product table. So you can see the description also, it says product, and each material on the EWM side is called as product. So when your functional consultant or when your business person is saying a product, then you know it is the same, it is the material, but only it is like created or extended on the EWM side. And then you know this is the table where you can access that product information. If I see the total number of records here also, it is 2701. So I think each and every material what is there on the ERP side has been extended or created on the EWM side. Let me take the same material which I had copied. So I'll go to MM03 once again. That was 36. Let me see if I give the MAT number here. Do I get an entry? Yes, we get an entry. And you can see the material which has been extended on the EWM side. And there is an hexadecimal or GUID number which is also created on the EWM side, which is called as MAT ID. And this MATner is again coming from your ERP material number. And then this is the product which is extended on the EWM side. You have the components which could be relevant from the EWM perspective maintained over here. So this is about the product. Then another component is pack spec. What is pack spec? So let us consider if you order a t-shirt, then Myntra will generally wrap it in a polythene bag, or then on top of the polythene bag, they will use the Myntra cover, and then they will deliver it to you. If you order a laptop, then probably the laptop would first be placed in the internal carton, which is generally provided by the company. So if you're using an HP laptop, then probably HP would give a carton, then the laptop would be first placed in that carton. Then a bigger box, they would put that carton, they would put some more thermocols into that, and then finally that big carton would be shipped to the customers. Similarly, if you order a more delicate item, let's say a glass cookware, then again, they would put it in first the product carton, then they might put some more thermocols and they might wrap it with a sellotape or something, and then they put it in a hard carton. This time it would not be the same paper carton. They might put it in a hard carton and then they might ship it to you, so that during the transit it is not broken. So every material, depending upon its qualities, could be packed into a specific type of product. And even the package that you are using, that is also a material from system perspective, from EWM perspective, that is also a material. So even the paper wrappers that you're using, the sellotapes that you're using, the big boxes that you're using is a packaging material. And that is also material also in the system. So some of the materials would be defined as a packaging material, and then that we are going to see. Okay, so let us go to the transaction first of the pack spec. So the transaction for pack spec is, I'll do first /n/SCWM. So I am giving that prefix, which is for relative. And then the transaction is pack spec. This is the keyword. This is the transaction pack spec. And the prefix SCWM is there. Or in fact, let me do an /O. Okay, so this is the pack spec transaction. Let me see if I have any data available here. Let me try one random number. Yeah, okay. So this is a pack spec. If this is a pack spec number, if I click on this, yeah. So in this, you can see that in the pack spec, this is the pack spec number. Description, picking into a wire basket trolley. So this is a wire basket trolley. And even you see, this is also a kind of a packaging material, and it would have that component. If you will see that component, what it is, that would be defined as a material as well. So if I go to the packaging material, this is the packaging material. If this is on the ERP side, yeah, you can see that material, EWM default wire basket trolley, this is the material which has been defined as a packaging material. So you have a packaging specification number created for this, and you can see that it is not relevant for this to have a gross weight or net weight. So all those things are not there. Maybe it could have something related to packaging specification, but that is fine. I just wanted to show you that this is also configured as a material in the system. So this is the material in the system, and then it will have one quantity. You will have various details mentioned over here. But if you will see the label sequence, here it is label 1. What do we mean by this label sequence? So if you will take the example of laptop or the glass cookware we discussed. So the laptop would be first packed in the carton which has been provided by the company which is manufacturing it. For example, if it is an HP laptop, then HP will give you a carton or a box, whatever they are giving, it would be first placed in that. So that is label 1. Or in fact, it is the other way around. So if you go down, then the label keeps on increasing. And then that entire laptop along with the laptop box will be packed in another bigger box that will be level 2, and then you have the final box which will be shipped to the customers. So let me try to explain this. Okay, so the first one is the outmost box. This will be L1. Then inside this, it would be packed in HP bag or box, whatever you think. And then this is the material, and this is the actual material. And since it is on the EWM side, I should not call it material, it is product. So this is the product. It is first packed in this, and then it is packed in this. So this is level 1, and then so on the level levels are there. In EWM, in some cases, you will find level 3, level 4, depends what kind of product you are handling in your warehouse. Okay. So I'm not sure if I could find any other packaging specification which is having multiple labels. No, it is not there. So this is having only one label where you are directly putting that material into your wire cart, and that is only one level of packaging material. So in EWM, whatever you are using, whether you are using a cart, whether you are using a pallet, whether you are using a trolley, conveyor, everything will be defined in the system. So it could be packaging, it could be a material, it could be an HU, whatever. So it will be defined in the system. Okay. Any questions on these product? I mean, the product specification or the master data related to the product and product specification. Transactional data we will see, but any questions on the master data, these two master data that we have seen. So I have updated. We are starting our discussion with the inbound flow as well. So I have updated the content. So in the meeting links, I have added inbound process as well. So because we are starting with inbound process, it will continue in the next class as well. All right. So what do you understand by inbound flow? A very generic question, not from a warehouse perspective, not from SAP perspective. What do you mean by inbound?
Inward, like whatever incoming kind thing.
Goods is coming. And what would be the reference for goods to come? So for example, let us take we as a customer. If we want certain products to be coming to our society, to be coming to our flat, to be delivered, what would be the reference for that?
ASN?
ASN is correct. ASN is correct. It's a notification. It is correct. It is a notification which suppliers is sending. But what I am intending is towards a purchase order and a sales order. So what I will do is, if I want to order something, I want to order, let's say, groceries, I will create a purchase order that, okay, I will go to, let's say, any application, Reliance, Smart, Blinkit, wherever. I go to that particular application. I create an order, which is a purchase order from my side. And in that purchase order, I will add all the materials which I want. I will add the delivery location. I will add the delivery date. If possible, if I want to deliver it to a specific date, I would add the delivery date as well. And then that purchase order will go to Reliance Smart or will go to a specific shop from where I'm ordering. And then based on that purchase order, it will get converted to a sales order on the seller side. So seller will consider it as a sales order on their side with reference to that purchase order. And then he will see that, okay, what all materials which needs to be delivered, when it needs to be delivered, where it needs to be delivered. Then, of course, then he could do an ASN as well, which is advanced notification. So what he will do that, okay, your product is ready. It will get shipped, let's say, evening. He is giving that kind of notification. These are the products that you can expect to be delivered evening. And some of the products he will say that, okay, we are going to deliver it morning. Let's say you have ordered milk as well. So he says that, okay, milk is not available. We will deliver it early morning. Then you have given the person, the shopkeeper, or the Reliance Smart has sent you a notification. And then based on the notification, you know when your product, which product is coming to your place, when, and what all is coming. Then the delivery person comes, delivers that product to your place, and then he will hand over a paper. Or if you are doing it digitally, you will compare with the ASN that you have got that, okay, these are the product I was supposed to receive. Have I received that or not? Once you validate it, probably you will acknowledge to the salesperson that, okay, everything is fine. And then that particular order is marked as closed and it has been delivered to your location. A very simplistic example of the inbound delivery flow. This would happen in any case. Do you agree to this? I have not added any EWM related stuff into it, but this is how generally an inbound delivery would happen. And then once your product has arrived to your location, let's say you have ordered paneer, you have ordered butter, you have ordered groceries, you have ordered vegetables, then what you do for paneer and for butter, you need to put it in a refrigerator. That is a specific storage type and specific storage bin, because if you put it outside, it will melt and it will, the shell life of that will reduce and you will not be able to use it. So you need to put it in a refrigerator. Now you can link it or what could be in storage type or what could be in a storage bin or a section. So that is a specific storage type where you need to store a specific type of material. Okay. Then if you have received vegetables and fruits, let's say you follow a process that you first wash it and then you keep it in the grocery basket or in the fruit basket. Then that is a specific category of product. You put it in a specific storage type, and then you have a dedicated bins, one for the fruit basket, one for the vegetable basket. You put it there. Then other grocery items, the pulses, the lentils, rice, wheat, whatever you have ordered. Then you have another containers for those, and you put those into the containers. Some of the wrappers you discard, and then you throw it in the garbage. So that goes to the scrapping area, or whatever you want to do with that, you want to dispose it, you can do that. So this is very similar how a warehouse functions. Here also, when we see how a warehouse function, we will see that we will have a purchase order. In that purchase order, we will have the materials defined, and then based on that material, in our example right now, we will not see, and we would not be receiving an ASN in our case now. Then the inbound delivery will happen. Then you will do a good receipt on the inbound delivery, and then you do a put away. What do we mean by put away? You are putting it in the specific storage bins. The refrigerator, the fruit basket, the vegetable basket, the containers for putting your rice, wheat, whatever you have ordered. So all those things, what we just discussed, let us see that in the system and from an EWM perspective. Close this sessions. Okay. Anyone remembers the transaction code for viewing a purchase order, at least, if not creating a purchase order, for viewing a purchase order? Anyone remembers that? Okay.
For displaying with a?
Yeah, 23. Yeah.
23 and
correct. So that is what even I am entering. So I am entering the transaction code ME23N, which is for displaying a purchase order. I go to this particular transaction. Okay, by default, it has taken the last purchase order, which I might have viewed, and this is the one which we want to use. So this is the purchase order number. If you want to view any other purchase order, then you click on this button, other purchase order, and then you can enter any other purchase order, and then you can view it. But this is fine. This is the one which we want to use. In this purchase order, you can see the supplier. What would be the supplier? To the grocery order example, can you tell me what is a supplier here? Is it the shop, the Reliance Mart, or the specific shops from where I have ordered? Will that be my supplier? Yes, no. Who will be the supplier?
the one who is delivering the goods.
Correct. Delivering the goods is not correct, because they might have intermediate transportation. They have transportation partners. So the delivery could be done by another organization, could be possible. But the one who is actually sending us the goods.
Supplying the goods, yeah.
Supplying the goods, that would be the correct term. The one who is actually supplying the good. So you need to have this supplier also registered. So even if you log into Zomato, Swiggy, you have certain restaurants. The restaurant, those who are listed on those platforms, only those will be able to supply you the food, right? If you know there is a restaurant which is nearby your premise, but if it is not registered on Zomato or Swiggy, then from Zomato, if you're ordering something, that restaurant will not be able to supply you food. Correct? So similar way, if you are ordering something, this supplier is already registered. And we are using a specific supplier where while creating the PO in ME21N, I have taken this supplier. So this is the supplier who is going to supply us this material. What is the material? This is the material number. And we have already seen that this is the material. It should be available in the product master as well. So let me quickly check that. If I go to the mat key table, it is available. It is available. That product is available. And that is the reason you are able to order that product. If this product was not available in the product master, you cannot order that product, right? Similar example, if restaurant is listed, if a supplier is listed, he is supplying only vegetarian food. And if you want to order non-vegetarian food, then you cannot order it from that particular supplier. So in the relation between material and supplier is established somewhere in the configuration. Generally, this is done by the S2P team. They are creating the purchase order. They are creating the delivery schedule and scheduling agreement so that you know when your product will be delivered. And they are creating the purchase orders, the contracts, the scheduling agreement, everything. And we are just going to use that with reference to a purchase order, sometime with reference to a scheduling agreement as well. I'll come to that also. Okay, so you can see the total quantity. So this is the material. This is the description. The total quantity that we are ordering is 500. That is the total quantity we will be delivering. The price, the currency and everything you can see. The final delivery date is 2908. So we have given a delivery date as 2908. Anything which is coming before that will be acceptable. If we are getting a product before that, the system will allow us to do a good receipt, and system will allow us to do further processing. But this is the delivery date we are expecting. Before that, the product should be delivered to us. That is the total quantity we have ordered, the 500 quantity that we have ordered in total. Now, if you click on this material, you will see all the material related information, like if it has been extended to a plant. And if you see from example, we said that we will be using this plant 1710, and we are going to use that plant. Various base unit of measure, purchase group, all these are related to purchase orgs, S2P related data. We are not going into details of this. So you can see this particular material. Then on the bottom side, you can see an item view as well. What you see in the item view, and the plant and information which I showed, you can see it over here as well. So if you scroll down all the way to the right, you can see all the information. So very much similar. If you have worked on a sales order, you see the sales order header and then the item details. So very much similar to that. Okay, then in the item details, if you see, this is the material data, same information what I showed you in the last screen. Then what I want to show you is this delivery schedule. If you see, notice these two components. The delivery date is 2908, what we have given. The schedule quantity is the total order quantity. We have ordered 500 quantity in the purchase order. So the total 500 is the scheduled quantity. If you see, this GR quantity is 50 and the open quantity is 450. What do we mean by this? And the GR is good receipt. So whenever I mention a GR, it means the good receipt. So 50 quantity has already been received in my warehouse, and 450 is the open quantity. Where this 450 is coming, 50 has been subtracted from 500 because 50 has been delivered. Then the open quantity is 450. So you should be able to receive these many quantities in coming future. Do you understand this? What is GR quantity and what is open quantity? So nothing here. I don't think I have generated the invoices of anything. So you will not see anything over here. If I see a purchase order history, you will see the record and when these quantities has been delivered. So you can see the 10, 10, 10, 50 quantity on 5 different days or 5 different schedules, it has been delivered. So the GR quantity 50 that you were seeing, you can see that amount over here. So good receipt, total 50 quantity, the total amount, and out of 500 open quantity, 50 has been delivered. And according to the price, according to that, the price and everything has been calculated. If there is a delivery address, that will also be shown. So you can see where it is being delivered. You have the address of the customer. And again, this will also be maintained somewhere in the PP transaction as well. So this is the details of a purchase order. We are going to use this purchase order to create inbound delivery. Do you think, can we create an inbound delivery with reference to a scheduling agreement? And can you visualize what could be the challenge with the purchase order, or in which scenario we need to create a scheduling agreement? And all of you know what is a scheduling agreement, at least from a high level perspective. What is a scheduling agreement?
Yes, it's a long-term agreement with the supplier.
Right. Long-term agreement with the supplier, and then you can, in the contract, in the scheduling agreement contract itself, you can define what will be the delivery schedule, how many quantities should be delivered on which date, and everything that you can define, right?
Yeah.
So now coming back to our example of Tata Motors. So Tata Motors is producing 400 vehicles, 400 cars every day. Do you think it makes logical sense that I am creating a purchase order every day, because I would be needing 400 into 4, 1600, or 400 into 5 with a spare tire. So 2000 tires, I would be needing 400 engines, I would be needing 1600 doors, and so on. So do you think I would be creating a purchase order? Then you would probably need a dedicated person who is creating those purchase orders, because every component will be delivered by different suppliers. Someone is delivering the tires, you are getting the tires from MRF. Someone is delivering the doors, you are procuring the let's say speakers from JBL. Then there is a specific dealer for that. Then for various components, you are having different suppliers, different locations. They will have a different lead time. So everything needs to be considered. So what happens is, instead of creating a purchase order, we can create a scheduling agreement as well. So with different suppliers or maybe if the same supplier is delivering multiple materials, then I'll create a scheduling agreement. I'll create a delivery schedule that, okay, every day I want 400 tires or 1600 tires to be delivered to my warehouse by that particular dealer. That I will create in scheduling agreement. And then with reference to the scheduling agreement, also, you can create an inbound delivery. So that's basically the same thing. You are creating a purchase order where you are kind of creating an agreement, and with that agreement, you are getting the product delivered. But to automate that process to a certain extent, we could use even the scheduling agreement as well. But for our example, we will be using a purchase order because I have configured the data and everything for this particular purchase order. And you can use it. You can use it. Plus, but just thing is that please do not consume all the quantities of it. If you are creating purchase order, maybe create for one more. If you're creating GR, do it for one quantity so that all the PO quantity is not consumed, because I will be using this purchase order for creating the inbound and outbound scenarios. Or what you can do is you can just do a copy of it, and then you can use that particular purchase order with all other data would remain the same. Just create a copy of it and then create a certain quantity and a delivery schedule, and then use that purchase order in creating the inbound delivery that we will be discussing in some time. Okay, so now we need to create the inbound delivery. So PO is done. The inbound delivery we need to create. So the transaction for that, and we are creating the inbound delivery on the ERP side, because first, with reference to the purchase order, the inbound delivery will be created on the ERP side. And if it is a specific warehouse on the ERP side, if it is mapped, then automatically the delivery will be distributed to the EWM side, and then EWM related process will happen. And since we are going to use that specific warehouse, it will distribute the delivery, and the data will flow, the transaction data will flow from ERP to the EWM side. So to create the inbound delivery, again, since it is an ERP inbound delivery, many of you are already familiar with this. So the transaction we are going to use is VL31N, because we are going to create. So I am using 31N. If you want to view, again, same VL33N you can use. Okay, so purchase order, it is taking from the last screen. So this is the same purchase order. Now the supplier, I need to have the same supplier, which is in the purchase order. So I create the supplier. This external ID, this is nothing but the ASN ID. So I will give the ASN number, a dummy ASN number, and let me give date 08/21/08. Okay, so I have given the purchase order, I have given the supplier, and then you can see this. So you can see that it is automatically getting the material. And then you can see the delivery quantity, it is showing as 450. So whatever was there in the open quantity, 50 is already delivered, 500 quantities we have ordered, and the open quantity is 450. So everything is being taken. So what I was saying, when you are creating, please ensure, if you're using the same purchase order, please ensure that you are using one quantity. Otherwise, that whole 450 quantity will be consumed, and then I'll have to again create that purchase order and maintain those quantity. For our reference, for demo purpose now, I will use 10 quantity so that you can see some differences. Okay, and all the product related information has already been captured from the purchase order. I don't need to give all those details. So, and let me first save this, and it will create the inbound delivery. So I will click on save, and you can see that inbound delivery was saved and distributed to warehouse management system. So this is EWM related delivery that is happening. I will copy this number and let us see the inbound delivery. So the transaction that I need to go to view this inbound delivery is /OVL33N. It has automatically picked the latest inbound delivery. If I click on enter, so you can see whatever details I had given, accordingly, it has created the inbound delivery. If I go to the header tab, I think the stock placement, you will see the warehouse ERP warehouse number 171. This I had shown you as well when I was showing you the components on the ERP side. So 171 is the warehouse number on the ERP side. Similarly, if I click on this material, you will see the plant and other related information. So you can see the plant or the location and everything that is related to this. on the ERP side still, because we are seeing the ERP inbound delivery. We have not yet seen the inbound delivery. Okay, and you can see the rest of the status. Put away status is blank. If I go back, goods movement data, if you will see, the goods movement status is A, which is not yet started. If you will see the good, it is A, not yet processed, not yet started. So make a note of this, because this statuses will be changing, and I will be showing you when this statuses will be changing. So one is the goods movement status, and one was the put away status for this material. So if you go here, stock placement, put away status is blank. So these things should be changing. Okay, now this is the ERP inbound delivery. How do I view, or how do I see the inbound delivery number on the EWM side? Okay, there are a couple of ways. I'll explain you both the ways, and these are very important transactions on the EWM side. So /n/SCWM. And as I said, in many of the places, you will see this prefix SCWM MON, which is the warehouse monitor transaction. I hope this is visible to all of you. And all these things are there in the PPT, so you need not worry about it. All these are there. But yes, these are important transactions. So I'm showing you one by one, and wherever possible, I'll just write it in the notepad so that you can see it, what exactly I have typed it in this command prompt. Or not command prompt, or the window for entering the T codes. Okay, then I press on, I will open another session. Okay, and you can see this warehouse management monitor. We will be having one separate session on warehouse monitor. So this is a central place where you can access all the data related to your warehouse. You can even configure some of the nodes. That is a part of a technical activity. Everything that you want to monitor related to your EWM, you can do it from this one transaction. Everything. And if some of the nodes are not there, you have a possibility to add those nodes as well. So everything you can monitor. So what we are dealing currently, we are working on the inbound process. So in the inbound process, if I will expand this node documents, you can see that there is an inbound delivery node. I click on this, you get a selection screen like this. So basically this will filter out the data, or whatever I want to view. So if you know the inbound delivery number, you can directly give the inbound delivery number. If you know the ASN, you can give the ASN number as well. But if you scroll down to the right, you can see that created on and created by. So created on, we have created it. So let's enter date. And I hope no one else is using this system. So I should see only one inbound delivery. Okay, there are in fact a few more. So what I will do is I do one more filter, or in fact all up by my ID only. Okay, all up by my ID only. But if you will see some of the data, I had given this ASN number 2108. Oh, sorry, I gave a wrong date. The system date and the actual date we have could be slightly different. So if you're seeing slightly wrong data, then that is fine. So somewhere insert space, right? So that was correct. Insert is not placed. Okay, I'll put my user ID as well. And let's see what we are getting. We are still getting 4, but we had given this ASN number, ASN 2108, based on date. And you can see this is the inbound delivery. And the latest one also, if you want to see the latest one, if you short this down on the delivery document, descending order, this is the latest one. So this is we have created just now. And you can add more data into the filter and you can filter it out. You can see the warehouse activity not started, transit status in transit, put away not started, goods receipt not started, unloading not started. So everything is not started. Only thing is we have an inbound delivery, which has been created on the ERP side with reference to a purchase order, and that delivery has been distributed. Now let me open this delivery. If I click on this, it will open another transaction. I'll explain about this transaction. So now this number, the document number 4410 that you're seeing, this is your inbound delivery number. Now a very obvious question. This is the inbound delivery number. Okay, Vishal, fine. Oh, sorry, okay, Vedant, fine. How do you search for this ERP inbound delivery? There are again a couple of ways of doing it. You can go to this reference document, and here you will see that ERP document, and this is your ERP inbound delivery number. This is your ASN number. So you can see the ERP related data here, that in the reference document, you can see the ERP related information also. Now, I told you that there are two ways of doing it, two ways of searching for it. And this transaction is nothing. The other transaction which I am going to talk about, that is /O/SCWM. That remains common. Then PRDI. That is a transaction. Let me copy it and let me put it in the notepad as well. So if I execute this transaction, it will open the same screen. Now, there are things you see this, there are various options you can choose to find this. If you will choose this inbound delivery, you need to give the inbound delivery number. If you choose this ASN, advanced shipping notification, then you need to give the ASN number. But if you want to search by ERP delivery number, then you need to select this logistic execution delivery. And then if you give the ERP delivery number, which is ending with 55, and then if you click on search, then again, it shows the same inbound delivery 4411. So if I expand it like this, you can see 4411, 4411. So the same delivery number is shown here. And then you already know the relation ASN, where you can see the ASN number, where you can see the ERP inbound delivery number. So this is just the delivery that we have, that inbound delivery which has been created. We will do the further processing on this inbound delivery number, which is ending with 55 or the 4411. So this is the number we are going to use. Okay, so I'll stop here because I will be doing the further GR, put away, internal movements, everything on this delivery. And I'll show you what all data is getting changed. That we will discuss in session. But I will stop here. And if you have any questions, then you may ask. Okay, if there are no questions, did anyone thought that, okay, how this delivery is getting distributed from ERP to EWM? If that thought came to your mind?
Distribution model.
Sorry?
Distribution model.
Yeah. So, of course, the configuration for that distribution model is done by the functional consultant in some place, and it is happening through an SMQ, which is like, QRFCs. And that is very important from technical perspective. And that is the reason I am creating these inbound deliveries, because generally these inbound delivery data will be provided to you by the functional consultant. You can, of course, if you have knowledge, you can create those, but generally they provide you the data that, okay, this is the inbound delivery number. And if there is certain issue or if you want to check something, you can proceed with it. But why I am creating this is, of course, to explain you the process, because even as a technical consultant, you should be aware of the basic flow. The basic flow, when I say the basic inbound flow, the basic outbound flow, and some internal movement. So that is what I will be demonstrating over here. But the whole point is the transactions or the distribution that is happening between the ERP and EWM system. You would require to debug that. As an ABAPer, you would require to debug that. Some of the times, the queues would be failing. There would be errors in the queues. Some of the times, queues would be not failing. It would be in the correct status, but let's say the document did not get processed correctly. For example, let's say I had distributed the inbound delivery, and let's say it did not update the ASN number over here, or it updated an incorrect ASN number over here. In the ECC or the ERP side, I gave this reference document number in the external document number. But when it comes to inbound delivery number on the EWM side, and if I check this reference document, I see a wrong number over here. Then in that case, you will need to debug those queues, most probably to find out the root cause of that issue. From that perspective, I would be using the reference of this inbound delivery again, and I'll show you how you can do the debugging in that case. Because if you directly put a breakpoint, it will not work. It's the same system, but again, it is ERP and EWM is still two separate entity in the same box also. So that aspect we will discuss.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary method of communication between SAP EWM and the underlying SAP ERP system. Option A, remote function call RFC. Option B, web services. Option C, APIs. Option D, iDocs. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management? Our comprehensive ABAP course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP S/4HANA EWM, a cutting-edge solution for managing your warehousing operations seamlessly. From basic configurations to advanced customizations, our course covers everything you need to become an expert. Developed by seasoned professionals with years of industry experience, this course is tailored to provide you with practical, real-world knowledge. Your instructors are here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp even the most complex concepts with ease. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the quality of our course and the excellent support they receive. They have found our course to be an invaluable resource in advancing their careers and gaining a competitive edge in the job market. Best of all, this incredible opportunity to master SAP S/4HANA EWM ABAP is offered at an affordable price, making it accessible to everyone. Ready to take your SAP skills to the next level? Enroll in our course today and unlock a world of possibilities. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
So we had seen this particular purchase order. This is having one material, and in one material, the total order quantity is 500. And out of those ordered quantity, okay, now you can see that 51 has been good receipt. That means it has been already sent to the customers, you can say. And 449 is still open. That means this is the quantity which is yet to be delivered to the customers. Then I'll go to VL33N, and the inbound delivery number on the ERP side was ending with 55. We'll see that. Yes. So this was the inbound delivery that we had created, and you can see the same supplier that we were seeing on the purchase order, the same supplier EWM 17 something, and then the same material EWM S440, and the quantity that we are expecting to be delivered as part of this inbound delivery is the quantity is 10. And if we look at the header details and item details, so let's look at that. So if we look at the header details, so good receipt status is A, which is not yet started. So this is something which is not yet started. And once this is complete, then probably we should be finding some value changing over here. So keep a note of this. It is 51 and 449. So this should be changing. And let us see some more details. If we go to other details, probably if you want to see the supplier's address and other information, then in this partner tab, you will see the supplier number and all the details related to a supplier. You will find it over here. In the stock placement, we have already seen this also, that the ERP warehouse number 171. So that information you will find over here, the ERP warehouse number. And similarly, if you go to different tabs, you can see whatever information is there in the tab and you can go through it. So I'm just checking for anything which could be relevant and I need to explain. Yeah. One more thing, in the administration, you can see this external ID, ASN2108. So this is also right now we are doing it from the system, but when this inbound delivery, let's say, gets created with reference to an IDOC or through an external call, then this becomes very important. And this is nothing but your ASN number, the external ID number that we have provided. Then the ASN number would be coming and would be sitting up in this particular field. So in the administration tab, in the external ID, you will find the ASN number. Okay, then going back, similarly, if I expand this material node, you will see all the information. What is the quantity that we are expecting to be delivered? The put away quantity at the moment is 0. The delivered quantity, that is something else. So you can see other information related to that particular material, total weight, volume, and everything. Here also, yeah, stock placement we are seeing. Yeah, so the plant information we can see over here. And this is not for put away. There is no change in the status of the put away status. And everything is like this. So the storage bin is also blank. I'll keep these two sessions like this so that we can see what is getting changed. And in the administration tab, again, this is more from the functional perspective. They will have the different control indicators. But whatever basic information we wanted to refer, we have seen that. So now again, let us go to the EWM side and let us see what all operation we can perform on this inbound delivery. Anyone remembers the transaction we executed to go to the inbound delivery?
PRDI. SCW PRDI.
Correct. Okay, I should add it. So this is the transaction which is for creating or like making any changes in the inbound delivery. And that's the reason if you will see the end part, the I is for inbound. And when we will be discussing about the outbound scenario, this will be PRDO. So again, that is the way you can try to remember it. PRDI is for the inbound scenario, PRDO is for the outbound scenario. And we had discussed in one more transaction. I'll quickly go through that again because that is probably one of the most important transaction in EWM, which is through the warehouse monitor. And as I mentioned, this is a central repository where you can see all the information related to your warehouse, whether it is an inbound process, outbound process, anything related to your physical stock, inventory, everything you can see over here. So you can see there are multiple nodes. And according to those nodes, you will see those information. So we are currently working on the inbound process. So I had expanded this node inbound. And then if you expand this node document, then you can see that there is another sub node which is for inbound delivery. If I click on this, since there is not too much of data at the moment in the system, I can execute it. But again, in an actual warehouse scenario, there will be a lot of data. So if you execute it without giving any filter values, probably it will not show you any result. It might go for dump because of the sheer volume of data. So you can put some filter condition, and we had given some filter condition. So for example, we can give our user ID created by and created on. So if I give my user ID and created on as yesterday's date, and then if I execute, then also you will see all your inbound deliveries on the EWM side. And these are the 4-digit numbers that you're seeing is your inbound delivery number. One more thing which I would like to mention, again, it depends on the configuration. So some of the clients, they like to have the same delivery number both on the ERP side and on the EWM side. Right now, you're seeing it two different numbers, right? The inbound delivery number is something else, which is starting with 18 and something. It will go on in an incremental order till the number range is defined. And here it is a 4-character number starting with 44, and then it is going on in an incremental order. But it is possible to have the same delivery number. So again, the same number could have been created, and through the configuration, it can be done. So again, if you see the same delivery number in some systems, you can understand it, okay, it has been configured in such a way, and maybe according to the client's need, that is also possible. Okay, then I'll go to the back to the transaction PRDI, and then we were using 54 or 55. We are using 55, right? So I'll change it. Sorry, in the find, you need to select the correct filter, which you are the value according to that you are giving. So if I select this as inbound delivery, then I need to give the EWM inbound delivery number. But if I am giving the ERP side inbound delivery number, then I need to select this logistic execution delivery. And then if you give that number 55 and click on execute, it will filter. And then the inbound delivery number is 4411. The same thing, here to see the header and the item details. In the EWM, there is a slight different process. But over here, if you see, the good receipt has not yet started, unloading not yet started, put away not yet started, and whatever information, whatever is the correct or the current status of this inbound delivery is there, created on, created at, and created by everything. If anything, any changes has been done, then everything is mentioned over here. Okay. If I want to see the more details of it, then I can select that particular row or that particular node or line, whatever you call it, and then select this, switch to form view. So list view and form view, you need to switch. And then if I switch to form view, then again, you will see different window opening up, and you will see whatever information we were just seeing by scrolling to the right. So same thing, created by, changed on, the current status, the ASN number, GR status, everything you will see over here. Let us take a snip of it. All right. I'm so sorry. I should have gone to the list view. So the mistake I did is I had selected this form view. To go back, I need to again click on this list view. So you will see this icon back again here, switch to list view. I clicked on back, so it went back. Similarly, for the item, the material information that you are seeing, here also you can select this node, and here also you have a form view. If you click on this form view, it will open up like this, and then you can see all the information related to that particular line item. So you can see that the product that you are ordering. Okay. And then you see some more information here: warehouse process type, movement control indicator, storage bin, anything as activity area, goods movement bin, all those information you are seeing over here. Let me see if I have something to capture those screenshots here. No. Then give me a minute. Let me open one Word document. Anyone is aware if we have something on this LMS portal where I can open a Word document or capture something? Or
ZaranTech, I think, Nidan.
Okay, then let me do it here. Then I'm just capturing so that we are able to see the comparison when we are doing the further steps, what all things are changing in these parameters. Okay, then again, same thing. I will switch to list view, and you will go back to the main PIDI screen, which we had started with. Now we want to do the GR. And you can see there is already a button for good receipt, and you can select this button. So we are going to do the GR at the inbound delivery level. We are not going to do a partial GR. So there is a concept of partial GR as well. But before going to that, do you understand what do we mean by good receipt? Anyone? What do we mean by goods receipt? Okay.
Receipt of the goods information, like the quantity. It is like the receipt of the goods which are received from the supplier. Say if he has sent some 100 quantity, so we are posting it in the system and telling to the system that, okay, we have received 100 quantity.
Yes, absolutely correct. And if we remember discussion, we were talking about that we have ordered something, a list of items, which includes groceries, dairy products, vegetables, fruits from a nearby supplier, which could be Reliance Mart or maybe a local shop. And then he has sent a delivery to me. And for me, that will be an inbound delivery because that is coming inbound to me. And once it arrives at my location, at my door, then I acknowledge it. I make a receipt of it. And then even in the system, so if you are using any application or any portal, you will see that the goods has been delivered. So that is something that system posting, what you mentioned, that we are going to do here as well. So we know that this is an inbound delivery. This is the inbound delivery number from the ERP side, or 4411, which is the inbound delivery number from the EWM side, which is coming to me. And that is having these material. So this is the material. And the total quantity of that material that I am expected to have is 10. Then I should be receiving it. And that posting when I do in the system will be as a goods receipt. So I will do a good receipt posting in the system. I will select this node, the delivery number, or this particular line, and I click on this goods receipt. There are two sub nodes into this. One is goods receipt and one is reverse goods receipt. I can do that. So I will do first the good receipt. Okay. So the first thing that is changing over here is the good receipt status. So for the inbound delivery 4411, the status has changed from not yet started or not started to completed. So good receipt is done. That means this product has been delivered to my location. Now, something should be changing on the ERP side as well. So this is changing on the EWM side. Something should be changing on the ERP side as well. So if I will go to this goods movement status, this is the current status. I mean, prior to I have done the good receipt posting. So here also you are seeing this status as A, which is not yet processed or not yet started. Now, if I refresh this, so for that, I need to go back and then press and enter again. And if I see this goods movement status, okay, the queue looks stuck. Okay, so this is something which I wanted to show you later on, but I don't know, something the queue is stuck. But why is it stuck? Not placed anything. Okay. Okay, so for time being, you can ignore this. The queue was stuck in SMQ2. We will be discussing this in details, but for time being, you can ignore it. I have made the changes, so now it should not be getting stuck again. So I have processed the queue manually. It was stuck. So now if I go back to my ERP delivery, and if I try to see the data again, now you can see the goods movement status has changed from not yet started to completed. So whatever changes that is happening on that particular inbound delivery on the EWM side is getting reflected, is getting synced on the ERP side as well. So you can see the status has changed to completely processed. Okay, then we should see some changes on the PO label as well. So if you will see on the PO label, the total schedule quantity was 500. Out of which 51 was delivered before this particular inbound delivery, and 449 was the open quantity. Now let us see this also. Is it changing? So I am understanding that after 10 more quantity which we have received, this should be changing to 61. So let's see that again. I'll go back. You see this? Now the GR quantity is 61. And now only 439 is the open quantity. So everywhere it is getting reflected. So now you know the significance of good receipt, that okay, what all things changes when we do a goods receipt. And there are many more things that will change, but the most important, which is relevant for us as a technical person, we know that now. Okay, then I talked about two concepts. One is good receipt and one is a partial goods receipt. So even partial good receipt is possible, but here we do not have a test case for that. I talk about what do we mean by partial good receipt. Let's say the same example which we are discussing for this scenario, that you have ordered so many things, but you had ordered fruits, you had ordered vegetables, and you had ordered groceries as well. So grocery, everything is fine. But on the fruits and vegetable side, you are not happy with the quality of the fruits or the vegetables that has been sent to you. And you do not accept it. Maybe for various reasons, the quality is not good, or maybe for some product, it was expired, it was rotten, whatever, and you do not accept the product. Then you cannot say that, okay, I will not accept any of the products that you have delivered, that you have sent or you have delivered. So what you will do, you will acknowledge and you will do a goods receipt of the things that you are happy with. And let's say there was one more material, which was for fruits, and it is rotten and you do not accept it. So that for that particular material or for that number of quantity, the good receipt should not be done. So in that case, it is called as a partial good receipt. And when you have multiple material, you will be able to do even goods receipt at the line item level as well. So in that case, it is a partial good receipt. I am just checking if that note is still available. But we do not have that kind of test case. So I will not be able to show that in the system. But from concept perspective, even partial good receipt is possible. So not necessary that you need to acknowledge and do a good receipt posting of all the materials and all the line items. You can even partially acknowledge and do a good receipt posting. That was one. Okay. Now, when I showed you this node, you have seen that this is goods receipt, and then there is a reverse goods receipt. What is reverse goods receipt? Let's say for some reason, you need to reverse the posting. Maybe you had acknowledged and you had accepted the product, and then for some reasons, again, you find that you had ordered, let's say, a different brand of rice, but something else has been delivered, and you want to, again, do a return of it or do a reverse good receipt, then you can follow this node. So again, I'll do this. And if I click on this, again, the same set of settings that we have seen should be reversed. So let me do this. If I click on reverse good receipt, okay, no entry was selected. All right. So now you see this again, the good receipt status has changed back to not started. And the same thing, if I go to my ERP delivery, it is C, completed. It should again go back to A. You see over here, it again went back to A, that the goods movement status is not yet started. Now the same thing should be happening on the PO level as well. It should again move back to 51. All right. You can see that this has moved back to 51 and open quantity to 441. So everything, the system remains in sync. And if it is not in sync, then there is a problem that as a technical person, you need to figure it out. Okay. So with that, now I will jump on to the technical topic of it. I will take this further, this inbound delivery further in the next session. But now I want to get started with the technical aspect of it. Okay. So now you are seeing that there is data flowing between the ERP side and the EWM side. Although the system is same, but the data is flowing from, let's say, one module to another module, and maybe from one set of tables to another set of tables. And let's say for some reason, you did a goods receipt posting from the EWM side, and the GR posting did not get updated on the PO order, on the purchase order, or the status of the inbound delivery on the ERP side that did not get changed. Then what you will do? Then you need to analyze this as an ABAPer. And that is something we are going to discuss. So for that, I will create another inbound delivery because I need to show it from both the side, not only something which is coming from EWM, but even something which is going from ERP to EWM. There also we might have some problem, and we need to see how we can fix that problem. I mean, how we can fix or how we can analyze that problem. So to create an inbound delivery, let me close this monitor. What we do is, okay, I'll select the supplier. I'll select this purchase order. Okay, I'll select only one quantity because for this, I will be showing you something. Now, as soon as I click on the save button, the inbound delivery on the ERP side gets created and the delivery gets distributed and it reaches to the EWM side. That step we have already seen also, that as soon as I clicked on save, the ERP delivery number was generated over here in the bottom left, and then a new number, a new inbound delivery will get created on the EWM side also. And this happens through QRFC. So the communication happening between ERP and EWM happens through a QRFC. So there are RFC function modules for each process, and those function modules are registered in form of a queue, and then that queue gets triggered and the communication happens. So now what I want to do is I want to debug this. As soon as this delivery gets created on the ERP side and the details which is being sent to the EWM side, I want to debug that. So how should we do that? At the moment, you do not know the function module which is being used for this process. And also think from that perspective that, okay, it is an embedded EWM, but the same scenario could be occurring in a decentralized EWM as well, where your ERP and EWM system will be different. Then what you will do? So to debug that, you need to go to your SU3 parameters. So I'll go through that transaction /O SU3. In SU3, I'll go to this parameters. Then you have this parameter. I mean, when you will log in to your system and for your user, if you will go to this parameter, you will not find this parameter ID maintained, but you need to maintain it. Manually, you can maintain this parameter ID, which is SPE/IF_debug_QRFC. So this is the parameter which will be used for debugging. And you can even see the description, debugging for QRFC, X is equal to stop Q. So if I maintain a parameter value of X, then this will stop the queues. Okay. Now the question is, this is an embedded system. So you are fine, you are maintaining a parameter as X. Now let's say if you are working on a decentralized system, in which system do I need to maintain this parameter ID? Do I need to maintain this parameter ID in both the system, or in which system do I need to maintain this parameter ID? Okay, so the answer to that is in the sender system. So right now, the sender system is ERP, and if it is a different system, then you will go to the SU3 parameters on the sender system, and you will maintain this parameter, which is for the debugging the queues, which is coming from ERP to EWM, and you will maintain this value as X. Is it clear in which system you need to maintain this parameter ID? All right. So then if I maintain this parameter ID and the parameter value as X, now my queues should be stopping. So anything, if I am sending from ERP to EWM, the queue should be stopping. Now I have already maintained that. Let me once again confirm the value for this SPE, but make sure that you are using this SPE parameter. The same thing is there with another parameter as well, but that we will be discussing in some time. But when you are debugging the queues from ECC to EWM or ERP to EWM, then you need to maintain this parameter. So fine, it is there. Now let me close this window, and now let me process this. So my inbound delivery, I've already updated the delivery quantity as 1. I will click on save. So you can see the inbound delivery ending with 57 is created. So this inbound delivery ending with 57 is created. Let me see this first on the ERP side. This is created. Goods movement data is A, and the delivery is created. Fine. Now let me check whether this delivery is there on the EWM side. How do I check? I'll go to transaction PRDI, which is already open. And then I'll select this particular node, logistic execution delivery. And then I will give, is it 56 or 57? 57. I click on execute. There is no delivery on the EWM side. What is the reason? There is no delivery. Am I selecting the correct node?
The queue is stopped. It is not flowed till here.
Yes. Yes. So the queue is stopped and it has not reached the EWM system yet. So what I do, I go to the transaction, and being ABAPers, all of you already know, SMQ1 is for outbound queue and SMQ2 is for the inbound queue. So we will be seeing everything in the inbound queue because it's the same system. But when you are seeing like in different system, then you will see in SMQ1 and SMQ2. So let me go to transaction/O/SMQ2. Typing mistake. Okay, if I execute, and you can see that QRFC monitor inbound queues, and then if I click on execute, all the queues that are stuck will be here. Then how do you search for your queue? Okay, then let us search for my queue. I can search the queue with my delivery number. You see this queue, and even you will see that this queue is starting with the DLV, and it is having some more component. This is your I'll talk about this also. And then you see the last 8-10 characters will be your delivery number. And the other way of searching for it, if you go down, you already know that, right? I mean, this will be starting with DLV. So if you go to DLV also, if you sort or you filter it, the latest record should be your record. So if you will see this one, this is your record, 18 with few zeros and 57. So that also you can do. You can filter this queue based on the queue name and something and anything. Okay, so this is the queue name, and then you can see the date and time, the sender ID and everything. And then if I further click on this queue, you will see the details. What details? The transaction has been recorded. It is the current status of the transaction, the TID and original TID. So you know that whenever you are scheduling something as in QRFC, a transaction ID that gets generated, which maintains the sequence and the correct LUV in order. So all those things technically you already know. I'm not going into that details. And you see a function module as well. So this is the function module which will be used for replicating the delivery from ERP to EWM. So if I copy and open this function module, you see this? This is a remote enabled module. So this is a RFC function module. And if you go back and debug this, you will get the result. And this is how you will stop the queue. And let's see how you will debug this. Many of you already must be knowing that how to debug a queue, but I'll just explain it one more time. So if you will select this node and you see this button, debug LUV. If you click on this, if you select this and click on debug LUV, the debugger should get started. It is in the constructor. If I do a few F7s, I'm just pressing F7. Maybe let me do it from the screen here. You can see what I am doing. You could have put a breakpoint in that function module and then done an F8. But since I did not do, I am doing F7. And then you see that finally you arrive to that function module. And then you can start debugging whatever issue is there. You can analyze it, and then you can fix it. So again, debugging I'll not be showing because all of you are pretty familiar, pretty good at debugging. So that is something which I'll not be discussing. Then you do an F8. So the queue is processed now. If I go back and if I do a refresh and try to search with the same delivery number, there is no more queue stuck. So the queue has been processed. I have analyzed it, I have debugged it, and I know what was the issue. Maybe I have fixed the issue in the debugger if it is possible, change certain parameters, certain values, and then it has been fixed. Now, when I come to the EWM side, now I should be seeing that. So I'll execute the same delivery number without changing anything. Let's see this. Now you get that delivery number in the EWM side. So this has been distributed. Okay, now you might ask me a question. What happens if I put a debugger on the function module directly? I know the function module. I can put a debugger in the function module. Yes, you can do that. You can do that. So let's see, now I know the function module. Okay, which type of breakpoint I should be placing if I want to debug the function module? So I will be doing the same thing. I'll again create an inbound delivery on the ERP side, and the distribution will be happening. I want to debug that distribution. Which type of breakpoint I should be placing over here?
External.
Okay, let me put an external breakpoint. That's it. That is fine. And I will remove that SU3 parameter. So that is something I will do so that it is not getting stopped because of this. So I remove it. Okay, I should have validated it one more time because sometime I have seen that that does not get updated properly. Okay, both the parameters are clear. Now let me create one more inbound delivery the same way we have done. Okay, I just need to be careful with the quantity. I click on save. Okay, so 58 is created and you see that your debugger is getting triggered. Then you could ask me a question, then why do we need that parameter? I could put a breakpoint directly in the function module and it is getting triggered. Why do I need that parameter? Anyone? Do you think you can answer that question?
If it is happening in the background, like some program is creating deliveries.
Correct.
At that time, we should stop this queue, right?
Also, you can do, right? You can change the parameters of your, session ID. So that also you can do. So if I go to utilities.
No, what I'm saying, some interface is coming and it is creating the deliveries, inbound deliveries.
Okay, yeah, that is one reason. Yes, correct. And then another most important reason would be applicable in case of a decentralized EWM. Here it is the same system. So you're putting a session breakpoint, or even if you're putting a normal breakpoint, it might work because it's the same system, right? It is the same system. Only data from one set of tables or one set of process is getting updated in another set of processes. But think from a decentralized perspective. Do you think if you will put a session breakpoint and if it is coming from that system through some interface, it will update? No, it will not. It will not trigger the debugger. No matter whatever you do, you change the system ID or whatever you do, it will not trigger it directly. So there it becomes very important. Then the second aspect is there will be so many users, right, who would be triggering those. But anyways, you need to put it in their SU3 parameters, but you can do that. That could be a little bit easier, right, than changing the session variable. So let's say any one of you are executing this process inbound delivery creation in the system. And I, being a developer, I'll have to debug it. What I'll do, if I put a session breakpoint with my name, it is not going to trigger the debugger. I can change that utility to your variable, but maybe some cases it is taking the system user ID. Some cases it is taking the technical user ID. So in those cases, you will go to the SU3 parameters of the technical user ID or the background user ID, and you will update that with flag, and then you can start debugging that. So the queue will be stuck, and then you can debug it. So once the queue is stopped, anybody can log into the system. You can go to transaction SMQ2, you can see the stuck queue, and you can start debugging and analyzing the issue. Is that clear? And this is a very frequent activity that you will be getting in the EWM process. So if you're working, the production system is live. Even for the functional consultant, monitoring the EWM queues, that is one of the prime activities. So you will hear it from EWM functional consultant that, okay, they are monitoring the queue. That is a prime activity for them. And they will get frequent issues in the queue. So right now, we are manually stopping the queue. Some cases, it will be that there is some error, some data is not correct, and then the queue got stuck without even stopping it. If there is some failure, some error, then also queue will get stuck. And if some of the data is not getting populated, then they will ask you to debug it and find the root cause of it. So even for ABAPers, it's a very frequent activity that you will have to do in an EWM related project. Okay, then let me remove this breakpoint, close it. Okay, so now I have done the debugging and I have stopped the queue which is coming from ERP to EWM. What about the queues which are going from EWM to ERP? For example, if I do a goods receipt, the status is changing. And if I want to debug those queues, then what I need to do? Okay, for that, again, I will go to that SU3 parameter. And here you see this, there is one more parameter, which is SCWM IF debug QRFC. And the description is same, but this is for debugging the queues which are coming from EWM side. Again, the same way, if you are using a decentralized EWM, this has to be maintained in the sender system. So this will be maintained in your EWM system, and the parameter value here also will be X. I click on save. All right. Now I have updated the parameter, which is for debugging the queues, which is coming from EWM side. Now let me go to my PRDI transaction. And this is the inbound delivery ending with 57. And you can see the goods receipt status is not started. Let me click on this and let me do a GR for this. So if I do, or let me execute this one more so that it is refreshed. Yeah. And then I do a goods receipt for this. Okay. So the goods movement status has not changed. That means our queue is stuck and it has not reached the ERP side yet. So again, same, let me go to show SMQ2. Here also, you will do the same thing. You search with the delivery number. And now you will see this is with DLW. Earlier, it was DLV. And when it is coming from the EWM side, it is DLW. And then the last 10 characters will be for the delivery or what you're using. You select on this here, and from here on, the process remains the same. You will see the queue details. If you further click on it, and you will see the technical details of it. What is the TID? What is the function module? Who is the user who has executed it? Everything you will see over here. Now, do you see this function module? It is, again, a different function module from what we had seen during the delivery distribute. So again, let me quickly check this function module. It should be an RFC function module. It's a remote enabled function module. And again, you can debug this. And same way, if you click here and click on this button, debug LUV, your debugger will get triggered. All right. And you can start debugging from here. Now, couple of things. Do you know the RFC destination for this? What could be the RFC destination used in this particular scenario? If it is an RFC function module, of course, there should be an RFC destination, right? Okay. It will be pointing to a local system, but of course, there would be an RFC destination created for this. So if I go to SM59, I think it will not trigger from here. Let us check first in the queue. No, it is not there in the queue. S4H client 100. Let me see if they are using that kind of naming convention. Yeah, it is there. S4H CLNT 100, S4H CLNT 100. So what you see over here, the DLV is the prefix of the queue, and I'll show you where this is maintained. And then you have the rest of the details. I think they are maintaining the RFC destination and the client as well. So that name also you are seeing, S4H client 100. So if you go to transaction SM59, you can see this S4H CLNT 100. That is the name of the RFC destination. Of course, it will not point to any external system. It will point to a local system, but this is how your RFC destination will be maintained. So there is nothing in the logon and security and technical setting. It's pointing locally. If I do a connection test, it should be successful. Yeah, so it is successful. And then this is the RFC destination that you are using. Another way, being a technical person, we can of course find it from the debugger as well. So you are already into this function module, which you are debugging, and you can see this QIN destination ship. So the destination also should be in one of these function modules. So let me go here. Okay, I need to enable this. Okay, then should be something in the variables. It will go there. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, you see this here, ARFC destination. S for H, CLNT 100. S for H, this is what we have opened as well. It will close it. S for H, CLNT, CLNT 100. So again, there are multiple ways. Being ABAPers, we can always debug and find this. So in the technical attributes somewhere, because if you are seeing the standard function modules, which are related to RFC calls, you will find the destination. And generally, even in the queue name, they will be following a specific naming convention, which will be the queue name, and we can use that. Okay. So this is done. Another thing, if you want to debug, if you want to check some of the details, then even in SM50 also you can see the function module which is getting executed, and from there also you can get the destination. But again, the same route. This is the easiest route, I think, you can follow, either from the name of queue name or from the technical details of RFC. You can get the RFC destination name, and it will be required for initial few times. Once you already know, then you will know the RFC destination, which is connecting ERP to ERP, or if you are having a correct documentation, there also it will be maintained. So I do an F8. I will not be debugging this function module. I'll close this also, not required. Okay, I had enabled the system and update debugging, so everything got triggered. And now if I come back, I think I was using this delivery, and if I check the status, this should be changed. Now it has changed. So it is completed. The queue is processed. So this is the way, this is one of the way you will debug both the queues from ERP to, and then from EWM to ERP. Any questions on this?
One question. Now in this scenario, both the systems are embedded. That's why we are debugging only the inbound queue, right?
Okay. I got your question. You're asking from a decentralized perspective, right?
Yeah.
Right. So in that case, this you will be maintaining in the sender system. So let's say you have two different systems, the ERP and the EWM system. Then this value you will be maintaining in your ERP system, and this value you will be maintaining in your EWM system. And then of course the inbound queue will start. So then you will log into the corresponding system. So if you log into your EWM system, there you will run an SMQ2, and you will see the queue which is coming from ERP. And when you log into your ERP system and run the transaction SMQ2, you will see the queues coming from EWM. So the transaction you are accessing is same, but you are accessing in different systems in that case.
Yeah. Yes. So another thing, for your experience, right? Now actually for us, this is a new thing. Debugging we know, but the function model logic, right? It's a new thing for us. From your experience, any particular kind of errors, what kind of errors we may get or issues in the function model, and what is the area we need to look into it? Can you, if you can tell us something on that?
It will be related to a quantity mismatch. Probably, let's say the correct status was not there. So if you're trying to do a GR, and probably from the ERP side, if it was not in the correct status, not in the correct bin, I mean, not in the bin, but if it is not in the correct storage location, it was not meant for GR, then in those cases, queues will be get stuck. Many a times I have seen because of a quantity or a price mismatch. So that happens a lot.
Okay. Instead of going through line by line or debugging, is there any way to quickly go to that point?
Right. So that we will be discussing. So this is the first initial trigger point that I have shown you. If you will see the content, we will be discussing about some of the important function modules or some of the important transactions. There we will be discussing, like for related to HU, if there is some issue related to an HU, then there is a function module you already know, and then probably you can put a breakpoint in that function module after starting the debugger, and then you can go there. So that we will be covering to some extent.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else having any more questions? Okay. Whatever we have seen till now is like specific queues with a specific inbound delivery number. We were stopping those queues, and we were doing debugging, and we were doing further analysis on those deliveries. There is another way as well. I'll be talking about that also. In some scenarios, even that will be used, and that has some other relevance as well. So let me first disable the parameters, what I have maintained in SU3. Okay, so this is disabled, this is disabled. Okay, so I have disabled everything from SU3. So now, based on SU3 parameters, my debugger should not be starting. Okay, and then let me open that delivery in ERP side, and then, okay. So if I do a reverse goods receipt, my debugger should not be starting because I have removed everything from SU3 parameter. Now, there is another way which we can do debugging is there is a transaction, and you also must be knowing it because this is a transaction for viewing all your queues. So if you will see this, we have used two queues till now, DLV and DLW. And if you will see the type and mode, so I think D is for registered or for registered, I don't remember exactly. So registration active, you can see, and there are various other parameters for that queue which is maintained. And if you will see, everything is having a star in the end. And that is the reason it is generating the random queue name. So if you will see everything with DLV, it is taking DLV, and then it is taking the destinations, maybe the client, and then it is taking the inbound delivery numbers or maybe outbound delivery number, whatever, based on the queue types it is there. So it will be taking those delivery numbers. So this is through configuration, and even in the queue, you need to give the prefix that you want to maintain. So the DLV is for the delivery distribution, and DLW is for what it is coming from. And generally the same name of the queues is followed. I am not pretty sure whether it is a standard somewhere it is maintained or they are just maintaining it here. But I have seen in all the projects that they are following these two queue prefixes for DLV and DLW. Okay, so now I have deactivated everything from SU3. The another way which I am talking about is you can deregister this queue as well. So what will happen if I deregister? Sorry, if I select this and then you see this deregistration. If you will deregister this queue, you check this parameter D or R and D, this should change. So the queue name DLW, you can change, and this has been changed to U, and this is unregistered. So if I go inactive, registration inactive, queue name DLW star, registration inactive. Okay, so now this queue is inactive and I don't have anything in the parameters. Now let me go back to my inbound delivery and let me reverse this goods receipt and also check. Let me check the status. It is completed, so I'll reverse it. I'll do a reverse goods receipt. Created a warehouse task for this. Okay, maybe I'll take the another one which we have. I don't want to waste time with this. Let me first check. This does not have warehouse tasks. No, this does not have warehouse task. Okay, here also it is status as C. And here the goods receipt status is also completed. I am trying to reverse it, and my assumption is the queue should stop or the debugger should trigger that so that I can debug this. If I do a reverse goods receipt, okay. So on the EWM side, the goods receipt status has changed. It has not started. And let me first come back to the ERP side and see if it has reached to ERP or not. It has not reached because the status has not changed on ERP side. Why? Because again, the queue should have got stuck. So if I refresh this, this is the one we are using, and you can see this is getting stuck. From here onwards, it's the same process. You click on this, you will get the delivery. Sorry, you will get the function module. You select on that. You can do this. If you want to debug this, you can do debug LUV. If you don't want to debug it, you can directly process it from here as well. So if you select this, if you click on execute LUV, that also is fine. I mean, if you know there is no error, the queue got stuck for some reason, then you can directly process it. Yeah, and one important thing which I forgot to mention from EWM perspective, do not delete these queues. Never ever delete these queues. You have an option to delete these queues. Never ever delete these queues. Otherwise, your system will become inconsistent. And then again, either if it is possible, then functional consultant, if they could resolve that inconsistencies, then it is fine. Otherwise, they will have to create those in deliveries and everything from scratch. So of course, I mean, you can do it in the lower environment, but even in lower environment, you should not do it. Otherwise, your test case will no more be useful because it will become inconsistent. But in production, never ever delete these queues. That is very important, because if this queue is gone, your EWM system, it is already GR done. Your ERP system, the GR is, sorry, on EWM system, the GR is reversed, but on the ERP side, it is still GR done. And if you try to do any further steps, it will give you error. It will give you error, something or other error it will give you, because the systems will not be in sync. Okay. And even if you are in debug, if you are changing the value of something, always, as part of a general support process, you might be using a firefighter ID and they're taking a confirmation. The process you're following, follow that process and be careful even with changing the value in the debug mode, but never ever delete something from this queue. That is very important. Okay. Then I don't want to debug this because I know there is no more errors into this. So I'll simply click on this, execute LUV, and this will get processed. Okay, so it got processed. Now, if I come back to my ERP side, this status should again become A, and it has become A. So even by deregistering a queue, if you're changing the status from R to U, your queues are getting stuck. Then again, the same question. The comparison, why not I will do this as compared to SU3 parameters? Any idea from general ABAP perspective? Because queues we are anyways using.
This access we will not have, right? Basis may have.
I could not hear you. Can you come again, please?
Basis would have this access. Is that a reason? Generally, they would be.
Yeah, that could be true, because this is related to administration of queues. But even if you have access as a developer, this you should not be doing. Why? Because if you are
for all the deliveries,
not
only all the users, right?
All the users, all the users.
Yeah.
Because if you are maintaining something in SU3, you are maintaining specific to a users, maybe for you or for maybe some more developers, or maybe for one specific warehouse user who is facing the problem or who is facing the issue with the inbound delivery. Their SU3 parameters you are changing. That makes sense. But if you are deregistering this queue, imagine every 30 seconds inbound delivery is getting created. And you are taking, let's say, if you're quick enough, you're fast enough, you take 10 to 15 minutes to fix this issue. By the time this queue is unregistered, this queue is deregistered, then you can imagine the number of inbound deliveries that will get stuck in your queue. Then, of course, you can manually reprocess it, or when you again make it active, the system would try to reprocess it. But there will be a delay, unnecessary problem, because if the users are validating the data like we are doing in the ERP and EWM side, they will start raising incident. Okay, my goods receipt is not happening, the status in the ERP side is not changing, and so on. So you should not be doing this activity. But again, it happens that sometime you need to do it. Why you need to do it? Let's say there is a problem which is impacting all the inbound deliveries. Everything, all the inbound deliveries that is getting created. There is one flag that should have been set. Since that flag is not set, I'm taking a hypothetical example. Since that flag is not set, in the further steps, that delivery is getting created, but in the further steps, it is causing me a problem. Or maybe let's say the ASN number was not updated. When I am creating the delivery from VL31N, it is getting distributed, but the ASN number is not updated for some reasons. And it is happening for all the inbound deliveries. Then it would make sense that, okay, I will stop the entire queue and I will inform the business as well, not me, but the functional counterparts or the business users. They will inform the business that, okay, they should probably not be processing the inbound deliveries, or maybe if they want to process it, it will get stuck in the queues for some time. And then you manually process all the queues, update the ASN number, and then you again register this queue, and so that the further processing can happen. So it will happen, but it will happen in a very rare scenario. So those kind of scenarios will be in very, very rare scenarios that it will be occurring. let's say if it was a bigger problem, then probably you stop the queue so that your unnecessary data is not pushed to the EWM side or the ERP side. And then you analyze and then you clean up the queue and then you again register it. So if you select this again and if you do the registration, it will be registered. So if I select again, you can see the registration active. So now again, the processing would happen as it was happening earlier. It would not stop the queue. It will not stop. The queues will not get stuck. Okay. Any more questions or anything that you want to understand from debugging the queues, which is flowing, the transactional data, which is flowing between ERP and EWM? And this is, again, I am giving a lot of time to this because this is very important. Whatever from my experience, whatever asterisk or whatever note that should be considered, I am trying to mention that as well. But if you have any question, anything that you want me to explain again, please let me know. I'll definitely do that. But this should be clear because it will be a part of your usual activity that you will be doing. Okay, one more thing. I hope all of you know that, but as a part of this thing, let me show you that as well. Generally, how do you debug a QRFC? Anything. I mean, so from EWM perspective is fine. We will be stopping the queues and we will be debugging it. But generally, how do you debug a QRFC? So if you want to debug a QRFC, right now I am triggering it. I am triggering it in the foreground. And I am triggering it with my user ID. So everything is working fine. It is getting triggered. Even if I put a direct to session breakpoint, it is working fine. But if you want to generally debug a QRFC, which is being triggered by some other users, then also you need to maintain certain parameters. So anywhere from any object, you can go to the settings. And then in the settings, you have this tab debugging. And if you see over here, my user ID is maintained. So if your organization, if your client is following a specific user ID, a technical user ID, or if some other user who is creating this deliveries and doing distribution and GR, then probably that person's user ID you need to maintain. And then you can, maybe if you want then to be activated only for the current application server, you can select this checkbox. If not, that is also fine. And then whatever user ID you are maintaining, if you're putting a session breakpoint, it will be triggered for that particular user. So if you see here also in the description, debug external request, example, RFCs or HTTP call. So the user ID that you are maintaining, it will trigger only for those users. So if you have put my user ID, and if you are trying to create those deliveries by your user ID, even if you are doing it, the external debuggers will not get triggered. And being ABAPers, we already know this, but since we are dealing with RFCs and external breakpoints, I thought of mentioning this as well. So let me come back and maintain my user ID. It's not giving me a prompt. Okay, this is also registered. And SIM59 we have seen, but let me go there one more time. So anything like I'm not sure how will be the structure in your project, but maybe sometimes the basis team or even the technical team, they are maintaining these RFC destinations. So like there will be one destination from ERP to EWM and back forth from EWM to ERP will be maintained. Although the login credentials and everything would be locally, but yes, you will have this destination maintained like this. And I was talking about the technical user or an external user. So if you see here, it is taking the current user. But in some cases, if the inbound delivery processing should be done by a specific user, then you will have one technical user or a background user created. And the credentials of that will be maintained in the RFC destination here as well, so that the RFC is able to authenticate that. Here it is authenticating with the current user logon details, but even that kind of possibility is there. So it depends how you are configuring your system. And generally in project scenarios, it is not with the individual IDs you will be executing. So there will be one technical user for warehouse workers, those who are working on the inbound scenario, maybe one for warehouse workers who are working on the outbound scenarios, or depends how you are creating. And then those details will be mentioned over here. And the same processing, the rest of the processing will remain the same. Nothing changes over here. Did I do a GR for this as well and then reversed it? No, this is not there. Okay, so this is the example which we had created and it has only got distributed. And for the other activities, the GR and the reverse GR, I had used a different test case. So now let us proceed with this. Let us proceed with our inbound scenario. Again, you will not be performing these steps. Functional consultant will be giving you the test cases, but you need to know the basic process. Like, I mean, for example, if you see a warehouse task, what is a warehouse task? If you see an HU number, what is a HU number? Those discussions we will continue, and we will discuss about those terminologies as well. So one set of terminologies, we are already familiar with it. Another set of terminologies, which is related to warehouse processes, we will be discussing those as well. So let me open this here. Okay, and I am always clicking on this inbound delivery, but if you see this here, you can expand even this, and then you can give the specific input. If you know the warehouse order number, warehouse task number, handling unit number, then also you can search based on that. So here, okay, it is 4411. Okay, so I am into the monitor transaction, and if I select this, if I click on this, it will take me to the same screen, PRDI screen. But if I select this, and if I click on inbound delivery items, you will see the items what I was seeing in the PRDI. It's not getting okay. It is the same details that you were seeing in the item tab of the PRDI. So everything is same. If you want to see specific details, so for example, if I select this and if I click on warehouse order, I do not have any warehouse order. Similarly, if I click on this, if I select here warehouse task, I do not have a warehouse task. Click on handling unit, there is no handling unit. Even there is no attachment. So I don't think there is any attachment. There is nothing. Instead of this, if I take the another one, which I think we got created. Okay, maybe we will do it in this only. Okay, so right now we do not have a warehouse task. We do not have a warehouse order. We do not have a handling unit. I'll be explaining these terminologies. What is this each warehouse task, warehouse order, handling unit? I'll be explaining it. But let's see how we can create these things in the system first. So first thing which I will do is I'll do a GR. I'll do a goods receipt for this. And then let me select this line, click on goods receipt. The GR is completed. I am hoping, but let me check even if it got updated in the ERP side. And why I'm checking on the ERP side every time, because if it is not done, if it is getting stuck, then all the things will get stuck, and then maybe during the further process, I might get error on the UI itself. So I am making it a point to check it. All right, so this has got updated, and the PO, we know PO must have got updated as well. Now the GR is done. What after GR? Now the same example, the grocery has been delivered to my location. I have posted the goods receipt in the system that, okay, whatever things I had ordered has been delivered. Now what I will do, for each item, I need to pick it up and put it in a designated location, right? So like the dairy product, the milk, the curd, butter, I need to put it in the refrigerator. If there is a vegetable, I'll put it in the vegetable basket, fruits in the fruits basket, and so on. So that put away. So you are putting those materials, those components, or whatever you have received in the goods receipt process, you are putting that away into the designated location. That activity is called as a put away. We will be discussing details, the theoretical definition probably, but to simply explain, that will be a put away process. So you are putting these things into a designated location. So let's see how you can do that. I need to select this. I'll go to this from the menu, inbound delivery, and then you have this button follow on function. So for put away, you need to create a warehouse task. Why we need to create a warehouse task? We will come to that, but you need to create a warehouse task. So I select this node, follow on function. I create a warehouse task. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Okay. So now you see this, there is a warehouse request, and whatever details is there, we'll not be going into that details. For a put away, we are going to create a warehouse task. So let me select this. You can see the status as inactive. Let me click on create. Now you can see the status changes to green. And if I click on save, you have a save button here. Okay. So you can see a warehouse order 2005212 got created. Now let me go back to my monitor transaction. For this inbound delivery, earlier when I had clicked on this warehouse order, there was no warehouse order. Let me see if there is one now. You can see the same warehouse order 20052212 got created. And there are various details into it. The queue is there. I think this is the rule. Yeah, so I'm not going into this. The activity area Y970. So it is there in specific activity area. It will be related to a put away process. And then there is nothing which I need to explain here. So a warehouse order got created for a specific activity. Now let me go back. Where is my screen? Yeah. So now the warehouse order has been created. Now I need to confirm that warehouse order. So this is created, saved. It is not yet confirmed. So you have, what do I mean by confirm? You have created a request that, okay, this is a request, kind of a sales order. Let's say, for example, sales order if you're creating, but until you confirm the sales order, it will not be executed in the system and your goods will not be sent. Similarly, for a purchase order, until unless you make a final confirmation in the posting changes in the system, it will not happen. Very similar activity we need to do in this system as well. So warehouse request is created. And if I go to this, so what I'm doing is I'm still in the same screen. I go to this menu, warehouse task, and I confirm the warehouse task. So let's do that. If I click on confirm, okay. Now you are into another screen where you can see this warehouse order, warehouse status is open. Here also a warehouse task got created, the status is open. And again, if you don't get confused with all these terminologies, first let me show the process, then I'll explain each and every term. So while explaining the term, you will know that which object like the warehouse order, warehouse task got created when. Now, if I try to do a put away with this, it will not happen. I need to create a handling unit. A very simplistic example of handling unit is anything in the warehouse where you are storing a material, which is used to handle a material. So for example, even a cart, a trolley, a pallet, a crane, everything is considered as a handling unit. And we will be discussing the proper definition of a handling unit, but to understand, you can consider that as a handling unit. So even to do a put away for this material, I need to create a handling unit. Let's say consider that as a packet, and using which I would be, or maybe consider that as a cart in which you will be moving the material from the G zone to the storage bin. So for that, I need to create a handling unit. So I will go to this pick HU tab. I will create a handling unit. Okay, I need to give this. Yeah, I have one. Okay, so this is a packaging material. We discussed about the packaging material that, okay, you will have a packaging material, which is also defined as a material in the system and will be packing something at different levels. So this is a packaging material which I have defined. I click on create. You can see the handling unit got created. So this is the handling unit which got created. So I'll copy this handling unit. I think I need to go to the form view. Let me see. I'll just confirm. So handling unit is got created. I'll try to confirm this warehouse task in the foreground. Okay, now warehouse task got confirmed. It also got okay, yeah. So the destination handling unit is updated. This is too technical. Some of the things, if you're not understanding here, the steps that we are doing, it is absolutely fine. I'm saying it is absolutely fine because this is not a part of the technical person's activity, the day-to-day activity that we will be doing. But if you know, it is always better. So at least the basic process you should be knowing. Okay, then let me see. I've already confirmed. Let me do a save here. Right. So the warehouse task, this confirmed for warehouse order. Perfect. Do I have anything? I'll do a save here as well. Okay. So I think this is already confirmed. Let me go back to my previous screen. Okay. So now let me go to the monitor transaction. I am having a warehouse order. If I select warehouse task, there should be a warehouse task as well. Okay, so let's see. I have a warehouse task as well. And if you see this warehouse task is a put away warehouse task. So with this, the put away activity should be done. using this warehouse task. Why we need a warehouse task? What was the HU? Everything we will discuss. But you can see now we have a warehouse task also created. Similarly, if I go to the handling unit tab, I have a handling unit as well, which we created. The handling unit type, the packaging material, the bin, everything is there. So the weight of the pallet or all the details related to the handling unit is also there. So we have created all the components related to delivery, warehouse order, warehouse task, handling unit, and everything we have created. Now, generally for put away, there will be some put away rules could be defined. So it will do an automatic put away as soon as you have confirmed the warehouse task. But since here, those rules are not defined, we are going to do a manual put away. I'll stop here. I'll not do the put away because again, I need to do a certain steps to do the put away. So I will do the put away in session. And then again, we will be discussing about all the objects that we have created. So whatever you are seeing, order, task, handling unit, everything, we will see what it means. And then we will do a put away.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which ABAP program is used to create the custom warehouse order in SAP EWM? Option A, WO create. Option B, WO process. Option C, WO monitor. Option D, WO cancel. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management? Our comprehensive ABAP course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP S/4HANA EWM, a cutting-edge solution for managing your warehousing operations seamlessly. From basic configurations to advanced customizations, our course covers everything you need to become an expert. Developed by seasoned professionals with years of industry experience, this course is tailored to provide you with practical, real-world knowledge. Your instructors are here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp even the most complex concepts with ease. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the quality of our course and the excellent support they receive. They have found our course to be an invaluable resource in advancing their careers and gaining a competitive edge in the job market. Best of all, this incredible opportunity to master SAP S/4HANA EWM ABAP is offered at an affordable price, making it accessible to everyone. Ready to take your SAP skills to the next level? Enroll in our course today and unlock a world of possibilities. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
Okay, so anyone remembers, I want to open the inbound delivery, which we were processing. What is the T code for that? Anyone remembers that? If you remember bits and pieces, that is fine. I'll use asterisk and I'll search with it. But if you remember some part of it.
Ending with PRDI, right?
Yes, correct. So SCWM and by the time we finish this training, you will get used to this SCWM. So generally, most of the EWM related transactions and table will have this prefix. If not, if it is related to APO or some other process in the WM box or the HCM box, then it will have some other prefix, but generally it will have SCWM prefix. And then PRDI, which you mentioned, and that is absolutely correct. So we were processing this delivery. I'll click on search and it should not return anything. Why? I entered the value and this is a correct inbound delivery number. I entered the inbound delivery number and I clicked on search. It did not return anything.
Logical execution delivery.
Yes.
Logistic execution. That's correct.
So this PRDI transaction, you can search for inbound deliveries, but there are different ways to find that particular delivery. So this delivery number, what we have given over here, is not the inbound delivery on the EWM side. When you're seeing this header or the text which is to find this delivery, inbound delivery, this is on the EWM side. And this number is not on the EWM side. This is the ERP delivery number. So if we want to search with that, we need to select this particular node, logistics execution delivery. And as I told you, you can even search with purchase order, ASN number, or if you know the EWM delivery number, then you need to select this node and give the correct number. So something 4415 or 4416 was my EWM inbound delivery number. If I click on that, then you can see it is returning the result. So let me verify it is the correct number. No, then I search with. So now if I search, you see that it is generating and it is giving us a result. Okay. So now you see we had completed the GR process, and even we had created the warehouse task, we had created the warehouse order, we had created the handling unit as well. And don't worry, I will explain that process once again, but let me run the one complete process. And then, because again, we will be discussing a lot of stuff in this. So again, we need to create few test cases. So I'll be repeating the process once again. Okay, so let me open one more transaction where I can see all the details. When I say all the details, I can see the HU related information. I can see the warehouse task, warehouse order, everything. But before that, you can see all those information here as well in PRDI transaction, but you need to navigate at multiple places. So in the line item tab, you can see there is one tab for HU. So if I click on this tab, you will see this is the handling unit that we had created. So even this handling unit information has been updated over here. Similarly, if you want to see the warehouse task, you see this button over here, display additional data. If you click on this small arrow-like icon, it will show you what all things you have over here. And if you click on display warehouse task, you see there is a warehouse task which is in confirmed status. And so there are other details. This is for this particular product. This is the warehouse process type that is being used. And this is the warehouse task number. And it will have a warehouse order number as well. So if you further form view, you will see all the details related to this warehouse task. What is this warehouse task? It is confirmed. It is for put away. This warehouse task is for put away. And in a while, we will be discussing what is a warehouse task, what is a warehouse order. And you can see the warehouse order number as well, the different activity area. There are a lot of stuff. I mean, we have not discussed each and everything. We don't know also each and everything. The source bin was from the GR area. Then it is moving to this particular bin. You can see the HU number, which we were seeing in the other tab. So all the information related to that particular warehouse task is also available over here. What is the other way? And this transaction, I mean, you have to by heart, because this you will be using every day. If you're working on an EWM system, monitor transaction you are going to work with every day. Okay, I don't remember the delivery number. So if you scroll down somewhere, yes, here you have logistic execution delivery number also. So maybe 55, I'll enter, I filter this, and I'll get that. And the same way, if you select this particular node, you can see the inbound delivery item. This is the item details, which we were seeing on the PRDI transaction. If you want to see the warehouse orders, you can see the warehouse order. If you click on warehouse task, you can see the warehouse task. And this is the same number, 5511, 5511, 5212. So let's check. So 5212 is the warehouse order. Then if you click on handling unit, you will get the handling unit information. And if there is some attachment, but there is nothing at the moment, we have not generated any document. So there is no attachment. So everything you can see over here. Okay, then what we need to do. So the GR is done. I have created a warehouse task, which is wrapped in a warehouse order, which is for a put away task. But the put away has not yet happened. So if I go back to PRDI transaction, and if you see, this put away has not yet started. Generally, in system for put away, there is a put away strategy or a automatic task that has been defined. So what happens? There is another tab, PPF action, and this we will be discussing, not necessarily related to a put away task, but maybe for something else. What is a PPF action? A very high level I'll be discussing now. If you have worked on SD modules or any of the ERP modules, you have a concept of output types. Have you worked on output types? Anyone?
Yes.
Can you explain what are those output types for?
Suppose if you want to trigger any further action after the document is created, all right? Like printing a form or triggering an IDOC, something.
Correct. Any asynchronous task, maybe triggering a next step, triggering interface, maybe like to another system, triggering a form. So everything we can do, not only related to PDF generation or a form generation. Even if you want to trigger a next step, that also we can do with output type. So if you will see the output type determination, there are various things that you maintain, like, for external transfer, for PDF generation, but there are various parameters that you're maintaining over there. Similar concept is there in EWM, which is called as PPF action. The full form of is post-processing framework. We will be discussing the technical aspects of it. But for now, there could be PPF actions defined. And let's say as soon as we have created and confirmed a put away warehouse task, the put away will automatically happen through the PPF action. So if a PPF action was configured in the system, it would have triggered the asynchronous call, and the put away would have been done automatically in the background. That was possible. But since this is a trial system, that kind of configuration is not done, we will do a manual put away. So you can see it is not started. We will do a manual put away. So again, there could be various requirements. Some clients wants to do the put away automatically, and some might not, because if you are after GR, if you want to do a quality inspection, if you want to do a further deconsolidation or unpacking, let's say your product has arrived in a big packet, and before doing a put away, what do I mean by put away is putting into the specific storage location, you will first unpack it so that you can take out the individual materials and then do the put away. Then in that case, you will have a different put away strategy, and it might not be possible that it is happening through a PPF action in the background. So we are going to see the manual process of it. So now let's see what in the manual process. To do the put away, there is another transaction /n/SCWM/ADHU. So ADHU is for ad hoc HU movement. That is how this transaction is coming. And we have created the handling unit, and we will do the movement. Why I'm calling a movement? Because it is in one specific location. I will move it to the specified storage bin. And when you want to do it manually, then you are using this transaction. So let me first open it in SE93. Then we will see. No, the description is not correct because we have already created the warehouse stuff. I thought it will give it. So it is giving a bundle description for all this. But anyways, that is fine. So this is the transaction we are going to use, SCWM/ADHU. And now I have found that, okay, I can use the Google Note. And here I will be mentioning whatever we are discussing. So all this is there in the PPT, but I will be, because in future classes also we will be referring to some of these. So those details I'll be mentioning over here. Okay, so if you execute this transaction, you see that again, similar to PRDI, you can filter based on various things, handling unit, storage bin, resource, product, whatever you want to do. You can filter based on that. So we know the handling unit. So let's filter based on that. Where do I find the handling unit? This is the delivery. Where do I find the handling unit for that? Okay, we discussed just now. Is my screen visible to all of you? This SAP screen with PRDI transaction?
Yes.
Can you locate where do I find the handling unit information? Okay, so you can see all these tabs over here, right? And this HU is nothing but your handling unit. The full form of it, handling unit, HU. So if I click on this, I'll get the handling unit. And you can see the detailed, the full form of HU. So this is the handling unit number. I will copy this handling unit number. I will come to this transaction. I'll click here and I'll execute. I don't want to keep this locked, so I'll come out of this transaction, but this is something which we are intended, this should change. The put away should change. So just keep this in mind. So I'll come out of it so that it is not locked in another transaction. And then once I have searched for the handling unit, I will click on create. Okay, so looks like I have just confirmed the movement. The HU was already created. I have just confirmed the movement. Let me again go back to PRDI and let's see if something has changed over there or not. Okay, so I have entered the handling unit number, and you can see this is my source bin information. This is the source HU, and this is the source bin information. This is the bin number and all the details, the entire hierarchy of the bin. Everything is here. I will manually give a destination bin. So let me give a destination bin. And along with the destination bin, I need to give a warehouse process type. So I know this warehouse process type. This is the warehouse process type I need to use. And again, this needs to be provided by the functional that, okay, you are doing the movement to this particular bin. Then what warehouse process type should be used? And we are doing a put away. So it should be related to some warehouse process type. So let's see Y999. Okay, this is manual warehouse supervision. So this is going to work fine. And then if I click on enter, yeah, so what it is telling me that this warehouse task will be confirmed automatically. You cannot do a manual confirmation. So this checkbox will be ticked. So if I click on this, you can see that this has been ticked so that it will automatically confirm the warehouse task that will get created. Now I click on create. Now it should work. Yeah, now here it has created the details. Let me click on save. Okay, it got saved. The confirm has already happened, but let me see if that is not done then. Yeah, so it is already confirmed. I will click on confirm in foreground. So nothing will change. Yeah, so nothing changed. It is already confirmed. I have saved it. Let me go back to the PRDI transaction. I should see something different. Yeah. Now the put away is completed. So we have manually done the transfer from one source bin to another source bin using a warehouse process type. That is the process. And this marks the completion of inbound process. So the entire inbound process, you will mainly have these 3 steps. Unloading we have not seen, but you can do the unloading as well. So that is fine. If you see over here, you had a button to unload. So before GR, you could have done this unloading. But again, if you are doing each and every step, you need to have the correct bin number, the correct warehouse process type, everything should be knowing, but that is fine. So we will be in the inbound scenario, mostly these 3 steps will be there. What will be happening? Your trucks arrive, you will do an unloading or you will do a GR first, whatever the sequence you're following. Once the GR is done, then you will do a put away. In between, there could be multiple processes. So again, depending upon the complexity, depending upon the type of warehouse you're using, you can have multiple processes in between. But in general, high level, for a standard inbound scenario, goods receipt and put away will be there. So you should be familiar with these terminologies: goods receipt, unloading, and put away. So when your functional consultant is saying that, okay, I am getting an error in the put away process, you should know that what is he meaning by that put away. Then you know, okay, fine, this is the put away. Then you can ask, give me the inbound delivery number. Because if you know this put away will be in the inbound scenario, you can ask him for the inbound delivery number. Or you can ask him, okay, give me the warehouse task number, warehouse order number, or HU number. And then I'll start debugging and I'll start analyzing. Okay. Now, in the inbound scenario, let us discuss. We have been hearing this term a lot. What is warehouse task? What is warehouse order? What is handling unit? So let's think from a definition perspective. We have that in the slide as well. Yeah. So you have this. If you will go to the overview of inbound flow, that particular document. So in the material, you have it over here, overview of inbound flow. You will have all the details, what we have discussed. Even the screenshots are there in the inbound flow. So there is another document, inbound process. So if you will go to that inbound process, in fact, it is having much more than what we have discussed. So all the transactions like ME21 we discussed, some examples, and this is how it will look. We have already seen that in the system. Instead of looking at the PPT, we have directly seen in the system. You can see the VL31N, there you are creating your inbound delivery. Then there are various T codes. I mean, we have not discussed this, but this should be, okay, this is from IDN side, but this we have not followed. PRDI we have discussed, and then how you can view and see the delivery on the EWM side, continuation of PRDI, and everything is there. So this I have shown you directly from the PRDI transaction. Here they have given a specific transaction, which we do not need to do. You can do it directly from the PRDI. The confirmation part we do. So the create warehouse task and confirmation, we did it from PRDI using the follow-on function and confirmation. If you remember this, maybe I'll show you here. So what we did is we went to the inbound delivery, we clicked on this follow-on function, we clicked on this warehouse task. And then even if you click on this warehouse task, if it is already created, then you will get this confirmed here only. So you don't need to go to a separate transaction, the TO confirm. You can do it from the warehouse task also. Okay, so all those T codes, all those screenshots is added over here. If you want, you can refer to this slide, or if you are okay, then you can refer to the video. There also I have explained you the detailed process of creating the entire inbound delivery scenario. Okay, then coming to the definition of a warehouse task. So warehouse task, it contains the detailed action that you want to perform in the warehouse. So for example, if you want to do a specific movement, or you can do, if you want to do a posting change, then it will be done through a warehouse task. So what do you mean by posting change? That if you want to generate a document, if you want to change the status of the delivery, all those things are considered as a posting change. Physical movement, from one location to another location that we did. If you want to do packing, unpacking, then also you will have a warehouse task created in the system. So in a very layman term, if I were to explain it, so any activity that you're performing in a warehouse, so any activity, any task, or any instruction that is happening in a warehouse, it could be like in picking an item, placing an item or product into the bin, transferring stocks, packing, unpacking, everything that you are doing, it will be related to a warehouse task. So that you can track in the system what is happening, what was this warehouse task for. So if you will go to the warehouse task, if I go to this particular warehouse task, let me go here. See this here. We had this warehouse task for put away, and then we had this warehouse task for internal movement. We did it from ADHU. We use this process type, and this was for the put away that we did. So everything will have a warehouse task, and you can see all the details: warehouse process type, activity, who created it, when it was created, what was done, all the action, all the details you will be able to see in the warehouse task. What was the product? Everything you will see here. Okay. And how this warehouse task can be executed? It can be executed by the warehouse operator, maybe manually, or it could be through some background job, some automation as well. So if you are automatically confirming the warehouse task, like in one of the example, we saw that we already selected that checkbox. So as soon as the warehouse task, I clicked on create, the confirmation happened automatically. So again, there are multiple ways of doing a warehouse task. So warehouse task, now you understand what is a warehouse task, or any questions on this? Okay. Then moving on to the next topic, which is warehouse order. So warehouse order is, you can say it as a wrapper. So it organizes and manages all the warehouse tasks that is there in the warehouse. So let's say for one warehouse worker, he wants to do a picking warehouse task. He is not necessarily doing picking of one warehouse, one product. He might be doing a picking of multiple products. And for each product, let's say there is one warehouse task. Then all those warehouse tasks will be clubbed and will be put into one warehouse order. Here we had one warehouse task and one warehouse order. So if I go to the warehouse order, you see this? We had one-to-one relationship, but in one warehouse order, you can have multiple warehouse tasks as well. So that will club all the warehouse tasks that one particular resource is performing. It could be one related to one particular activity, or it will be generally related to one particular person, so that he is performing all the warehouse tasks, and that is there in the one warehouse order, and then the activity is complete. Let me show you with a diagram in the system, then you will understand this better. Yep. Okay. The same example which I gave. Let's say there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picking warehouse tasks are there. So through this wave is nothing but let's say an automatic warehouse task creation. Then it created 5 picking warehouse tasks, and these are maybe, let's say, for 5 different products. Now one person will be performing all these activities. Then there has to be, like, how many warehouse tasks can be assigned to one person, what will be the time taken, what will be the optimized route. So all those things needs to be considered or needs to be managed. So here you can see, based on such thing, these warehouse tasks has been clubbed into 2 different warehouse orders. So 3 have clubbed, let's say, till 45, 1, 2, 3 warehouse tasks into one warehouse order, and these 2 has been clubbed into another warehouse order. Now this warehouse order, let's say this is assigned to anyone, and then they are performing the activities which is there in this warehouse order. So this person will be performing 2 warehouse task activity. This person will be performing 3 warehouse activity. So it's a kind of a grouping of warehouse tasks. So you can see here also definition: bundle one or more warehouse tasks into a work package with the intent that the warehouse employee can execute the warehouse task within a reasonable time period, or you can see in an optimized manner, because if you are assigning all the warehouse tasks to one warehouse order and this warehouse order is assigned to one person, he might not be able to process it. Why I am saying he might not be able to process it? Let's say the weight of these material. Let's say we are dealing in a bulky material. Let's say some engine parts. A weight of each material is, let's say, 20 kg. A person might be able to lift, let's say, 60 kg. But if we are putting 100 and 150 kg, for example, then that person might not be able to lift that particular weight that we have assigned. So that also could be one of the consideration of grouping a warehouse task. Similarly, Now we know that, okay, pick these 3 warehouse tasks, let's say in one aisle of our warehouse, and these 2 are in some other aisle, maybe a slightly different location in the warehouse. Then that also makes sense that, okay, that way also we can do a logical grouping, so that this person will go to that particular aisle, pick all these 3 products, and another person will directly go to another aisle and then pick all this product. So that way you can optimize your warehouse picking process, or maybe if you're doing any other process, you can optimize that. So that is warehouse order. You are logically grouping a warehouse task to a warehouse order. And yes, this is a warehouse task cannot exist on its own. Every time if you create a warehouse task, automatically it will create a warehouse order. Or if you are assigning multiple warehouse, then that is also possible. But without a warehouse order, warehouse task cannot exist. Okay, now coming to the third topic, which is handling unit. What is a handling unit? So handling unit represents anything that is for holding or for moving a material. So for example, let's say a pallet. Do you know what is a pallet, or should I show you in Google image? Have you seen a structure like this in anywhere? These are open pallets. It could be closed pallets as well. So these are open pallets. If you are moving a heavy part, or why, if not moving, why you need a pallet like this? You see this is a pallet. Your material will be placed on top of this pallet. And in the first class, you had seen there was a forklift, right? That also, let me show you. Yeah, this is the correct one. So in this, if you see this in forklift, there are 2 bars like this. You can see this. Can you see this, or do I need to increase to its full? So these are open source images, so that's the reason I'm sharing it. So you can see this 2 pointed kind of thing in this forklift. So what happens is, you will see this pallet. That forklift will come, and those 2 pointed like bars that you were seeing will get inserted into this, and then the forklift will pick this pallet. So that is how it is easier to like move the pallets or move the material. So your material will be placed on top of this pallet, and then forklift will come. It can easily insert those bars inside this or into this box or the pallet, and then it can do the movement. So this is one example of HU. This is also an handling unit. Let me show you a closed pallet also. Not a very clear image, but the boxes like this. So this is open. You can have a closed box also like this. So that is also possible. And then you will have the material placed inside that. And then the forklift will come, and then same way, the bottom structure will remain more or less same. And then it will pick that up. So even this pallets, the boxes, the trolley, everything is a handling unit. So whatever, any physical containers, package that holds your product, your inventory, is a handling unit. And it is for efficient handling, because you've seen the pallet, it is designed or made in such a way that it is for efficient handling and tracking of your product in the warehouse. So the definition could be, a handling unit is something which could be a pallet, a box, a carton, whichever things which could contain one or more products. That is it. And why we have a handling unit? So let's say why we will have a box. If you have ordered something, let's say the screws and nuts, again, you will not be ordering 1 piece or 10 pieces of those screws, right? It will always be coming in a bulk. Then it makes sense that all your screws and nuts is placed in one box. So that will be one handling unit. It will have probably a barcode, which will tell you the type of product it is having, the number or the quantity, the weight, volume, everything it will have. And then you just scanning or just looking at the barcode, you know what all barcode or the HU label, you know what kind of product it is having, and then you can handle it. So that is also a handling unit. Now, coming to our example in the system. Why did we create all these things? We discussed about warehouse task, we discussed about warehouse order, we discussed about handling unit, and we have already seen that while doing the put away, we had created all these things. Why did we do that? Can you relate? Can you relate? Why did we do this? Can you try to explain with any of the examples that we have discussed, maybe the Amazon or the Reliance Smart example or the Tata Motors example that we have discussed? Can anyone explain me in why did we create this warehouse order? Why did we create this warehouse task? Why did we create this HU. Are you able to relate it at least? Yes, no, anything?
We need to put those items to the respective storage facility, right? Like either refrigerator or wherever we store the grocery. That way we can relate this activity which will do
Right.
warehouse task, warehouse order.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
That's what I think. And handling unit is probably when you take each of the material and probably put it in the respective places, right? That will be our handling unit, maybe.
Yeah. So to some extent in handling unit. So let's say you are taking the fruits and putting in the fruit basket, but even you cannot carry it in a hand. If you are carrying it in hand, then in that case, hand is your handling unit, right? Because anything, even the cart or even the pallets, whatever you are, or let's say you have taken a polythene bag, you put everything in the polythene bag, and then from your door or the GR area in your place, you take it to your dining area where you will put it in the fruit basket. So you will carry a polythene bag or something, that is your handling unit. So here also we have created the handling unit, because when we were creating a warehouse task, it asked for a handling unit. Okay, what will be the handling unit that you will use to do the put away? And that's the reason we had created this handling unit. So yes, you have understood the context of it, why we had created the warehouse task, why we had created the warehouse order, why we had created the handling unit. So with that, the inbound process is complete. We know all the important terminologies related to inbound process. Let me repeat it once again. First, we created an inbound delivery on the ERP side, which is logistic execution delivery. Then the delivery got distributed to the EWM side, which is an EWM, or in EWM, it is called as inbound delivery. So it got created, the inbound delivery got created. Then we did a GR, which is goods receipt, that okay, we acknowledge the receipt of good. And then once the good receipt was done, we wanted to do a put away. And to do a put away, we had to follow a certain steps. What we did, we created a warehouse task, which was for the put away warehouse task. And then it automatically created a warehouse order. And during the creation of warehouse task, we had created the handling unit as well. So we had created the handling unit. And I'll show you once again that whole process. I'll show you once again. I created the handling unit, and that was for handling the product from your GR zone to the final bin. And then we confirmed the warehouse task, warehouse order. And then the put away, we had to do a manual put away because there was no PPF or no background job or any process to do an automatic put away. And then we went to the transaction ADHU, which is for ad hoc movements. And then we gave the HU number. And then there also we created one more task to for the put away or the internal movement task, because we are doing a manual put away. And then we had used this Y999, this WPT, warehouse process type. And then the put away was also confirmed. That status was also changed, and we had seen that. So that was the whole inbound flow. Now let us see some of the important tables. The important transactions you already know: the PRDI, the add HU, warehouse monitor. These three are the important transactions on the EWM side. ECC side, ME21N or all this ME22, ME23, you will be using it in different scenarios. Then VL33N for displaying the inbound delivery on ERP side, and VL31N we had used for creation. Did we use anything else? No. So that those two are the important transactions on the ERP side, and then three important transactions on the M side. So all the important tables and all the important T codes, whatever we will be discussing throughout this entire course, will be in one particular module or in one particular section. So you can always refer to that. So I'll check in which particular slide it is there. If it is not there, I'll get this added here. So the first week, we are going through the key terminologies in the EWM side. You might feel that this is too much of information. Please let me know. I will try to be a little slow. But since there are a lot of new terminologies, it will take some time for you guys to grasp this. And then once you are familiar with all these terminologies, it will be more technical stuff from next week onwards. So it will be more how to create, let's say, a screen, how to create different nodes. Those things we will be discussing from next week onwards. Okay, so we do not have that, here, let me go to this delivery. Yeah. So here you see this is only inbound delivery. I'll show you in the outbound side first, so that you will understand what do I mean by only inbound delivery. Okay. Here you can see in the outbound delivery, I have executed the transaction PRDO. PRDO is for outbound delivery, and PRDI we have been using for inbound delivery. You see over here, we have outbound delivery order. We have outbound delivery. So right now, outbound delivery order is selected, and you can see all the notes related to that. If I click on this, then outbound delivery is selected, and you can see all the buttons in the find is related to outbound delivery. Okay. And even you can select from here as well, outbound delivery order, but you can switch tabs from here as well. Similar to that, even in the inbound delivery, in the decentralized EWM, you will see two components. One is inbound delivery notification, and then another one is inbound delivery. Okay, so inbound delivery, you know what is an inbound delivery. Okay, so let me try to explain it in what happens in a decentralized EWM. Here it is an embedded EWM. So as soon as the delivery on the ERP side gets distributed, it creates an inbound delivery, and there is a direct relationship, and there is no notification. But what happens in a decentralized EWM, you have one more preceding document, which is inbound delivery notification. And what is that inbound delivery notification? It is an initial document which notifies you that, okay, this is an delivery which is from ERP side, which is getting distributed. So again, in a layman terms, you can say it is the exact copy of the delivery which is there on the ERP side that you are coming to your EWM side with inbound delivery notification. And then let's say if you want to do certain processing, certain adjustment, if not, then with reference to inbound delivery notification, your inbound delivery gets created. Is it clear? So it's also like, I mean, the warehouse can also prepare that, okay, inbound delivery is something which you have already received on your warehouse. That will inbound delivery notification will be kind of it's a preceding document. So in a way, you can also prepare your warehouse that, okay, this is the inbound delivery which is coming to our place, and then you can make your, let's say, staging area, doors ready as well. That you can say that happens in ASN as well, but you can consider the inbound delivery notification similar to ASN, but which is kind of a copy from the ERP side, which is the first document which is coming to your EWM. Is it clear or confused?
How it gets triggered from ECC?
So the same way. Yeah, the same way. If you are doing the distribution, the first document will be inbound delivery notification, and then the subsequent documents automatically flows is the inbound delivery. And in the embedded, you will never see that. You are not seeing even the document. It is the notification is not there. Similar to that, you have in the outbound delivery also. Outbound delivery, there are three things. I'll just explain so that you can relate. Outbound delivery also, you have three things. One is the notification, then you have outbound delivery order, and then you have the final outbound delivery. We will be discussing these two. The notification is again the same thing. You are notifying that, okay, this is the outbound delivery, which will be going out of my warehouse to your dealer or to your customer. So that is something, again, it happens in the decentralized system. In embedded, you will not see the notification, neither the IDN nor the ODN. Nothing you will see. So the short form is IDN, inbound delivery notification, and the outbound delivery notification is ODN. So you will not see those. But I am letting you know so that it is not ODN, it is ODR, or outbound delivery request, because you are making out of your warehouse. So you will never see that, but I am just telling you guys so that if you are by chance working on a decentralized EWM system, and if you see those, you know what that is. But for us, the final delivery, outbound delivery and the inbound delivery, which matters. But again, there could be scenarios if there is a mismatch between the notification and the ERP delivery, then you might have to work on those. But in general, we would be working on the final delivery document, either outbound delivery or inbound delivery. But it's good to know that you have IDN and ODR, outbound delivery request. Okay, I think that is it. All the key terminologies I have covered in the inbound process. Now let us see some of the important tables. Okay, so now you guys start telling me what are the processes or what are the objects we have created on the EWM side, and you would like to see the table for that. Let us see if we have everything. I mean, because knowing the table is important, right? You will be writing your programs based on the tables. So at least knowing the important tables is important. So let's keep this part interactive, You tell me, okay, what all objects we just even revised, what all objects we created, and we will see the tables for that. And let's keep it to EWM side, because ECC side you already know, right? LIKP, LIPS, EKKO, EKPO, even all the tables you know. And if you want, I can show you that as well. But let's first discuss about the EWM side.
Inbound delivery.
Okay, perfect. So for inbound delivery, there is PROH something. Yep. So in inbound delivery, you will have the header and the item table. So let's say, let's click on this. So here you see this H is representing the header, and this is the table for inbound delivery, and this is the header table. So if I click on this, okay, let me copy the delivery number. We have it here. What is the delivery number here? Or should I go to the PRDI screen? You tell me. I mean, I'll keep this part very interactive. You tell me, because this things already we have learned. Now tell me, what should I try to filter in that particular table?
4411. So that is the
yes, of course. This is we know, right? This is your inbound delivery. So the document number, you see this document number, which is your inbound delivery document number, 4414. That was it, right? 4411. You have one entry. You click on execute. This is your inbound delivery details. You can see the document type, document category. This is very much similar to what you have in ECC, like you have a document type, document category, and determines what kind of inbound delivery it is. And then if you click on this but in entry, everything related to inbound delivery header, you see the ASN number, created on, created time, something user also should be there. If it is not there, it will be on the item level. Oh, it is here. Created by, changed on, everything you will see over here. So this is your inbound delivery header. You will have inbound delivery item as well. So nothing much changes.
Without one question here. So where do we find ECC inbound delivery? Do we find in this table, or do we have any other table?
No. It will not be in this table. This is your EWM inbound delivery table.
Okay. The reference, right, to match. Yeah.
Right. So reference should be there on the item level. Let me check if they are like have done the configuration properly. It should be there on the item table, because if you go to this, where is my PRDI transaction? Yeah, PRDI transaction. If you go to the reference document, you had this reference number over here. So we will try to search. Let's see if it is there or not. So it depends on the configuration. On the item level, you should see this. Let me quickly check here. We had just the ASN number, but
this key field is some random generated number, right? The document ID.
Okay. It is not a random generated number. It is not there. So this document ID, it is not a random generated number. It is a GUID. So it is an hexadecimal value of your document number. So in EWM, they are storing it in hexadecimal format. So the unique ID, whatever, I mean, the same number, if you convert it into hexadecimal, it will be like this. So this is a hexadecimal value of this particular number.
Okay.
So generally they maintain it GUID 16, GUID 22. So I am not sure. Let me open the table. Yeah. So this is okay. This is even in raw format. So you can see that 16 character raw format it is there. So raw is also in hexadecimal value. They are maintaining it. It will be some places you will find it of length 16. Some places you will find it of length 22. So that is how, I mean, they are generating a unique hexadecimal value in EWM system. So most of the tables you will see this as a hexadecimal value. And from performance perspective also it is fast, right? The hexadecimal or the binary values, if you're maintaining a binary, you cannot do it because again, you will need a very large string for that. But if you are doing it in hexadecimal, generally processing time is lesser. Okay, then let's go to our item table. So nothing much. Let me go to 16 only because I don't want to see the details of it. So you just change this from H to I. That is it. H was for header table, I is for item table. So here also you will see that document ID and item ID, it will be in some raw format. Let me show you that as well. It is better to see that. So here also you can see that 16 characters raw format. It will be hexadecimal value which will be stored. And there are function modules already available, which you can use to convert this from this raw format to the normal numbers that you are getting. And back and forth. So that also you can use. Okay. And then we give the same document number 4411, and then you will see details of it. Let's see if the EWM delivery is getting maintained or not. The purchase document reference number is here. This is the PO number we have. we had created. Okay, I will check that if it is because of some missing configuration or it is in some other table. The ERP delivery number, I will check. We have the purchase document number and item number. I'll check in which table it is updated and I'll confirm you. Okay, so you have seen the header and item table for inbound delivery. Now, which table should I be showing? What all objects we have created? Why I am doing this interactive part with you so that you get familiar with the terminologies we have discussed. Because if you know the terminologies, then only you will be able to tell me that, okay, I want to see the table for this particular object that we have created. And that is the reason I am putting this question to you. So even guesses is fine. Even if you do not know the exact terminologies, even if you telling me in bits and pieces, that is fine, because that we are still learning, right? So do not hesitate in speaking up.
Warehouse order?
Yes, absolutely. Warehouse order and warehouse task. Why I clubbed both this? Because it will be in one table. So that's the reason you said warehouse task. I already said warehouse order and task. Okay. So for that, there is an ORDIM table. So again, ORDIM. And there are two types of table for this. There is warehouse order, open warehouse order and confirmed warehouse order. So let's first search for it. And it will be, yeah, this is warehouse task open, warehouse task confirmed. Okay, so right now, what is the status of my warehouse task for this particular inbound delivery? This is the inbound delivery we had created, right? What is the status of my warehouse task? It could be three status: open, confirmed, cancelled.
Confirmed?
Yes, it is confirmed, because once we confirmed the warehouse task, then only we were able to do the internal movement and the put away thing, right? So it is confirmed. If you will see the status here as well, where is that? Yes, here, this is confirmed. And you can see the three status: confirmed, open. Okay, I don't know. Waiting also, you can have waiting as well. Yes. And then A is for cancelled. So why I am discussing this in warehouse task is because depending on the current status of your warehouse task, it will either be in ORDIM_O or it will be in ORDIM_C. So ORDIM_C is for confirmed warehouse task and ORDIM_O is for open warehouse task. So the C is for confirmed. I will be searching in this particular table. Let me give the warehouse task number, or you can give the warehouse order number as well. So you can see the task number or order number, whichever you want, I can give that. Okay. So let's say if I give the task number, okay, you will see the warehouse task number. And if I click on this, open it, there will be some WHO warehouse order number as well. I should have done, yeah, here it is. So 2005212 for warehouse task 511. Let's see from this 511. This is the warehouse task we have opened. It should have a warehouse order here as well. Where is it gone? Let me open the form view. That's better. Let me know if you guys are able to. Yeah, this is here. 5212. That is your warehouse order number. So that is the same information we are seeing. 5212. Time, date, everything you will see here as well. The GR date. You can see a lot of information. I mean, not everything even I remember what all is there, but you will see all the relation of warehouse task, order, everything. You will see process type, category, whatever is there. If you could have given the warehouse order, then also you could have searched for it. So let me take the another warehouse order. So, okay, it will be in the end somewhere. Okay, I'll go to this. Yeah. 5217, 2005217. 2005217. Okay, the same information. I mean, for this particular warehouse order, the warehouse task number you are able to see. So for 5516, that is the warehouse task we have opened here. So 5516. So you can see over here. And directly also you can select this node and you can click on warehouse order. You will see the two warehouse order. So that also you can do. So every possible way, whichever is possible to see this detail, I'm trying to share that. Okay. Now, if I try to do the same thing in warehouse ORDIM_O open warehouse task and order, let me try to give the same thing. Any of the warehouse task number, it will not show me anything here. There is nothing. Why? Because when it was open, it was in this table. As soon as it got confirmed, it got moved to the confirmed table. So from ORDIM_O to ORDIM_C, it got moved. Is it clear? Anything else? Any other table which we have not seen? Anything that you still think is missing or we should be discussing about that?
HU.
Okay. So for HU, it is HUHDR. I think this is the complete table name. Oh, HDR, sorry. So you can see handling unit header table, and again you have many more, but this is the one we are interested in, HUHDR table. Okay, same way you have a handling unit number and the GUI ID also. Let's see what type it is. I was talking about the GUID. So here, okay, here also it is 16. And then here you see that they have given a name like this GUID. I was talking about GUID. So they have given a hexadecimal name GUID to this. And this is also of 16 characters. Somewhere you will see 22. I don't remember which value, but I have seen some places where it is of raw 22. Okay, then how do I get the handling unit number? I select this inbound delivery. I click on this handling unit. Okay, it doesn't have any handling unit. We had for one of the warehouse task. I'll go here. It's already done, moved. So that handling unit is done because we consider the handling unit as a cart and it's already moved. But the handling unit information we can see. Let me go to the warehouse task probably. It should still be there somewhere. I think in this one, it should be there. Yeah. So this was the source. This was the handling unit we had used, but the purpose is gone. So this is no more attached, and that's the reason you're not seeing it at the delivery level. But the HU information will still be on the table. So if I click, put that value, there is one entry. I'll click on this. You will see all the handling unit information. Okay. And even any handling unit will have its own weight and volume. So whatever you are seeing, you will see multiple types of weight over here. So you see this total weight, 115 kg. Loading weight is the weight of the material. Tear weight is the weight of your pallet. So let's say this is the pallet, then the pallet weight itself is 15 kg. And then you can load a weight of 100 kg or you loaded a weight of 100 kg into it. Then the total weight became 115 kg. So always with HU, you will have two types of weight. Your tear weight, which is the weight of your handling unit. So depending if it's a pallet, it will have 15 kg. If it's a box, let's say it is 5 kg. If it is something else, then it will have some other weight. And then the weight that you're going to add or load into that particular handling unit. Similarly, volume also, this is the loading volume you can add. And of course, it will be the total volume also could be. I mean, in some cases, this also could vary. But here it is the total volume. That is the weight of the total volume of the carton or the total volume of the pallet. And then you see the total volume as 500 kg. So tear is always the HU volume or HU weight, and then the total you will have and the loading you will have. So three types of weight and volume you will have in HU. Okay, anything else? Or we have covered all the tables that we wanted to see related to the objects? I think we have covered, right? We have seen for inbound delivery, we have seen for order and task, we have seen for handling unit. Everything is covered. All the topics that we discussed is covered. Again, the same list of tables will be made available to you in one single place. All the tables that we will be discussing as a part of this curriculum, everything will be made available to you. Okay, any questions on the inbound flow or any questions on the terminologies, the concept, anything? So will you be able to create an inbound delivery, the standard flow? I'm not talking about a complex scenario with too much of deviations and variations. Will you be able to create a simple inbound delivery now? We will be discussing about outbound delivery now. So in the inbound delivery, we had a purchase order when I was seeing from my perspective. For the seller or for the shopkeeper from where I have ordered the groceries, it will be an outbound. To my place, to my home, it is an inbound process. But let's consider from the seller's perspective or shopkeeper's perspective. It will be an outbound flow. And let us visualize from that person's perspective. Let us now put ourselves in the shoes of the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper got a purchase order from a customer that, okay, this customer wants this particular product on a delivery date, maybe day after, whatever is the delivery date. The delivery date is mentioned. The quantity of each product is mentioned. Then what we will do? The shopkeeper will create a sales order with reference to the purchase order. So the shopkeeper will create a sales order in his system, and that sales order will have all the details, whatever has been requested in the purchase order. He will feed all the details in the system, or maybe with reference to the purchase order, he will create the sales order. And then the outbound scenario will start happening. What will happen in the outbound scenario? Once the sales order is created, the shopkeeper might have placed all the goods in different racks. So let's say I have ordered 5 kg of rice. There will be a container where 5 kg of rice will be there. So he will take a polythene bag, or let's be eco-friendly. He will take some bag which is eco-friendly, and then he will put that rice into the bag. He will put the rice into the bag, and then he will put into a staging area, or will be an area where the shopkeeper will validate that, okay, whatever quantity or whatever material is there in the sales order or was requested in the purchase order is there or not. If it is there, then the delivery guys will pick that material from the order, and then will be shipped to the customer. This is how a general flow of an outbound scenario will happen. Okay. So to create, and again, the same thing, EWM is only for managing your logistics. You're managing your inventory, whatever is coming to your warehouse, whatever is moving out of your warehouse, or if you want to do any internal movement within the warehouse, then the EWM will be coming into picture. But for purchase order, for sales order, it will always be the ERP system. So the same way, we will have the sales order created in the ERP side. Okay, so let me open this sales order. So you guys must already be knowing it. So VA03, that is a transaction I'll be opening because I want to display the sales order, and you can see the sales order details. This is the sales order number. This is the sold to party. Let's say this is the person who had created the purchase order. That is the person, and I think it is the same number we are using. Let me cross check. 17SU01. No, it is different, but anyways, that is fine. I thought it is same, but anyways, it depends on the test case we are using. So this is the person who has ordered, and this is the address or the ship to party where we need to ship the goods, to deliver the goods. Again, if you want to see more details, you can go into the header section. You can see all the sales area, whatever is there. I don't want to go into the details of this. This you guys already know, and it is not very relevant for us. We'll just be using the sales order for our reference. And then the material, because the person or the product that has been ordered, that has to be captured in the sales order. So this is the material, and the total ordered quantity for that material is 50 pieces. And probably delivery related information should be there. So if I go, the first delivery date is date, and then you have the pricing date. So everything like related to delivery, when the bill will be generated, you will find all that information in the item tabs. Should be there, but schedule line as well. Okay, let me see if I'll be able to use it, because the delivery date is of ordered quantity, rounded quantity. Okay, confirmed is nothing, but let's see. I think should be able to use it. Right. So I think for us, the most important data points is the sales order number and the material and the quantity that is ordered in the material. So similar way in the inbound delivery, we were having a quantity which will be coming, and here, which is something which is going out of my shop. Now I am behaving as a shopkeeper. Now let's go here. So this is the transaction for creating an outbound delivery. So the transaction is VL01. And same way VL03, which is you will use for viewing the outbound delivery order. Now I have given the sales order. It should be date. Let's say I give the shipping point 1710. So this we have been using everywhere. Let's click on enter. I do not send everything. I will, let's say, send 1 or 2 pieces of it, so that I can have the test cases which I can use later on as well. So I'll just create an outbound delivery with 1 piece of it. As soon as I create an outbound delivery, I'll click on save. You can see that outbound delivery on the ERP side has been generated and distributed to warehouse management system. So let me copy this number, 5104. This is my outbound delivery number. Now, what is the T code for seeing the outbound delivery on the EWM side? We have discussed this. We have not used it, but we have discussed this.
PRDO.
Okay, perfect. So /O/SCWM/PRDO. That is for outbound delivery on the EWM side. Perfect. It opened. Now, let me try to give this outbound delivery order. Will it return? Will it return a value over here? What I have done, I have copied the outbound delivery which got generated. I have put that here. And if I click on execute, will it return something? Or let me show you what all options I have over here. Now tell me. Okay, let me execute it then. Yeah, please go ahead.
I think we need to use that logistic delivery only.
Yes, correct. Because I have copied this from the ECC side. So outbound delivery order and outbound delivery is on the EWM side. So if I click on execute, it is not going to return anything. So I need to select the node logistic execution delivery, and then I give the number, outbound delivery number of the logistic ERP side, and then you get the result. So 4419, this is your EWM side document number. Now let me search for this 4419. So this is my number. Now let me search outbound delivery order 4419. It is returning. Let me see this. Nothing is written. So right now what we have is outbound delivery order on the EWM side. Outbound delivery is not yet created on the EWM side. And again, I'll be explaining this, what is delivery order and delivery or outbound delivery. And same way, if I compare with inbound flow, it should have outbound delivery request as well when you are using a decentralized EWM. So right now it is outbound delivery order in the EWM side. Outbound delivery is not yet created. So if you see, if I'm trying to search with 4419, selecting the node outbound delivery, it is not returning any result. If I select the outbound delivery order and then give 4419, it will return the result. And to select this node only, it will give you a result. Now, similar to the inbound flow, you have couple of processes over here: picking, packing, loading, and goods issue. So in a standard flow, we will have picking, packing, or maybe picking and goods issue. These two will be there. And again, depending on the different type of flow, the complexity, different types of material, you could have packing, loading also in the system. But we will be seeing picking and goods issue. And I think packing also will be done automatically here. But picking and goods issue, we will see. Okay, so how do I do that? Now I am into the EWM side. I go here. And again, same, like I need to create the warehouse task and warehouse order. For the picking also, I'll have a warehouse task. So I go to the follow-on function, click on warehouse task. Okay, so I'll select this warehouse task is already selected. I'll create on this. So it will create a warehouse task. You see this warehouse task, and with the request 4419, a warehouse task will be created as I save it. Now I can go back. You can see the warehouse order number 2005218. Let me try to open it in monitor. So it is an outbound flow documents. So I am not searching this time with the outbound delivery order or outbound delivery. I am searching just the warehouse order. So I will go to another node, documents, and you will see warehouse orders and warehouse task, all that you can search. So we want to search with warehouse order, and then what is a warehouse? 2005218. 2005218. Okay. If you will see the current status, no, it is category. There is okay. The status we'll see at the task level. So the task, if you see, this is the picking warehouse task. You can see the activity picking warehouse task. Stock removal is the description of that, because you are removing something from a specific warehouse storage location, and you will be creating an outbound delivery, or you will be doing packing or something. Why can't I see the status? Yeah, status is blank. So blank is nothing but your, we had seen that blank is your open warehouse task. So it is still an open warehouse task. Yeah, here it is, status. Blank is open, and if it is confirmed, it will be C. So now let us go back here. Where is my, yeah, this one. So warehouse task, warehouse order is created. I'll go here, warehouse task, and you see this option confirm. I'll click on this confirm. So it is still open. It is going to the next screen where I'll be confirming this. So I select this confirm on the foreground. Now it should give me an error. Let me see. Yeah, enter a HU destination. I wanted to show this on purpose because while creating the inbound delivery, I did not show you the error. I directly went to this particular tab, pick HU, and I had created the handling unit. So here also I'll do the same thing. I will create this, and you can see the HU, this HU has been created. Now I'll select this. Now I'll confirm in foreground. Now it should not give me any error. Okay. It is not copied. Sometimes it gets copied. I don't know why. So I just need to copy this into the destination HU. In our inbound flow, it got copied automatically.
Click on confirm in foreground. Close this.
Yeah, I was doing that only. If I click on confirm, no internal TU number was found.
No internal TU number. Why is TU?
So this is created. Let me.
Is this packaging material related to the transport?
Should be. Because I am using the same one. I'm not that's the reason I'm not changing too much of it, because if it is not relevant, it will give me an error.
Yeah, I think you should not use this, right? For the PKHO especially. Just try some other packaging material.
But I am not sure of, again, I need to check the packaging material, so it will take time. Let me first try to delete it. I'll try to create a new one. Let's see how it is not even.
Yeah, if this is, you can try EWM for CAR00 if it has the best practice packaging materials over here.
What is the T code you said?
The packaging material. If this system has the best practices, then you should have EWM S4 CAR00. Just search there. Yeah, EWM S4 -CAR00. Yeah.
Okay, let me search with this at least.
Use that. Okay, you need to delete this entry. No,
it is now not even allowing me to delete it because this HU, but I've removed that assignment. Maybe let me create it once again.
Just come back. Yeah. Just come back now.
5105. I can close this screen.
Is the TU planned for this already somehow?
No, that should not be, because we have not planned the TU for this.
Okay, just go to the transportation unit tab there before you create a task.
Where is that?
See beside HU in the item details.
No, there.
Now create the task.
No HU. So it is created. Now I'll go to confirm part.
Go to pick HU now.
Maybe let me create it first. So first what I had done is I had clicked on confirmed in foreground and it did not pick the HU. Generally, if I create an HU with the same material, it automatically picks the destination HU. I don't know why it did not do in that case. Right. So now it is there. Let me validate it.
Well, I think you will get the same issue again.
Yeah, the destination is not yet picked. Now you see it did not give the error, but that's fine. This is the ideal way. It should automatically copy the destination HU because I am creating the pick HU in the same warehouse order and warehouse task. So it should pick. And now you can see it has already picked the destination HU, what we just created. It has gone from here and it has been updated in the destination HU. So now I don't think it will give the error.
But usually you should not use the packaging material of transportation for the pick HU.
Yeah, true. But this is a trial system, so the packaging material is not configured. So yeah. I had a difficult time finding a right test data where I could at least show the entire flow. So I agree that you should not be using a packaging material. Even some of the processes I am using the data which should not be used, but to run the test case I had to do it. No other. Okay, so now this warehouse is confirmed. Now, if I come back, so you can see the picking and packing task is completed. Now, the product has been picked from the specified storage location. It has been packed as well. So it has been done in a one warehouse task, picking and packing automatically. And now I just need to do a goods issue. So once the goods issue is done, then the final delivery is created and it is ready for shipping to the customer. So for that, you already see a button over here, GI, goods issue. And the acronym that will be used for this is GI, goods issue. So I'll click on this. I should not be getting any error. I think it will be done. Yeah, it is done. Good issue is also completed. And now you see another number which is generated. Now this is your final delivery, outbound delivery, 2205. So now let me open another instance of it. So if I go to this tab, outbound delivery, and now if I select this outbound delivery and give this number 2205, you should be able to see this delivery. And it will have a very much same information, but yes, there are one preceding document gets created, outbound delivery order. In this case, in embedded, outbound delivery request is not getting created, but yes, delivery order and outbound delivery will get created. And now this is final. The outbound process is complete. The picking, packing, and GI is done. So now it should be transported to the customer who had ordered this particular product. Okay, so now the happy flows of the inbound and outbound internal movement we have seen. And this is just a happy flow with the standard processing. You will have a lot of intermediate steps in between. As a technical consultant, we do not need to know each and every intermediate steps that is happening in the warehouse. The reason I showed you the inbound outbound process, just to explain you the terminologies, because if I am just explaining you what is picking, packing, and GI in a theoretical perspective from the slides, it would not be that clear. And that is the reason I've shown you the happy flows, so that you understand and you are able to relate the terminologies. When your functional says GI, you know it's good issue. It will be related to an outbound scenario.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP EWM, what is the purpose of the warehouse task? Option A, to manage inventory movements within a warehouse. Option B, to create outbound deliveries. Option C, to handle put away and picking processes. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management? Our comprehensive ABAP course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP S/4HANA EWM, a cutting-edge solution for managing your warehousing operations seamlessly. From basic configurations to advanced customizations, our course covers everything you need to become an expert. Developed by seasoned professionals with years of industry experience, this course is tailored to provide you with practical, real-world knowledge. Your instructors are here to guide you every step of the way, ensuring you grasp even the most complex concepts with ease. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the quality of our course and the excellent support they receive. They have found our course to be an invaluable resource in advancing their careers and gaining a competitive edge in the job market. Best of all, this incredible opportunity to master SAP S/4HANA EWM ABAP is offered at an affordable price, making it accessible to everyone. Ready to take your SAP skills to the next level? Enroll in our course today and unlock a world of possibilities. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.